What's going on, everyone? Prostigma! It's weekend time! Yay! And that means Pandora's box 2. Look, it's rotating. It's going around and around and around and around. How's everyone doing? Take a look right up there. You see our schedule for today. Yeah, we have ourselves the quarterfinals. Bop, 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 bop. Ba 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 ba. I don't know, guys. I'm pretty excited. It's been a wild ride thus far. It's been an absolutely wild ride. Smack. Look at this shenanigans over here. Look at this. We've had Rappel taking out Karma. We've had Soup taking out Mattress. We've had Mosca taking out Eric. We've had Tunison taking out Mini Yeti. We've had Recon taking out Zucolo. El Matador taking out Grass, Kavoth taking out Divine, B taking out Nyan. This is where we are in to the money business. This is where the children and the men get separated. This is when we say to the other people to stay behind, let the people who are brave take the front lines. This is where champions are crowned. And random has-beens have been. Yes, exactly. I said all of those things. Our first series for today is Kavoth versus 3DB. It's going to be an absolute cracker. These two have had a ridiculous time playing against each other in the past. They've been very fierce competition for each other. And as much as everybody and their mum might say Kavoth is a man to be feared, 3DB fears no man. He fears no man because he has taken the beast down many a time. Kavoth here, he needs to be ready for the 3DB machine. Last series of 3DB was a wild ride because it didn't look like the 3DB that we know and love. And I mean that in the best way possible. This is the new and improved 3DB. In fact, the 3DB that I'm watching here, he might even be named 3DB the second. That's how new this model is. He's going for some incredibly solid strategies. He's also got his wild stuff to throw at you as well. So when it comes down to it, if you're known for crazy and then you play normal, oof. I mean, we'll see how crazy it gets here, though. We'll see how crazy it gets. Let's jump over to the drafting menu and check things out. These guys are getting ready to go. You guys better all be in. It could be 4DB. We're not going to 2DB. 4DB, he travels through space and or time. Let's check out the draft. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves our draft Rooney here. We've got the Kronos band, we've got the Susanoo band, we've got the Shenong band, we've got the Fu Shi band. First pick for Kavoth. First pick, not second pick, not third pick, but first pick for Kavoth. Back to his roots, he says, I don't want you, Mr. B-Man, to have Gaia. Let me just take that one. 3DB says, no worries, Kavoth. I'll happily take Tsukiyomi. I will happily take Uranos. Those are my favorite gods. I would love to play both of those. And to that, Kavoth says, yeah, well, you forgot about my favorite gods, Isis and Set. Everybody is picking up what they want right now. B then takes the Amaterasu and the Hades. So all of a sudden, you've got yourself this really, really strong pick for the small maps, of which there are none, and this really, really strong pick for the water maps, of which there is Budapest. Then we've got ourselves the Zeus Poseidon for Kavoth, which is two picks that I actually wouldn't expect to see from him. I would not expect to see these. Of course, he might want the Zeus for Budapest. Poseidon is a civ that Kavoth can play, but not known for playing. I know he can play it. He's got the strongest open Hippias into the mad tech switch into more hippiest strategy on lock and key. We'll see if he decides to venture away from that strategy or go even more into that one. And then finally, our last picks here, we got the Thor Noir from 3DB. And then we've got ourselves the Ra for Kavoth as his final pick. Now, it is a best of 5, so we won't be seeing all 6 of these gods. However, our first map is Prairie, a map with very little in the way of wood. And we see Kavoth picking Gaia. Makes sense to pick Gaia on this map. Makes sense to pick Gaia on Atacama as well. Those are the kind of like, oh, my god has got a god power that says, I don't care about the way that this map is functioning here. No worries. Happy days. Play some Gaia. 3DB here, however, says, I got a god here who probably won't care too much about the wood being like it is either. I'm going to pick Uranus. Uranus makes perfect sense. Don't have to build any drop sites. Beautiful for this map. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, there's plenty of gods here that can work as well. Now, in my own personal experience, Uranus is a really nice pick into Gaia. You do have to play Oceanus. Like a Prometheus doesn't quite work versus the Oceanus Gaia at the top level from what I've found. But Oceanus Uranus versus Oceanus Gaia is really, really nice. On top of that, if you go Prometheus and the Gaia player decides to throw a Leto at you, the newly buffed Leto, even before it was buffed, it was a scary thing for a Prometheus Uranus to play against. But if you have Oceanus, you've got yourself the cheaper heroes, technology for those Murmillos, which does mean mass Spider Lair, mass automatons. That's on lock and key by spamming out those Murmillo. You've also got yourself the sky passages to sort of just play around all of that nonsense as well. So there's lots of ways to sort of make this happen. So we will see what these guys are going to play for here. I'm pretty sure Kavoth here, he knows this matchup. He is a Gaia main at his heart, even though he has since left his childhood dreams of being a Gaia one trick in the tournaments and trying to fight his way through the messes of Norse abuse and Greek abuse and Egyptian abuse and even Uranus and Kronos. He was in Legacy. He loved his Gaia, but he's since said, you know what, I can play all the gods, and that is true. He can play all of the gods. So we'll see. We'll see how it's going to go. Now, I will say right now, as we do have one of these gods, that there is a sort of admin rule. It's one of the very few like gameplay rules we've got going on at the moment. The game has got a fairly significant bug in it surrounding the Spider Lair. If we see Spider Lair, I'll talk a little bit more about it, but there is an admin rule around that. So if it ends up coming up, I'm going to bring it up in game. So don't you guys worry in the chatteroony. We've got something sorted out there. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 here. Kavoth versus 3DB. Pandora's Box 2 quarterfinals. The first game of the day on the map Prairie. Let's get it started. What is going on, everyone? Can we get some prostagmas in the chat here for our quarterfinal? Oh, the villagers are not prostagmaing at all. Let me hit the pause button. Let's fix this one up. Off to the races we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, spawning with the golden statue intact as the Gaia. His name is Kavoth. He is hunting his second S-tier tournament win here for Pandora's Box 2. His opponent today, a fan favorite, one of my favorite players to watch, And I only really ever get to see him playing in these massive tournaments. His name is he's from the team 3D, and his name is B. He's out to sting ya. He's dropping a temple down, and he is ready to go here. Searching for his first S-tier tournament win, or even just getting to a finals, would be some new accomplishment for him. He's been incredibly consistent. He's normally getting into that top 8. It is the quarterfinals right now. Sometimes, I'm pretty excited to see if he can make it that next step, get into the semifinals, get into the finals, see if he can get past Kavoth here. It's going to be a wild series. Let's take a little look-see at the relics here and see if there's going to be anything super impactful. Huge relic here. This relic on this left side of the map called Ulla's Bow. This is a gigantic relic. I want to break it down a little bit, but basically it gives 1 extra range to your ranged soldiers. It's a big deal. 1 extra range for your ranged soldiers. If we're going to go for a Terma War, that 1 extra range just says, sorry, my Terma are just better than yours, and I'm going to out-micro you, and then I'm going to beat you. That's what it is. On the right side in the middle here, we've got ourselves the Thundercloud Shawl, another amazing relic for any sort of Terma War. Now, whether or not we see a Terma War will be up to the players. They can decide to do what they want here. With Thundercloud Shawl over there as well. Over onto this side, I do see something sparking my interest on the minimap. We've got the Head of Orpheus making a line of sight +8 there. And up to the top side of the map, we've got Svadilfari's Sledge with the fortress-like buildings going down to 0. So not the most impactful of relics there, but on the bottom side, Kavoth does see the Sky Passage coming up. Now, I did say in the pre-game analysis that we probably won't be seeing Prometheus here, but 3DB says, you know what? I'm going to go Prometheus. Let's make it happen. So what this does here is this completely flips the matchup on its head. Normally, great usage here from B. He is going for the Oracle. He says, no. No Oracle for you, good sir. My citizen is angry. She is heroized. She is moving like a speed demon with that donkey there. And whoop. And that's a dead Oracle. So first blood there for 3DB, but a lot of idle time on this citizen. Whether or not this is actually worth it, that's like 100 resources worth of damage versus potentially having the income from this. Not actually sure. That's a lot of walking time here from B. If he just sat out here and started chopping a tree, I'd be like, maybe that's a little bit better. But he's going to pull all the way back up to his safety and get these hippopotamus. Now, to finish my thoughts here, as we see a counter barracks coming down for 3DB. If it's an Oceanus War, Gaia is the defender in the matchup. If it is a Prometheus versus Oceanus War, then Gaia actually needs to be the aggressor. The reason being is because these Valors are going to make the Uranus economy bigger than the Gaia economy. If you sit back and you just allow this to sort of just happen, as we have got ourselves a cheeky little Carnivora getting down there, eating up one of those bad boys very, very early from Kavoth. If you allow the B Meister to get his boom off, well, you're going to be in for a lot of trouble. So Kavoth here, he has moved over onto this side stuff. He's got himself a hero citizen over here, so he's going to be able to shank down those Prometheans. No problem. His citizen over here to take a little bit of damage as well, but he is good to go. Now the Carnivora in the middle of the map, going to be just a little bit of a distraction action here. I like this idea from Kavoth, just dropping that first Carnivora down as soon as he possibly can, such that he gets his Carnivora on cooldown, and then he's going to look to use it again after the 2 minutes and 10 seconds is up for some more value. So he gets double value as opposed, well, obviously there's no Carnivora to be worried about on the side of 3DB, but still, as over onto this side, Kavoth already onto his shenanigans. He's already up to his shenanigans here. You'll love to see it. This is vintage Kavoth. He says, mate, I am the one who has to be the aggressor here. You're not going to be the one allowed to attack me. We're seeing 3DB going for a raid at the moment, but there's only 3 Terma here. Look at the units that Kavoth's got out. He's got a massive advantage militarily here. Now, On the side of 3DB, one really, really sneaky way to play this is to actually just make catapulties, but hide them. Hide them in the sky passage. And then the Terma, whenever they come close to harassing your sky passage, you can just pop out and you can use those catapulties to chase down the Terma. Because if you get them heroized and you get weightless mace, all of a sudden, you're going to be able to catch them out. Of course, you don't want to go too heavy on it unless your opponent goes too heavy on their own Terma, and it's a little bit tricky, but it is a nice way to catch your opponent out. So, Kavoth's got to be very, very, very careful in seeing what he's actually going to be up against here. Now we got some more of this Gaia spread coming through. Now, this is super important for Kavoth because once he gets this technology, he's already got it. Once he gets the technology channels, unique technology for Gaia, when his Terma go on top of the Gaia Lush, they go from 5 speed up to a crazy bonkers amount of speed. So I would be a little bit more specific, but it's 15% boost. 15% on top of the Gaia Lush. So kind of a... Is there another little cheeky raid coming in over onto this side? Is the Citizen going to bail into the mana? Got to be quick where that's concerned. I don't want to see... there we go. The 5.8 speed. They're kind of speedy. They're kind of quick. But nonetheless, so far, I think 3DB has gotten through the worst of it. He hasn't really taken any significant... I said weightless mace. He's got Prometheus. I'm being silly. There's no real way to make the catapulties work when you go Prometheus. Anyways, what 3DB is doing here with these sky passages is really, really nice. He's got himself his tech. This tech here, let's show you guys. This tech here, he's got this tech over here. This one, Theft of Fire, plus 20% to his economy. Whereas Kavoth, he's only got himself plus 10%. And that's where I was saying that the Valor spammage here for the Uranos will end up giving 3DB the advantage in terms of income. But nice, really, really nice control from Kavoth here. He gets in, he pops a couple of units, pulls back a little bit. We are now seeing the catapulties coming in, heroizing those ones up as well. Look at the resources coming in for B though. B wants a heroic age. Now, there's not really a whole lot you get from a heroic age in this mirror. You might say, boy, you get Contarius. They're one of the best cavalry units in the game. And to that I say, catapulties are one of the best, and weightless mace heroized catapulties are one of the on Gaia Lush are the best counter cavalry unit in the game. By far. So yeah, no, Contarius, not really an option. What about Arcus? Well, you've already got yourself a butt ton of counter archers. I don't want to build Arcus into this. So what else have you got? Hero? Not going to work either. I've got myself hero catapulties to break through that. Really, the only unit that is super solid in a massive fight here, as we see Kavoth being incredibly naughty with his Citizen, is going to be Mass Murmillo. That's the unit he really, really wants here, and potentially some destroyers as well. But we'll see which way he's going to go. He does go into a couple of catapulties for now as the pressure is starting to mount. Meanwhile, B is literally just everywhere away from Kavoth at the moment. He just doesn't want anything to do with the Kavoth war machine. He's just like, let me play hide and go seek. Let me enjoy the fact that my villagers are working faster than yours. Or at least the heroized ones. Because you have all that, yeah, everyone's working faster than Kavoth's at the moment. And we'll just go from there. The one idea here for 3DB, which is going to be really strong with Hyperion, is if he can basically get his catapulties on top of the Terma during a chaos. If he can't, then guess what? The Terma just run. They're on Lush. They move at the speed of sound. And he's going Thayer as well for even faster Terma. They move very, very fast, and they're just going to heal up because not only, as we do see there we go with the chaos, I don't even think he might not even lose a single unit here. And away he goes. There's the shockwave, though. That will be a nice couple of little bits of damage as Kavoth does need to turn around and get just a little bit of revenge back in here. The Citizen going to have to pull back as well. B says it's time to go, but that's two huge god powers that are down and a heroic age coming in for Kavoth, which is going to net him the Dryad, which is going to net him the Stymphalian Burn, net him a whole bunch of very, very aggressive, powerful units. However, Kavoth does sort of get caught out in the middle here. He has to take a fight with his Citizen being in on this spot. Catapultis onto that back line are going to be really, really powerful. Caladria on the top almost taken out as Kavoth does need to get this shoot and scoot in. Military differential, however, is looking like it's slightly favoring 3DB. However, this is defender's advantage for Kavoth. He's on the lush. He's got himself the buildings right next to the fight, and B needs to run. Meanwhile, Kavoth behind this is basically not spending resources. He's obviously saving for something in this heroic age. A couple of Terma do start to come through. Hesprid's tree down. We do have ourselves that heavy range soldiers as well. Stymphalian birds on the way, as well as Dryads. There's only 4 oracles out for Kavoth at the moment, so these aren't going to be a crazy amount of Stymphalian birds, but it is a really, really nice inclusion into this army. Now, these Terma heroes are going to be nice. So generally, the units that are good versus flying units in Age Mythology are the fast range units. So I'm talking units like the Achilles, units like the Atalanta, units like the Terma hero. These units are quite nice against the flying unit. So Kavoth does have to be careful. Now, luckily for Kavoth, he's got his own Terma, so he can actually snipe down those Terma heroes while pulling his Stymphalian birds back. So it will be a little bit of a micro test for both players here. But Kavoth also has got himself the Dryads, which is another huge frontlining thing here. And whoa! Watching over on chat, and Kavoth has forgotten villages at the moment. Now, normally in a top level game like this, I would say forgetting villages is very, very, very bad. In a mirror matchup, maybe, just maybe he can get away with it. I don't think this is on purpose, though. There's no way Kavoth is going for this hard of an all-in versus an Uranus. Because Uranus is just going to extend the game. It's just going to go, I'm on the left side of the map. I'm on the right side of the map. Now I'm on the left side of the map again. And you're just not, even if you kill off the entirety of the army, you're never going to kill off that economy. You have to really be solid here. Meanwhile, heroes starting to come in. Does 3DB have this? Did he lose his temple? We absolutely lost his temple. There is a must-grab tech here for 3DB in the heroic age when going Hyperion. It's the only real way that you can get healing as Atlantean when you're not playing Oceanus, right? And that's going for Hyperion, heroizing your military units and getting that heroic renewal technology. But no temple means you can't, well, you can get it out of a fortress, a palace, I think. Anyways, B, pulling, citizens dying, diving into the sky passage. We'll see those Mamillos starting to bash down onto this position as well. So at least one of these does go down over onto the bottom side. However, the Mamillos are charging in here, and Kavoth is quickly pulling away. His army is completely out of position. Now, he is full pop, so even though he isn't building villages at the moment, it's not that big of a deal because he's got all the population in the world, and so too will be not be able to be building any villages. So no real problems where that's concerned, as the citizens over here are going to start bailing back. You also have to remember, in the main base as well, there's still nearly 3,000 gold here to boot, and I would love to see exactly this. 3DB says, your army's over the left, let me go to the right. Your army's over the right, let me go to the left. And just keep... Possibly build some dryads. Build some dryads. Take Take it. It would be good for you. The more units, the better. You can't get them any other way. Okay, it's fine. How is 3DB getting away with this? He's just out of line of sight. He can throw down a sky passage and get out of here as well. He goes idle. He's going to try and bail. There goes the sky passage. And you basically... Oh, army moving forward as well. As Kvothe here has to take the fight. His Terma not quite in the best of positions here. Does he have enough stuff? He's got the Murmillo. They do have Bite of the Shark. And the military advantage here actually is in favor of 3DB. A lot of this is because of the hero massing. Great control here from Kvothe. He's got to keep that going, but the shockwave comes in. The Terma here, the Murmillos here, they need to pull back. More Murmillos coming in. Kvothe still not building villages. Still not building villages. He's back onto his Lush here. The Dryads coming through. And those Karabalistar are an absolute nightmare to deal with in these sorts of choke points. You do have 17 range on those termites, so with some very, very nice positioning, you can charge in here, you can take those out. This is the most important part here for Kvothe. He's got to get in here and deal with this, but it looks like 3DB is starting to pull ahead. His Prometheus is starting to work here. It's the Terma charging forward. Little bits of damage to come through onto those Karabalistar. He absolutely does need to take out as many of those as he possibly can. As now we're starting to see some Contarius getting mixed in. Yes, there is still a whole bunch of these bad boys. We've got 14 heavy catapulties. We've got 6 catapulty heroes. I really want to see this tech getting grabbed so that he can get some healing in. Contarius over onto the right-hand corner here as B does notice it. I thought we were going to see a little bit of a high five action, but B is too switched on here. And there is no way that Kvothe is going to be enjoying the fact that he is, simply put, falling behind every second of this game. He is falling further and further and further behind on the economy. If B just grabs a town center now, there is no advantage for Kvothe. The only advantage that Kvothe has right now is a population advantage. That's it. And it's minuscule. It's like 20 population or something like... That's not minuscule. It's pretty big. It's 20 population. He has a 20 population advantage, and he's got... Now he starts the villages again. 5 minutes. Five minutes of idle time. As the Kvothian army here, yet again caught out, but back on top of the Gaialush. Back on top of the Gaialush. Going to be looking for his next move. Now, B... The good thing for Kvothe is he's got full map control. This town center here is a must grab for B. But it's way out of position. Kvothe says, I got to charge in here. He now realizes how far behind he actually is in this game. He needs to take a really big fight, but... But B, he's just refusing to let up now. He doesn't know. I mean, of course he can see the score, and that's a really, really big advantage. He sees how far in front he is in score. You translate that to the fact that, well, hey, I'm just in front on economy, right? We haven't really had any significant trades here. No crazy big fights being different. I'm just in front on economy. That has to be the thought going into 3DB's mind here. He's been playing a very, very phenomenal defensive game here. Meanwhile, another sky passage getting snuck up over here as the citizen makes its way over. Kvothe might have seen that sneaking through on the mini-map there as the Oracle is over on that position. Terma on this backside, attempting to pull back. They do have themselves that 5.5 speed with Thea, but this is not working out for him. Couple more Terma falling as B's micro too strong. However, while this goes on, now Kavoth says it's time to go for the main town center here. A big move. He's got himself a destroyer in to take out the sky passes, but this is not going to matter for B in the slightest. His army is just going to wander over here. The town center might end up falling, but now Kavoth is stuck in here. He has to take the fight. However, on the backside, the Terma will be able to take out those Corabalister, and surely the Murmillo here can take out these Catapulti heroes. Kavoth says no. He's not going to go for it. He says, you're not going to kill my guys. Let me just go after your villagers. A couple of kills here and there, 54 to 62. It's close again. It's back into a very, very close income game. However, Kavoth goes half military population, 3,000 resource differential. Absolutely huge. And B behind this, he does have a palace going up. Hasn't finished it yet. I thought B behind this might be going to the Mythic Age. A nice Mythic Age through Atlas, and all of a sudden Kavoth has got no answer or no usage for an implode, because you can just vortex away from the implode. As Kavoth says, let's go, let's take this fight. I've been saying that he should be able to win these fights for a while, but not after losing everything. Mass Murmillo into Catapulti Terma, and you pick off the Corabalister. Has to be favoring the Murmillo, but you still have to take the fight in a very cautious way. I mean, it's always quite sad to look at this and be like, what could have been? Kavoth was playing a very nice game. So was B. If Kavoth just didn't like stop his villager production, maybe things could have been a little bit different. But he has equalized on the villager count, and Kavoth is not going to be dropping out of this game anytime soon. He is one of the most fighting players I know on the Age of Mythology circuit. And he has... Does he have the stronger late game? He doesn't have Helios. I think that's the big difference maker here. Normally I say Tartarian Gate, Hecate, very, very nice in the late game versus the big units like the Death Balls, the Tiger Cab, the War Elephant, the Greek army can be quite a good option there to make the Lampedes and things like that. But B has himself Helios, which gives him, he's not going it, but he's got himself Helios, which has basically the super archers, the super Arcus archers, which can be very, very difficult to take out as a Gaia. However, Hecate to come through, and this does make things a little bit more interesting for the late game. But Kavoth's got so much catching up to do here. He needs to play an immaculate game of Catch Me If You Can. And playing Catch Me If You Can against an Uranus, well, he's got Underworld Passage, like 5 of them. 6 of them? 6 of them? You start with 2 in the Archaic Age, you get 3 in the Classical, 4 in the Heroic, 5. 5 in the Mythic Age. You get 5. Meanwhile, up onto the top, a little bit of a raid. Does take out one of the Sky Passages. Nice little play there, but I'm sure B can start moving down to the bottom here and taking this position as well. Up to the top here. The Murmillo doing what they need to do. Trying to take out those Catapultis and everything else. As Kavoth charges in, we'll be able to start getting a little bit of damage onto these Terma, but the Corabalister are in. Look at that damage! Corabalister have been popping off here for 3DB in this game. Kavoth hasn't built a single one. And yes, there's like a ton of Terma for B, but not a single Corabalister has been built on the side of Kavoth here. Now, Atlas is on the way, however. This could be a turning point for Kavoth. Yes, he's going to have to deal with the Tartarian Gate. That's the big challenge. He has to deal with the Tartarian Gate. However, take a look at the actual HP on these units. 102. 176 is a lot of HP on the hero catapulties. But 144 on those catapulties. The Caraballis are 126. There's a world here that a good implode without Vortex, could all of a sudden equalize this game militarily for Kavoth. Tartarian Gate gets dropped down. If I'm Kavoth, I just say, no worries, see you later. This position doesn't matter. B needs to be somewhere else when he's clicking this. Tartarian Gate, the best way to use this one is drop the Tartarian Gate like here or like here and attack over on the other side. You have to attack somewhere else. The Kavoth just says, no worries, I'll pull back. We'll take our time. We'll play a waiting game. B now getting himself Mythic Rejuvenation. He's getting himself Celerity. I imagine we're going to be seeing some Lampedes here. Or he's just going to go into a massive amount of Satyr, which are another really, really nice late game unit. Not even late game. Mid to late game unit you can grab. Gets really, really strong with the Celerity. Palace coming up here as Kavoth does realize he's got to bail here, but losing a couple of Citizen to buy yourself some time isn't the end of the world. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, B trying to take this town center. Kavoth says, no, not today. Hero Destroyers come through, take out the Tartarian Gate, and Kavoth is trying so hard to bide his time here. Implode immediately down. The army already splitting off into multiple different directions. Over here, the citizens are going to start getting targeted down. A couple of units fighting onto this spot will end up falling. How much population does end up dying here for B is the question. Chaos gets dropped down. He's still sitting at 7.3k military. His army is not dying. Citizens falling in the main base. Caraballister coming through to help take out those Murmillos and everything else here. Citizens dying left, right, and center while this is going on. However, the Destroyers taking down the Palace, all the other stuff here. Kavoth is in so much trouble, but he's doing so much to throw it back at B's face here. Kavoth's still 170 pop. He's lost a mana, but he's still at full pop effectively here. His Destroyers do have to come back as he's being caught. All right, no worries. But B's still going after it. In onto this spot. Heavy Destroyers will be able to take out a couple of these units. Here, how much damage do they even do? 9.6 hack. Might not seem like a crazy amount, but it really is, as the Destroyers will pop in, take out that Sky Passage in a jiffy, as the Fire Siphon also going to be getting taken down, but Kavoth's economy is hurting. B here, he's got resources up the wazoo. That's a technical term. Technical. Up the wazoo. What I want to see from B here is the Palace spammage, and he's doing that. When you have the economic advantage, an easy way to translate it to a real advantage, a tangible advantage, is get full pop and you just claim gold mines. And you just claim, and you claim, and you claim, and you never stop claiming. As this Lampede with that Chaos ability gets a lot of kills there, but does end up falling. Also, the Satyr over here going to be falling as well, as B continuing to charge in here, and Kavoth does pull back. His villagers will be able to get back to work. Still haven't seen B grabbing this Hesperid's tree and using it. Neither are we seeing the Dryads out for Kavoth just yet, because there's just so many heroes in the Atlantean Mirror. It's making it very difficult to make those sort of things work. Kavoth pulls back again. And the big question is, where to next? Both players 100 population. Let's have a quick economic guild check. Kavoth missing tier 3 farms, tier 2 wood, tier 3 gold. 3DB missing himself tier 3 farms, but he's getting it. And tier 3 gold. as I'm sure he might even consider to start a trade route soon. As the army charging up to the top. He's got himself hero fanatics in here as well. Like, here's the thing about Hyperion hero units, as I want to finish my point, but Kavoth does decide to tap out here. The thing about Hyperion hero units, especially with Oceanus, but even without Oceanus, every HP they get back is literally paying for their heroization. So, yeah, it's a really, really, really nice thing to be doing from B. And he actually showed exactly how powerful you can be with this Urano Scud here. An incredibly well-played game. Unfortunately for Kavoth, does get that idle town center for 5 minutes there, roughly. Actually, let's have a quick look. Exactly how long was it idle? Starts at 12 minutes here. This is first villager. And 18 minutes and 33 seconds is his next villager popping out. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Not much you can do about it. It happens. You've got to have those mental checks. In Age of Mythology Retold, they do have the villager auto queue. If you turn it off, make sure you're taking a look at this global queue. It's on your screen as well. You should always see villagers there. That's another little mental check there, but it is what it is. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Kavoth will have to take a mental breather to some degree to just be like, no, we played well. We just screwed up in that one area. Let's get into the next game, and we can not make those mistakes going into this next one. Let's see what they're going to pick. It is Kavoth's turn to pick a map. We'll see what it's going to be. Alrighty, so B does get himself his win. Happy days. Looks like we are going in onto the map King of the Hill. And it's going to be an Isis versus Amaterasu showdown on King of the Hill. All right. The banner of the matches is showing too often. Do you mean the schedule? All right, we can fix that up. I don't know how. Alrighty. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, our next game is going to be an Isis versus Amaterasu. I think this is going to be Kavoth's comfort zone to some degree. Amaterasu does have a couple of tricks that Isis has to be very well aware of. For example, a really fast advance time with Ameno Uzume is always going to be scary. The one Udor type all-ins can be very, very scary as well. And there's some other shenanigans in there, I'm sure, that B is very, very well aware of. Now, it's an interesting one to pick Amaterasu on, this King of the Hill. Very, very interesting. Of course, like I think the idea has to be some sort of one Udor shenanigans just to make sure that the middle of the map can't get locked up by things like, of course, B's got Noir, but like a Noir type center map control with like an earth wall and a whole bunch of towers and things like that. But really, Kavoth doesn't have any of that. Kavoth only really has Egyptians for this map. But I mean, he's got the... I mean, the fact that he has all 3 Egyptians does say something. This means 3DB doesn't really rate Egyptians at the moment. Like, he goes, just take him. It's fine. And Kvot's going to have to prove to the world why the top players keep saying Egyptian is one of the best gods in the game. He's going to have to prove to the world. That's right now. If he doesn't win, Egyptian gets buffed. If he does win, Egyptian gets nerfed, right? That's exactly how it works. I'm just kidding. But seriously. And this game is going to be wild. This game is going to be it. I guess on the flip side for the Amaterasu, the one thing that you really have to be worried about here if you're playing Amaterasu in this matchup is mass chariots. Effectively, I think that's my take on the whole thing. If Egyptian can get to mass chariots here, Migdol plus Chariot Archer, there's almost no answer on the side of the Amaterasu. Migdol, Chariot, Monument, almost no answer. And then you can just claim the center, and it can be very, very tough for B to get out of there. But we'll see. We'll see what Kvot's plan is. I'm more excited about what B is doing. B loves to throw me some random shenanigans. He's already proved that my meta is incorrect by picking Prometheus versus Gaia there. Would have been really, really interesting to see Kvot go Leto in that last game against the Prometheus. But of course you don't know. Maybe he did know. I don't know. Anyways, it's time for our next game here. Game number 2, Isis versus Amaterasu, King of the Hill, Kvot 0, B 1. Let's get it. And as we move into game number 2, on the map, King of the Hill, we've got ourselves the Isis for Kvot, and we've got ourselves the Amaterasu for 3DB. What is B going to do? What is the B man going to do here? This is where I get the giddies, because I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what these guys have been practicing. Of course, I've seen the games from last week. I saw the games the week before. But one week changes, and all of a sudden, people start working out. Actually, that strategy we were doing last week is a little bit iffy. There's a couple of things your opponent can do to sort of throw you off. But hang on, what about this strat? Ooh, this one's spicy. There was also a patch, right? A little tiny... Was there a patch? I feel like there was a patch. There was a patch. Demeter got Hera, right? So that's come along. No, that was last week. Anyways, don't mind me. But B here is going to be chucking down his temple on the right-hand side. Still no temple for Kvot. He just rushes out that not Vaults of Erebus, Flood of the Nile. Very, very stock standard stuff for the Isis. It looks like Kvot isn't going for particularly the fastest of advances here. He's got a forward gold mine. Doesn't really care if he gets rushed or not. He's going to be able to chuck up that temple fairly shortly as well. The one very different thing about these Pandoras box maps as to the regular maps on the ladder is that some of these maps spawn with slightly less hunt. And I think King of the Hill is one of them. And by slightly less hunt, I mean all of the same build orders you know and love are going to work on these maps. It's just that normally you're going to have like an extra 200 food in your base. But on these ones, that's not the case. Now, you do get a whole bunch of extra chickens and some extra berries in your main base, but yeah, the food is quite far away. Now, there's also this gold mine that's sitting over here. There's a talent center over here as well. So in grabbing this and then walling off this, you're going to be good to secure this back position and all that other good stuff. But the god has been chosen for 3DB. It's not going to be Amano Uzume. It's going to be the Hot Wheels. It's going to be Minakata Tomi. It's going to be some spice here. This is a god that we've been seeing more and more and more of since he was recently, well, I don't say recently. He was at this power level several weeks ago, but people are starting, well, people have been picking Minakata Tomi very, very, very frequently throughout this tournament. And now he's not going to be an exception to that. Kvothe is going to have to be very, very ready. Now, a simple, very, very simple answer to 1 Udor is just make sure you get out the priests and make sure you get yourself the vision so that you don't get caught out. So, for example, obelisks in the middle of the map, obelisks up the top, obelisks around the bottom. All of a sudden, 1 Udor come into your main base and they start wandering around this way, knocking down your things. You go, great, I'll get my priests over here and we'll defend. We're all good. If you don't have that vision, that's when things start getting really out of hand for the ISIS because the priests are too slow. They get caught out. They get killed off in an instant. They've got to be in the right place. They've got to be doing the right things. As up onto the top side, we do have the Shrine of the Hunt coming down. It's going to be protecting the food for the beat. Always love that. You can get yourself some of those wolves. It's got the Miko here as well, just in case any sort of a Nubite threat comes in. And no problems with that. So there is a couple of openings here for damage, though. Over on this side for the B wood villagers. Over here for the B gold villagers. As if we take a quick look at to exactly what Kvothe is doing, he decides to not drop early prosperity here. He's also going to be getting himself Feet of the Jackal. Grabbing himself a relic. This is going to be the Girdle of Hippolyta, making his ranged units have more HP. As the Anubite gets pulled back, it's a lot of shrine shenanigans. Look at this Miko! Gold mine, boar, wood line for 0.13 favor a second. My guy B is living the dream. What's the one at the top doing? Again, she's busy. 0.11, so still pretty obscenely good there as well. As the villagers will turn, Shank with Miko in. She's there to heal up as well. The villagers will be back to work, and that Anubite does need to pull away. As we see Kvothe say, "Give me this one." Give me this one. This one is mine here. But it is a town center that's quite far away from a whole lot of other stuff. It is a town center quite far away from a whole lot of stuff. Over onto this side, we've got the Automaton. Not Automaton. Why? Automaton are on my mind. The Anubite diving in yet again, but this is just never going to be a weak position for 3DB. You're never going to get any value here. Now, the big question is going to be, will B figure out what he's up against? Will B know this is a 2TC Kvothe? This is going to be a fast mythic, heroic Kvothe. He's dropping a barracks in here. What is the plan for Kvothe? And does he know what to do to counter it? Can he go after? Should he be? He hasn't dropped a second town center himself. So often, what you need to do here is you have to play a very, very aggressive one town center idea, which will mean a very necessary and heavy amount of favor to come in very, very quickly here for B. And on the other side for Kvothe, he needs to make sure he's getting himself out his priests. So do you see some axemen coming in for Kvothe, which scares me a little bit. It scares me just a little bit as the red units of B are going to be wandering down. They don't actually check the town center. This is a really strange decision from B, but I guess he just realizes he doesn't need to look at it because he knows if he sees some guys elsewhere, he's going to be okay. As Kvothe wandering forward, he's not paying attention here. How is he not paying attention here? The villagers on the way back over onto this side. We do have ourselves the Plague of Serpents to come through to try and take out the Miko on this position. But one villager does end up going down. One axeman getting burnt alive, and the villagers will have to pull all the way back. The gold mine over here with 1,000 left in it. This is where things get very, very spicy for Kavoth. The hero on the Musha here will be able to take out the serpents, and he gets a whole bunch of Bushido for this as well from memory. So that's not super ideal for B either. Up onto the top here, the Naginata rider checking things out, does see what's happening, and with watchtowers coming through, Kavoth here deciding to build some spearmen, some axemen and things like that. This is slowing down Kavoth's heroic age quite a bit, as the Anubites will be returning back in onto the unraidable position, but this time the villagers are very much in a position where you can probably get a couple of kills. As Kavoth dives in here, that's one villager pick. He is getting attacked over onto this side. However, the Pharaoh takes out the one Yudo. The Axeman takes out the Onnumusha. The villagers up to the top with the Naginata Riders doing their thing, and the Anubites manage to get away without any losses. Can they jump up this? I think they can, but no losses up here, and a dead Naginata rider as well. So far, so good for Kavoth. However, he still has the ultimate challenge ahead of him, and that is, how does he get to another gold mine? Kavoth charges forward here. You have to have the Axeman on the right units. The priest here getting targeted down yet again. As does he have enough? No, he doesn't. The one Yudo is actually going to destroy all of these axemen here. A huge blunder from Kavoth. Absolutely gigantic. He loses everything there. He's still not going to the heroic age. He's got into the middle to get a little bit of gold. I'd love to see a prosperity get clicked down at the moment. He needs as much gold as he possibly can, as soon as he possibly can. Towers from Kavoth. Of course, the only way Kavoth loses this game right now is if he gets gold starved. He is so far in front on the villagers. 3 towers on this front. I want to see a wall here to add to his defense of this position. And I want to see priests. He needs priests out. Please click prosperity, Kavoth. You need it, my friend. On the other side for B, we need one Yudo. One Yudo, they look at a tower and they say, lol, you actually built a tower. Now, Kavoth does have crenellations, so these towers are going to hit pretty hard. The villagers can happily turn around, get some shanks in here, and the Naginata Riders will need to pull back. But it is a very, very suspenseful moment here as the army comes through. There cannot be enough stuff here for B. B's army looks tiny. Now, of course, the Onnumusha are worth 4 pop. So you have to imagine this army is 14 infantry units here. Of course, they don't have any bonuses versus infantry like the normal samurai, but they're still very, very powerful. As the prosperity does come down, Sobek is in, and Kavoth seems to have I don't want to speak too soon, because the one Yudo are coming. Yes, there's going to also be a locust, but like, if you can't defend this area, you just lose, because you're not going to have any gold left. There's only 2 priests. The army charging in. Is there going to be enough stuff here? One Yudo charging after, or flaming down the towers here, as Kavoth He's too busy focused in onto this position with the Anubites. He needs to be focused over here. The Pharaoh needs to be on top of the Infernal One Udol. The villagers starting to shank him. Look at the damage from those One Udol here as this one does manage to pull back, stays alive, barely there. Is there enough stuff here or not? Another Plague of Serpents does get dropped down. There's still one more. One Udol. The villager differential has now become equal. And Kvothe has got nothing remaining. But now the Heroic Age is in. The Petsukos can come through and help out with some defense. Pharaoh goes down. Villagers garrisoning into the tower. Petsukos runs to its death here. Anubites over onto this side also getting cleaned up as B is playing such an impeccable game of Amaterasu here. And Kvothe moves over onto the bottom side. He's got nowhere else he can go. He's going to get a Migdol stronghold up, but still, you need to be worried here that One Udol are just going to come in and clean everything. It's still 2 Townsend as to 1 Townsend. Even if it's equal, it's not equal. But on the Musha coming in, they spot the Migdol going up. The village is falling. And there isn't any great defense here. Kvothe can build himself some chariot archers. They build kind of slow. Units falling over here as they're going to dive into the tower. More chariot archers to come through. Tower will go down at the top here for Kvothe. Kvothe's villagers over onto this top position. Also going to start going down. Now, there is still a Locust. We are seeing more One Udol coming in for B. And as B says, I don't even need to leave. I don't even need to leave this classical age. I don't need a heroic age god power. Let me just stay in the class. I've already got heavy. Bushido tier 3 is in. Bushido tier 3 is in. Now Camel Rider's coming through for Kvothe. He needs to not throw away units. Going for raids here, straight through the middle is not what he needs to do. Pulling back to his Migdol stronghold at the very least, but the problem is he needs priests in to deal with One Udol. How many One Udol do you think you need to take down a Migdol stronghold? Will 2 be enough with this amount of Naginata riders? Another Migdol stronghold for Kvothe. A desperation attempt to hold on to this position. He is so far behind here. An obelisk to come down. Priest going to dive in to the Migdol. Chariots on the backside. Villagers diving into the Migdol stronghold. The Pharaoh almost going down as well. Good control there from B as the priests do come through. The Miko going to be keeping everyone alive over here. Not able to do so. A great defense from Kvothe on the backside. However, the Naginata riders, they aren't dying here. Priest will be able to take out the Infernal One Udol. Look at the control from B though. All the units dying. Kvothe not able to hold on onto this position, and the One Udol will be able to continue the push. Priest popping back out again to try and take out these Infernal One Udol as the Miko will end up falling too. The main base, however, under siege. Kvothe could try as sneaky to get back into the middle of the map and get himself a little bit more gold. But while this is all going down, he's got so much idle time. 19 idle villagers here. And Kvothe taps out. Unable to stop the B-Man in this one as well. 3DB, the madman, continues the mad course in this game. So far, I've seen, I would say, a slightly off meta Uranus, but obviously worked perfectly. Now we see the One Udol into this Isis. Now, I've got to say, Kvothe here, made a couple of pretty critical errors here, throwing away units, especially on this fight over here. That freaked him out. That mistake on this position freaked him out. His heroic age was way later than it should have been. Should have been into those chariot archers. He should have been completely fine. Should have had the stronger priest for getting to the heroic age to allow him to deal with the one unit a little bit easier. But I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due to 3DB for putting the pressure on and forcing that type of a mistake in game 2. But right now, 3DB might be giving Kavoth a very, very early bedtime here for Pandora's Box 2 on March the 14th. Kavoth needs to fight back. He's got to lock in here. He's got some strong gods left in his god pool, but not getting the dub out of his Isis, and especially not getting the dub out of his Isis against Amaterasu, I do think the Isis has got a very, very nice matchup into. That's got to sting. But he can still manage to pull this one back. Will he be able to complete the reverse sweep or not? Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty. We've got ourselves another game. Another you, another me. It's going to be on the map Budapest. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. B is locked in, means business. And he is going to be showing his skills here. It's a Zeus versus Hades. It's been a while since we've seen these Zeus versus Hades. We've been seeing people. We've been seeing people going away from the Greek on this map. We've been seeing people picking things like Loki on this map, Thor on this map, Japan on this map, China on this map. But a return back to what we know and love in tournament season. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and the Greek gets picked on water maps. That's what happens. I want to say a huge shout out to Hercules. I haven't seen that, but I appreciate the dono, my friend. I have not seen it. I'll check it out after the stream if I have any energy. Yeah. Why isn't Mr. playing? It's because he can't play. He wanted to play, but he cannot play. For the millionth time. I love you guys, but if anybody asks, just tell the person. Just say he just can't play. He wanted to play. That's the important part. He wanted to. He just couldn't do it. Alrighty. We got ourselves our third game here. Be up 2-0. Kavoth. This is not the end of his tournament. If he loses this game, he loses the next game, or he loses the game after it. It's not the end of the tournament for him. He will have to pull up tomorrow because it's loser's bracket. For those of you wondering exactly what we will end up seeing, we pop over here. Kavoth will be moving down to play, if he loses here, or if B loses here, we'll be moving down to play Mini Yeti tomorrow. Mini Yeti. So, I'm not going to lie. This is kind of a scary game for both 3DB and Kavoth. Why? Because Mini Yeti is 3DB on steroids. You don't know what Mini Yeti's going to do any more than Mini Yeti knows what Mini Yeti's going to do. And he's really well trained in that. And that doesn't make any sense. And I know it doesn't make any sense, but that's the fact of it all. That is the fact of it all. But a Zeus versus Hades here, Kavoth needs this win. He's still got his set for Dry Arabia or Gorge. He's still got a Poseidon for Dry Arabia or Gorge. Both really nice gods there. B still has his Thor though. B's going to want to avoid, if, let's just say for argument's sake, because I want to see a 5-game series. Let's just say for argument's sake that Kavoth manages to win this game. B needs to avoid the set with his Thor and hit that Tsukiyomi into either Poseidon or Ra. That's what he wants. You don't really want to play the Tsukiyomi into set, I don't think, especially not Kavoth's set. And you don't really want to play that Thor into Kavoth's set either, actually. I think B doesn't want to play against set just in general. There is a world where Noir is a nice pick as well on, say, Dry Arabia for B. There's no Chinese for Kavoth, so that's going to be normally his big picks for China would go onto a map like Dry Arabia, a map like Gorge, but obviously he has none of them. I'm surprised to see him actually not picking up the Noir because he's so good with it. But the real big questions is going to be like, what if Kavoth wins next? Is he like, which god does he not pick? Because he's got 3. Well, obviously Set's going to have to be in there, but Set, one of the best gods in the game at the moment. But Ra or Poseidon for that last pick is really going to be all about what B's got remaining. Alrighty, we got ourselves game 3 on the map Budapest. Zeus versus Hades. I actually don't know if we've seen this matchup very much in this tournament. Like I said, we haven't been seeing it. We've been seeing Loki. We've been seeing Japan here. We've been seeing Kronos here. We've been seeing everything. Thor as well on Budapest. We've been seeing everything and more on this map, except for the Greek Mirror, which we used to see every single water map, like on Anatolia, on Midgard, on Mirage, on Mediterranean. It was always the Greeks, but as people are getting better, realizing they can pick some other gods, we are seeing some different stuff. Zeus versus Hades, I don't know. I haven't seen it in ages. This map, very specific. 3DB has the craziness behind him. He might go Ares here. You never know. But we don't have to be thinking about it all too much longer. We're going to be going into the map Budapest. 0 to 2 for 3DB. Is it going to become 1 to 2 or 0 to 3 and we go to the next series? Find out soon. Let's go. And off to the races we go into game number 3 here. 3DB very comfortably up 0 to 2 in this best of 5. He's got his Hades. Very, very good with the Hades. He's had a lot of success with this god throughout his Age Mythology career, specifically by playing with Cyclops. He's one of the original enjoyers of the Cyclops. Is he going to go for that again? On the left-hand corner, Kavoth playing Zeus. He is very good with this Zeus. He loves a good hoplite raid. He loves being aggressive with it. But when you're playing against a Hades, you got to be somewhat careful. The one thing I want to point out here is both players go for a very safe first dock. I find this very peculiar in this matchup. There's nothing stopping me from saying, just go for this middle dock here straight away. I'm very confused about this. I keep on bringing it up because it's so confusing. I want one of these top players to just tell me, Boit, you're being dumb. It's better to just get the income going and then we can go get the middle later than try and secure it all for yourself and risk dying early on. Okay, thank you, Twitch chat. I'm never asking you to do anything ever again. Alrighty. Let's check out some relics here as General Malagius has statues erected to his honor, protecting these relics. We've got ourselves Sharon's Opal over here. If you do end up losing a villager, you get a little bit of a constellation prize there, a little bit of extra resources back. Little Crow Circle over here with the minus 50% armor weapons upgrade, food and wood, or food and gold, I should say. Onto the bottom side here, we've got more of General Malagius, who's really been enjoying Budapest. We've got skulls of Cerstipes. Getting some early monkeys in is always nice. And finally, we've got the arrows of Heracles, making the damage of ranged attacks plus 5% there. As we do see another dock up for Kvothe. B, on the other hand, is looking like he's opting for a faster temple. And potentially, never mind. No, yes, a faster temple. Instead of that, extra dock. Which I want to say I think this favors Zeus and favors Kvothe. I don't like this decision from B because there's really not a lot that he can get done. I'm gonna eat my words because B is gonna get so much done here, but I don't think there's a lot you can get done with Hades early on versus Zeus because of this god power. You charge him with a Minotaur or a Cyclops, it gets bolted. You charge him with your Achilles, it gets bolted, and the Ajax and the Jason kills off your myth unit. But it is going to be Ares from 3DB. He's not playing around, he's not messing around, and I love this choice. Why? Because Hapaspist, their stock, in terms of how good they are in a game of Age of Mythology, rises a ton on a map with water, on a map that's got close spawns, and on a map where your opponent is likely going to want to build hoplite. I really like this. I don't think B needs to go for Cyclops. He's got 3 villagers on the temple, just trying to get himself in this Vaults of Erebus as fast as he possibly can. Doc coming up onto the top. Kvothe already does have himself out 15, going on 16 fishing ships. On the other side for 3DB, only 8 fishing ships. So this is a considerable advantage for Kvothe. It can be slightly circumvented here by grabbing this tech. Of course, also an extra 2 gold per second is going to be a nice little advantage as the Cyclops will make its way over onto this left side. I imagine adjacent is, well, it's waiting in the main base. I like that as the scout comes over, sees what's going on. There's going to be the monkeys there as well. So this is not going to be the easiest of kills over here, but there's already 2 docks for Kvothe. So I don't see this being the biggest of issues for Kvothe at all. And in fact, I would go insofar as to say maybe bolting this Cyclops wouldn't be a terrible idea, as we do have ourselves a stable and a military academy coming up for Kvothe. Very, very interesting decision there. The stable was a mistake. Never mind. Kvothe is he's a little bit nervous, I think. As the Heracles is going to make its way over, the Minotaur going to make its way over. There's also the technology in so that his heroes can get a little bit of HP back. But like, even if you lose the dock, it's only 100 wood, and it's not even 100 wood that you really need. As we've also got the Persine to come through. Jason getting that damage done. Heracles coming in, and that will be a dead Cyclops, a very much alive and well dock, and a bolted Achilles with the Minotaur in to really cause some problems. Finally, it looks like Kvothe settling in. He's the one on the aggression. Takes down a villager there with the headbutt. 2 villagers with the headbutt. Absolutely gigantic for Kvothe in this early game. Yes, the Minotaur is going to be down, but that there could not have gone any better for Kvothe. He killed off the Cyclops. He saves the dock. He comes back in. Never mind. I don't know if he saves the dock. The dock does end up going down. So, but I mean, you lost the Cyclops for a dock, so it's not even that good. More hoplites going to be making their way over here as well to deal with the Ajax, as a villager going to make its way over and build the dock here too. We are seeing some fishing ships coming through for B, as he does have the trireme up just in case. A dock coming through here for Kvothe does get spotted, but the trireme not watching. You need to be literally staring at the minimap here and seeing that red or blue dot. If you're playing with friend or foe colors, red dot popping up on that shore, and you have to get that trireme onto the villager like nearly instantly, because that dock does it feels like it shoots up very, very quickly. And now Kavoth will simply just need to build on his advantage. He's picked 2 villagers off. He's got himself, per scene, he got himself the villager advantage. He got himself the fishing ship advantage. He's got himself the military advantage here as well. Coming over onto this side, we will be also seeing a Juggernaut coming through as Toxotes going to start getting built for 3DB. And the Juggernaut pops out, going to take out the Trireme here very, very quickly. But so too does the 3DB fishing ship's going to garrison. That's going to be a little bit of arrow fire onto the Juggernaut, as we also see a Pentaconta coming through. B is housed at the moment. He's got the Trireme and the Pentaconta in queue. Another one will pop out here to try and deal with this, as these Hoplites will be able to finish this position off. However, the Cyclops now coming in. This is scary. If the Cyclops gets in, he can very easily kill off an unsuspecting, or not even an unsuspecting, just a player not paying attention. Can pick off an entire gold mine of villagers. Look at the damage he does. 65 hack. Not enough to one hit the villagers, but you can leave them with about 5 HP each. If you pick up a villager, throw it at the villager line, and they aren't like watching, right? You can get off a lot of damage here. But Kavoth claims the top fishing spot, charging around onto the bottom. He might even be able to pick off the dock on the bottom there as well. The difficulty here for Kavoth is, I think he needs heroic age. He could just go for some Minotaur as a different angle, but if he goes heroic age, he can get himself access to Odysseus. He can get himself access to a nice bronze, which can help defend against the Cyclops. And he might even be able to start working backwards and start thinking about a lightning storm, which can completely shut down what B is looking to do. As the Hoplites do get told to please leave my waters. The archers don't have themselves that bow of horror just yet. Enyo's bow of horror, which does give the archers just a little bit of extra damage, but more importantly, the speedier arrow movement, which makes them more accurate, harder to dodge. But nonetheless, Kavoth is out of here. He's grabbing these fishing spots slowly. He's got so much more income than B here. This is the tough part. However, I've already said it once, but let's just bring it up again. One slip up versus these Cyclops. One mistake, and your life can be very much over in the game of Age of Mythology. However, Hippias coming in, Kavoth says, I am more than happy to take these fights. Restoration does get dropped down. However, too little too late, as the Heracles gets taken out there. One Cyclops will end up falling. I'm very, very surprised to see that move from Kavoth. It's not a game losing move, but generally speaking, the best usage of restoration is on a full population army versus another full population army. Up to the top, Kavoth now has to move himself onto another gold mine. The dock over here will end up going down, but does B know about this dock? Answer is no. Toxotes checking out onto the bottom. We do have some Peltas getting into the mix. And the big question is, does Kavoth have enough stuff to keep himself going here, or is he going to be in some trouble? Militarily speaking, it is equal, but it's Toxotes versus Hoplite mostly. That's the scary part. And the front line for B is very nice. Pestilence gets dropped down. Army charging through. Kavoth does decide to drop bronze here as the Peltas going to start taking out that back line. Heroes charging in here, going to attempt to take out the Cyclops as well. One Cyclops down. Two Cyclops not quite down just yet. The Jason will end up getting sniped here from the Toxotes as well, as the Cyclops throwing that unit over onto this side, but it is looking like with the bronze assistance, it is going to be enough. Kvothe manages to survive there. The three-headed golden hydra, 754 points of damage, living the dream up onto the top side. We do have a little bit of annoyance here from B as a Skylar is called upon to help defend. The random monkeys coming through, monkeying around. They do get sent packing. Now the hoplites yet again get a circle and look for somewhere else to attack. We got the heroic fleet coming through from B to try and deal with these Skylar. It's a very big spend when you're behind. I feel like he just has to give up on this spot, but nonetheless, he's going to be making himself some trireme. Going to give the heads back over to Kvothe, as, you know, you kind of need 3 trireme to take out 1 Skylar with heroic fleet. Because the hoplites are going to move in and take out the back docks yet again, because why not? Toxotes are in to play defense here, but this is just a distraction type of move. The big thing here is that Kvothe doesn't have himself a bronze anymore. 3DB does have a heroic age god power when he hits the heroic age, so Underworld or a curse or something like that can be some assistance. Now for Kvothe here, considering his economic, I mean, it's not a crazy big lead. He's lost some villages along the way. But yeah, I mean, it's just the fishing ship differential. But I guess he's locked this off now. So he has brought himself back to equality to some degree, but he does have to catch up on this military differential. That's the hard part. But there is a lot of ways to do this. For example, a transport ship over here. You run the villagers back into the transport ship over onto this side, onto that gold mine. You might want to send the villagers forward and look to lock this off with a wall. A couple of walls up onto the top side could be a nice way to go. As the hoplites moving over onto this bottom position. We've got the heroes charging in to try and take out these Cyclops. Restoration number 2 does get brought in as the Cyclops will end up going down. Hydra also goes down there as well as the heroic age 4. B comes in, but B says, all right, you got me in this one, Mr. Kvothe, with your sneakiness. My Cyclops shenanigans do not manage to destroy the Kvothenator in this one, but a very, very nice, well-played game from Kvothe in this one. He looks like he's now settled into it. He played a couple of fairly sloppy games earlier. He didn't make any of those mistakes that he made in the first or the second game. Like walking his army in without watching it, getting caught out. He didn't make those mistakes in this game. So his level seems to have gone back up. The nerves maybe left. He's going to have to keep his level up. He's going to have to keep playing really well because B, he's not going to drop a beat here going into game number 4. He has the win in his sights. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Our next map is on Gorge. And I think from what I just saw then, I think we're going to be having ourselves the matchup which B wants. If there is a matchup remaining for B in this draft, I think this is the one that B wants. However, it's also the one that Kvothe wants. Now, what do I mean by that? So, if Kvothe gets Set versus Thor, he's super stoked, right? He's going to get a win because, he's not going to get a win, but he's got a nice matchup. Set versus Thor, definitely a winnable matchup for Kvothe. He very much knows what he needs to do to win that side of the matchup. But if he played Set versus Thor, then he would have to play Poseidon versus Tsukuyomi, or he'd have to play Ra versus Tsukuyomi, which are undeniably difficult matchups. We've seen Poseidon beat Tsukuyomi. We've seen Ra lose to Tsukuyomi. We've seen Tsukuyomi beat Poseidon. Then it's mostly on the skill side of things, but there's the mental part of it as well, where you're like, I just want the best god I possibly can have to play against the best god that my opponent has. So there is that. Alrighty. I'm pretty excited. I think B here, I think he does. I don't think he needs to win this one, but if he wins it, of course, if he just wins, he's happy, right? But I don't think he needs to win this one. I think he can take this one to game 5 and be very, very comfortable playing a Thor versus Poseidon or a Thor versus Ra. I think that's a very, very nice matchup for 3DB. And I think Kavoth here, I think he's probably not going to pick a Ra on a Poseidon on Dry Arabia. I think he's going to pick the Ra on Dry Arabia because Ra's good versus Noir, Ra's good versus Thor. So B gets to pick the matchup he's happy with. Does he want to play a Thor versus Ra, or does he want to play a Noir versus Ra? Either or is going to be fine, I think, but it's going to be a very, very close game 5 if we go there. But I'm saying a lot about ifs. This is it's a tough matchup. Both sides, you can't make mistakes here. There's no mistakes allowed to be made. There are no mistakes allowed to be made. Not in the slightest. Twitch chat, you're not even allowed to make a mistake. If you make a mistake, you lose. YouTube chat, it's all right. We'll forgive you just a little bit. Alrighty. For those of you who don't know, Gorge is the Age of Empires 4 Gorge. It comes from Age of Empires 4. The design is from that game, but it obviously has been adjusted for Age of Mythology. You'll note that there's multiple different types of animals. I don't know if have they added extra animals into Age 4 yet? We've got all the animals here. We've got elephant, we've got auroch, we've got deer, we've got caribou, we've got hippo. And we've got giraffe. It just keeps going on. We've got zebra. You name it, we probably have it. Monkey, snow monkey, desert monkey. We don't have desert monkey. We got ourselves 1 minute remaining here for this game. Our next match, patiently waiting in the back. We've got Rappel and Soup, two players very much eager to get going here, I'm sure. Our next matchup is going to be incredibly fun. I know that Soup's got some things cooked up. I know that Rappel has got some things cooked up. Haven't had a lot of games from these players because they did obviously win their first winners round. So they got an extra week of kind of hidden scrims, training in, watching what other players are doing, and adjusting their own strategies accordingly. But nonetheless, game 4 here for Kavoth versus 3DB. Another must win for Kavoth. He obviously doesn't want to go into the losers bracket. If he can stay in the winners bracket, it is better. Being a winner is better than being a loser. This just in. Nonetheless, let's jump into our next map here, onto the map Gorge, and see how it's going to go. And off to the races. We've got in the right-hand side of the map, if I rotate it like this, it's the right-hand side. It's Kavoth. He's playing some sets. On the left-hand side of the map, playing as Tsukuyomi. His name is 3DB. 3DB already has one win with the Japanese. And one win with the Japanese versus the Kvothian Egyptian. Can he find another one? Now, I don't want to say B got lucky against the ISIS because I don't think that's the case. But Kvoth made some very, very critical blunders in that game. The question is, can B still win if Kvoth cleans up his gameplay going into this game? He can't be throwing away units. We're in tournament mode here. You're not allowed to throw away units. You can't move your units forward and face palm into a bunch of Ondamusha and a 1 unit or 2. You're just not allowed to do that. Not at this level. Kvoth has to clean that up. We'll see what he's going to do. Relics on the top. Shenong's Okra Whip. Plow, Irrigation, Flood Control, plus 5%. Each individually. Konovic Jar of Imseti, minus 25% there for the infantry train time. Over onto this side, we've got the Pandoras box. It's the relic. It's the tournament name. The tournament is in the trophy. This is the trophy. It's just hanging here. It's here, guys. Just pick it up. You win. And up onto the top side of the map, we've got ourselves the Tale of Cerberus. Special attack recharge time, minus 25%. Now, ooh, does this one have any really specific uses that are really, really good? Oni? If you're, okay. If you're Susanoo and you have this relic and you make Oni, well, let's just say those Oni are going to be forever supercharged. Very, very, very strong relic there for the Susanoo. For Tsukiyomi, it kind of just gives you half of what makes the Susanoo Oni strong, which is the myth unit special attack recharge time. One day we'll see. One day we'll see it. Scorpion Men, yes. Scorpion Men with the Tail of Cerberus, Anubites with the Tail of Cerberus, Avengers with the Tail of Cerberus. There are birds as well. Yes, we might see some birds that can spit infinite army out. And we will be seeing the Inari All-Kami to come through here for 3DB. And Anubis again for Kvoth. Now, personally, I think against Japan, maybe against Tsukiyomi, Anubis is the better call. But I do like playing Tar versus Japan, just on the fact that I get myself shifting sands to avoid some of the more brutal god powers that can get thrown my way. But nonetheless, Monument to the Soldiers coming up for Kvoth. Villager's going to dive in and out of that town center. A little bit of min-maxing here from Kvoth. It looks to me like he's going to be playing a bit of a one town center idea, even though he's got all these villagers on gold. The spiciest of spicy from 3DB. He drops the new moon onto the temple. Never before seen. Action. I'm just kidding. This has been seen before. But nine-tailed kitsune are going to be an issue. We are going to be seeing the okay. No. We can't go play. This is a really, really, really dodgy move from Kvoth. I don't like this at all. In fact, B here should go passive stance with the villagers, and then he should just enjoy the Inari All-Kami Ivory Netsuke. And then he just gets a ton of gold here. The gold income is gigantic. You don't get any real crazy Bushido here from this because you don't get Bushido from myth units, but the Kitsune are in, the Unubite, this guy's going to go down. B is in Kvoth's head right now. He is living rent-free inside Kvoth's head. He's going, what is Kvoth going to do? Kvoth is going to build himself some Anubites. He's going to build himself some Spearmen. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to show Kvoth that I'm building Kitsune. Show Kvoth that I got myself Ivory Netsuke. And he's still going to drop the Plague of Serpents down and give all of those extra resources in for B early on. B now going to drop a dojo. B is cheating the system right now. Tsukiyomi is not allowed to build anything other than cavalry. He is the cavalry god. You must only build cavalry with a cavalry god, right? No. You're allowed to build dojo. You're allowed to build samurai. You're allowed to build myth unit. You're allowed to do whatever you want. Meanwhile, Kvothe up to the top here, and B will see exactly what's going on. No sneaky business, as the town center is going to go up over onto this top side for Kvothe. Now the question is, for B, he just used his gigantic power spike. He used it on the temple. Now normally, Tsukiyomi enjoys the power spike of new mooning his armory. Normally. And that gives him that mid-game power spike with basically full bronze in order to dominate an opponent. But B doesn't have that now. Ooh, is that going to be a villager pick? No. B doesn't have that. So what's he going to do in order to break this second town center? I don't think he has... I don't think he has an option here. I think he's either going to have to go for a whole bunch of Tengu raids or something like that in the heroic age. Or he has to grab his own town center. Maybe Oni. Oni could break it. I'm saying I say maybe, like I don't expect Fujin to come through from B, but you never know. You never know. However, we are seeing B getting at least a little bit of value. He does manage to take down the Kitsune. But he's going to be losing that Anubite there, as well as the priest comes over. A little bit of healing up to the top side here. There are these animals of setback here that Kvothe can realistically move back onto, no problems. Pharaoh going to get brought over here. The spearman circling around as well. It's this villager going to start getting targeted down. Almost a good defense from Kvothe, but he does end up losing one villager, though he picks off a Naginata rider for it, as the Pharaoh going up against the Kitsune over here. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Takes that one down. A priest falls, but the Ondomusha underneath the town center is also going to go down. Or not. No. Manages to stay alive. 20 HP and a dream. It's more units now powering up to this top side. Does Kvothe have enough stuff here or not is the question. The villagers will be able to finish off the Ondomusha, but he has been caught out now. The Kitsune in. Spearman gets thrown to its death there. And Kvothe to pull up to the top. And where to next? A lot of priests in queue here for Kvothe. One option always is to drop a second temple. If there's one player out there I would suggest to drop a second temple to, it's Kvothe against B. Why? Because getting out priests is very, 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 very important. It's only 150 gold. I say only. Of course, it's a lot. But it's only 150 gold. It's very, very useful. They heal. They convert. They drop vision. Villagers now making their way up to the top to grab this gold mine around the back. No walls up for Kvothe just yet here. As the units over here getting caught out, trying to do some cheeky little speed walking shenanigans here. The priests are popping out. One more priest does end up going down, as the villagers will have to bail towards a tower or something. But B is all over this. Towers do end up coming through now for Kvothe. I'd love to see a wall up behind this one for Kvothe while this is all going on. Of course, there's tons of stuff happening as the Juragumo picks up a villager. We'll send that one over onto the side. We'll end up getting taken out. Another villager going down here as the B raids are incredibly aggressive here. He just says, I don't care about your town center. I don't care about your towers. Let me just kill you, my friend. Kvothe needs to just garrison everything. There's no need to be trying to min-max this defense. Just don't lose a villager. B is losing so much to sitting underneath this town center and sitting underneath these towers. Just take the L, take the loss of resource, then get back to work as soon as he leaves. Meanwhile, villagers onto the top, they can get back to work. Another idea here for Kavoth is very little utilized part of set, which I think is really, really important in niche situations, specifically when we're stuck in the classical age with no food. Let's make some gazelle of set. This is a niche thing. When you're stuck in the classical age with no food, and of course there's berries on the back, but just make yourself a bunch of those. You can get yourself to the heroic age. That's enough then to start getting your migdols down, getting yourself more of the map to go and eat some more food and all the other good stuff. Now B, yet again, positioning up onto the top side, looking to hit a raid over onto this back wood line yet again. Kavoth here. Let's have his villagers over onto these chickens. He does decide to pull back there as the walls will be finishing up for Kavoth over here. The army is in. The spearmen are there. We've got the medium spearman upgrade to come through as well as that serpent spear. Also behind this, the very important thing that B is doing is he is getting Miko through. He's got himself a second town center and he can go up to another new moon here. So while I think, technically speaking, Kavoth is in front, it's only by a little bit. Those Miko are very, very important. As the spearmen will be able to fend off just a little bit here. Units are pulling back. And the thing that Kavoth needs more than anything else in the world right now is some food and a heroic age. You could buy it. Really nice raid to come through now for Kavoth. Fighting for his chances in this game, but he does miss the units over here. Up into this position, the army charging into the main base yet again. As Swampland does get dropped down, Kavoth will have to bail back to his town center. Villagers will simply just all need to garrison. Yet again, picking off a couple of villages here is well worth this trade. Look at the Juragumo starting to come out. There's 3 of these bad girls. They pick up a spearman and they say, excuse you, you, good sir, are dead. You don't get any sort of chances here. You just die. We are now seeing the segment coming through, but this is yet again B hitting Kavoth while Kavoth is trying his luck at teching here. Villagers to come over, going to attempt to get this repairing in. There is this armory there, which is going to be blocking this off. Not ideal for Kavoth. He does still have this front position to come up to. Does keep it alive for just a little bit as the axemen, spearmen are needed up onto this top position. Little bits of those units getting cut off as well as he will be able to pull behind his wall. Axeman on top of a samurai here is exactly what he wants, but there's just not enough units after spending that 1,200 resources on advancing. Spearman will be able to come through here as well. Great control from B, but better control from Kavoth to stay in the action there as the Citadel Center will come through. And these units of 3DB will end up falling. Meanwhile, the wall on this side does end up going down. How many priests do you have? You got 5 priests. I think that Kavoth has made a miscalculation here by going for Sekhmet. Yes, the spearmen, not the spearmen. Yes, the chariot archers are your main unit you want versus Japan. They're good against pretty much everything, right? Japan doesn't have any of those ranged counter archers like the Peltas, like the Slinger, like the Terma, like the Javelineer. Like, he doesn't have any of those units. Only got Naginata Riders. Shinobi are there as well, but Shinobi not the best versus the Chariot Archer with all of that bonus damage versus infantry and a Migdol mixed in place. You can catch out a Chariot Archer with Shinobi, but if there's a Migdol in place, you just got no business being even close to them. Great little raid here from Kavoth as B is playing incredibly aggressively with those villagers. Definitely should not be that far forward. Houses coming in for Kavoth. He's got himself the animals of Set to eat underneath his town center too. We do have Hachiman on the way for B. But even with the 5 Miko, with the amount of myth units that B has been making, he's got himself 2 9-tailed Kitsune. He's got himself 6 Juragumo Venom Spinners. Even with all the Miko, he doesn't have enough. Not enough favor for another new moon. So there's no gigantic power spike here for B. But his army is strong. And Kavoth is not respecting this as he just loses nearly every single one of those spearmen to those Juragumo just walking up and saying, hello there. I'm just a pretty spider lady. I don't mean any harm. That's literally what they said. Just like that. Just like that. Nonetheless, more priests coming out. We have Thoth in queue for Kavoth. He is not messing around. Get yourself to the Mythic Age is the game plan. The Miko over here will get shut down, killed before B can pay attention to that one. We've got ourselves the Golden Kite coming through. Lots and lots of favor having been spent then. Did we see a whole bunch of Tengu? What did he spend it on? More Jiragumo. He's got 7 Jiragumo. I have to say, I love this amount of Jiragumo, but the thing that's scary about this is that Meteor is incoming. And Meteor is going to make short work of a 480 HP myth unit. But he needs to act really quickly to get value out of these, or he needs to start splitting them up. Because, like I said, like the Meteor, I think it does divine damage or something. I think it does divine damage. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Anyways, more raids over onto the side as B's walls are getting shut down. Kavoth now charging in. He's got himself that vision as well. Comes in, sees the villagers going to be hitting those. The Jiragumo moving up onto this top side here as well. Chariot archers coming through, but Kavoth overstaying his welcome ever so slightly. We'll take a little bit of damage on the other side, but the most important thing here is that Kavoth keeps on taking land. He's going to run out of gold here. If he moves forward and grabs this gold mine, he can grab this town center. He can grab this gold mine. He doesn't need to move over to this side. But he does need to make a decision pretty soon. Because this gold tier, 3,500. This gold tier, 1,000. Is charging into the main base. A meteor into the main base is going to be somewhat difficult to deal with. Phoenix getting pulled back. Villagers in the main base just chilling underneath the Citadel Center for the time being. That's the Kitsune to come through. They're going to try and take out the Scarab and all the other good stuff. As the priests, plenty of priests in this time, as those Jiragumo will end up getting picked off very, very quickly. Onto the backside here, Samurai trying to get in, but those Chariot Archers should be able to sit in here. The other big problem is that a Meteor is coming in as he drops it straight in on top of those units. The Jiragumo getting sent flying, but so too are the Chariot Archers. Everything getting sent for 6 here as the military population of B does fall drastically down to 2K now. The town center also falling to add insult to injury. And Kavoth gets max value out of his Mythic Age God Power. Kavoth at the moment is at 170 pop as his reinforcements are starting to make their way forward. Third town center up onto the other side. I said Kavoth needs to move this way. He goes, never mind, I'll go onto the other side. No worries where that's concerned. B trying to grab the town center up the top as well to keep his hopes alive inside of this game as the Phoenix flying in here. Those Yumi Horse Archers do have a bonus. They can take out the Phoenix. Good control from B as he splits those ones up, and the Phoenix will end up dying there, but the egg going to get dropped down, and that's going to be even more tankage there. The Jiragumo Venom Spinner, love that name, comes in to get just a little bit of extra gold. You do have to remember that B's been getting resources from these spider ladies the entirety of this game. Meanwhile, over onto this side, town center does get denied. Kavoth drops himself that vision yet again over here just to see what's going on. But a Migdol for Kavoth to secure this position to get this gold mine. Migdol over here as well. All the upgrades are going to be coming through. And B looking to take one last fight. It looks like here. Camel Riders are in. They're going to charge forward. Yes, these Yumi Horse Archers have Sashimono Batterman, so they will be able to actually take out the Camel Riders. But with good micro here, You don't need camel riders. All you need is chariot archers to shoot and scoot backwards. Or apparently sit still and still win. Town center back up for 3DB in the middle. B does not, he doesn't want to give up. He knows if he, like, of course, if he wins the game, it's appealing, but he really doesn't want to be playing that next game. If he can win this one, if he can find a comeback here, it's going to be huge. Egyptian, the late game here for Set, I got to say, I don't think it's on the same level as the Tsukiyomi. But he gets up a palace over here, but a catapult for Kavoth is already out. And denying this gold mine, locking this gold mine off with a Migdol here as well, securing this gold mine, and then this is all that B has remaining. However, B comes in with all the Yuumi horse archers in the world and catches Kavoth out. Again, a huge amount of losses there. The big question is, what unit do you build if you're Kavoth? Now, I think you just build pure chariot archer. If my opponent is only going to be building Yuumi horse archer, I'm just saying, great, micro contest. Except my micro is way easier than these guys. 5 speed, no problems. Chariot archers popping in here. You don't want to be face tanking the Yuumi horse archers. The castle here. Will it go down? Does not go down. The catapult does end up getting taken out. Good control there from Kavoth using that garrison mechanic, taking down the Yuumi horse archers on the back. Villagers repairing this one up. This is the last chance, really, for 3DB to stay in this game. Over onto this side, we are seeing the chariot archers popping in, shooting, scooting backwards here. We'll be able to take out these guys and continue the raids. More units piling in. We're seeing Phoenix coming through now for Kavoth. And as the Phoenix pop out, B says, I don't want anything to do with your flaming, fiery birds of justice. And he does tap out. GG, as Kavoth manages to push the series to a game 5 here, ladies and gentlemen. 3DB had victory in the palm of his hand. But it's slipping. He's got one last chance to make it happen, to visit his first semi-final in an S-tier tournament. This is where you really got to lock in and trust your prep. Do you pick Thor? Do you pick Nuwa? Do you pick Poseidon? Do you pick Ra? Some very, very, very not unseen gods, but unseen for a game 5. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we're going to see. Our last game. No one could guess it. If you asked me at the start of this series that we would see a game 5 on Dry Arabia, I would say, you're laughing. There's no way we're going to be seeing a game 5 on Dry Arabia. If you then said we're going to be seeing a game 5 on Dry Arabia that is a Ra versus Thor, I would also say, you're dreaming. There's no way that's what we're going to see for the first series of the quarterfinals. But guess what? Sometimes dreams do come to reality, and we've got ourselves the exact matchup. A matchup made in the dreams. Tell them they're dreaming. Feel the serenity. If you know, you know. If you don't know, then you really got to check out The Castle. That is Australian cinema at its peak, at the highest level. Doesn't get any better. Alrighty. The guys, for a game 5, you know, I can understand them not starting just yet. They got to get themselves... They got to get themselves sorted out. They got to mentally prepare for this. Okay, let's talk strategy. First and foremost, Thor has the Dwarven Armory opening. Thor has the Dwarven Mines. But Dry Arabia, it's a pretty difficult map to really secure that second gold mine unless you go town center. Now, on the flip side, Ra doesn't have any really powerful economic opening. Like your Thor with the Dwarven Armory, like your Hades with the Vaults of Erebus, like your Prometheus openings with Uranus and Kronos with like early hero citizens, with there's so many, right? The list just keeps going on. What Ra does have is a very quick second town center. And if this map spawns in a very specific way, you can get elephants on that second town center. You can get a back gold mine there. And if I know B, and I feel like I know B wants to play aggressive. And Dry Arabia is not the most aggressive of the maps some of the time. So the keys to success here for Kavoth is going to be, all right, we need to get really good early game scouting in. So no cheesy builds. Got to get your obelisks down straight away. Got to see, is this a really nice defensive map? Is this the aggressive type of Dry Arabia? Which one is it? That's number one. Then he has to make the right choice to go the town center option or go for a big death ball of classical units to shut Thor out. And obviously he has to play really well behind that. On the side of 3DB, he's got to be actively scouting. He's got to he's got to take the game late game, basically. Not even late game, but like he has to play a 2 town center if the map calls for it. If you're not going to be able to make that all-in work that he loves and he's really good at, he's got to play for a second town center. That's where Thor is actually at its strongest. You can go 3 town center even here with Thor. Really, really powerful. Of course, if it's going to be a very aggressive game, well, he's got to be very much aware that he can play aggression. So scouting also very important for 3DB. Now, I want to throw out there that some of the super hyper efficient Thor builds might not be super valid. There's one other idea that could be Super B. The Super B, I haven't seen him do this before because he loves the armory opening. The Super B build would be the really fast advance through Freya. Kavoth, like I said, he has to get his scouting in. There's no greedy builds allowed here. Not greedy builds, but like hyper efficient, just empower, get a fast advance. We're not going to see a Kavoth like 330 advance time here. We might. I doubt it. He has to scout. He has to know what's going on. Ra's scouting is the worst in the game. Without question, it's the worst. Well, I mean, you could arguably scout a little bit with your Pharaoh at the start of the game. Sure, it hurts, but you can do it. But if you don't do that, Ra's scouting is the worst in the game. It's set scouting except without the animals. So yeah, the worst in the game. The meta is to scout with your 3 villages. You can empower the obelisk, so you get a little bit more scouting with your obelisk, but it's like Isis puts the obelisk up faster for cheaper. Set has animals of set to scout. Ra just has the obelisk empowerment, which is just, it's not that much of an improvement, guys. But anyways, we're about to jump into game number 5. These guys have had an intense series thus far. Nothing separating them at this moment apart from one matchup. Ra versus Thor. Who will come out on top Going in onto the map, Dry Arabia, made famous from Age of Empires 2. Let's check it out as we jump straight into it. Schmack. And off we go into game number 5. Game number 5. If it was game number 3, it would be a best of 3 because there's nothing between these two. In the left-hand corner of the map, I'm spotting at the top of the map already. Let's bring it up a little bit later with the golden statue devoted to Ra. His name is Kvothe. In the right-hand corner of the map, with the golden statue devoted to Thor. His name is 3DB. Let's just check out this town center. I'm looking at it. I'm seeing, if you guys probably can't see it, I'm seeing 2 dots here that could have been elephants. It's not elephants. Their rhinos are very close though. But more importantly, there's a back gold mine. There's back berries. There's a back giraffe here. For Kvothe, it doesn't get better. But he doesn't know. He's got 0 idea. On the flip side, well, B has an amazing town center too. He's got back giraffe, he's got back gold mines, no back berries, but he's got himself his rhinos close by. He's got some berries over here. His berries are over onto this right side. Not the biggest of deals for him. But couldn't be asking for a better position here for Kvothe to play a 2 town center game. We are going to be seeing B opening with the Dwarven Armory. Full gold spend. 6 villages onto gold. The man is a madman. I must say, 3DB does like the craziest of builds. Also, I like this from B. I see a lot of Thor players over-herding early on. You don't need to herd everything. In fact, you barely need to herd at all. You could just build an ox cart and then move the ox cart over after your animals are dead. But it is going to be an elephant killing adventure here for B, as this elephant is deciding whether or not it wants to join in and smack the dwarf. Does manage to do so, but will end up going down. A valiant fight from the elephant, but it is 1 to B and 0 to the elephant as the game continues along. But still, a really nice little opening here from B. He's going to have a huge amount of economy. On the other side here, we are seeing the obelisk going up everywhere, and Kvothe still doesn't know what he should be doing in this game. Now, on the flip side here, Kvothe could play regardless of how good his second town center is. He could play for a 1 town center tar bast type idea. No problems. Like, he could do it. There's no issues there, right? The only thing is, with a gold mine this amazing, with a very, very simple to defend town center, it might not be the easiest for Kvothe to execute, say, a tar type idea. We're seeing Bast. We're seeing Bast here from Kvothe. And we're seeing Freya from B. 2 different ways to play. Normally we see Forseti in this matchup from Thor. Normally we see Ptah from Ra. Bast has always been an option here though. For example, way back when, before a whole bunch of changes came through and Age Mythology moved through several different metas, Recon was a player who would always prefer to play Bast over playing Ptah. Meanwhile, Kvothe still doesn't know his town center is godlike. He does bring himself a priest over here to drop the obelisk. And to me, it looks like we are going to be seeing some sort of priest spammage to kick things off. And barracks are also going to be coming down. So this is not going to be any type of defensive shenanigans here. Not any type of defensive shenanigans at all. Now the Sphinx is going to be moving around over onto the left. Sphinx is going to be moving around onto the right. Now here's the thing though. With B going for Freya, you no longer have the Speedy Hearser, but you do have a Valkyrie, which will lose to the double Sphinx, but would be one Sphinx. Meanwhile, Cryo Sphinx as well. Pre-queued. The wood not in just yet for Kavoth. We'll start moving forward as well, making sure that there's no cheeky town center shenanigans coming in. And effectively here, Kavoth wants to catch B out. He charges over onto this bottom side. The Valkyrie is in. The Sphinx will turn. Get a bit of damage in. Up onto this top side. A house going to be going down. The Hearser come through. B has spotted the Kavothian tricks here. Kavoth wants to get a raided onto the back while attacking that front side. Not going to be happening. But with the positioning that B put this temple, losing this temple this early on, that hurts. That hurts a lot. As B comes forward. He's got so many resources in the bank right now. He's got to get those spent. He's been waiting to see what's coming his way. But now the Eclipse comes through. The Sphinx coming in. The Hearser are in as well. This is an absolutely wild move from Kavoth. He's trying to get some damage done. As the Sphinx over onto this side, they do a lot of damage here to these villagers, but B is quickly charging to the defensive positions inside of his town center. The Cryo Sphinx, or not the Cryo Sphinx, just the, oh, it is the Cryo Sphinx. The Cryo Sphinx here does need to pull back, but units are falling, but so too have the Sphinx been dealt with. An amazing defense from 3DB. As Kavoth comes in trying to take out the Dwarf, gets a couple of smacks over onto those Hearser. And a Dwarven Mine is clicked for B. B has 400 gold here, 1,000 gold here, 1,500 gold left while he's spent 1,800 gold. No, that's not right. 1,500 gold on dwarves. Because they cost 50 gold instead of 60 gold. 1,500 gold. So, yeah, he got an extra 1,000 gold, but he's already spent all of that gold on dwarf. So while he's got the resources in faster, he's already spent it all anyways. So he's going to have to move out onto another gold mine. He's going to have to take a fight. Kavoth will have more stuff than him. But the question is, can he get onto those positions and find some wins here? Obelisks for Kavoth aren't set up just yet. Random Sphinx onto the bottom as Hyrule Sphinx is coming through. Speedy units are in as the Hearser does notice this. The two Hearser are in and Kavoth will say, no worries, I was just kidding. It's just a joke. It's a prank, bro. It's a prank. This is going to be spicy. 3DB looking to cut Kavoth off at the pass here. The Hearser coming through. The Sphinx at 5.8 speed does get caught. Couple of smacks in. The raiding cavalry coming through as well. A great catch here as the Sphinx does manage to whirlwind its way through there. And B, with some amazing army movements, does get thwarted there from the slipperiness of that Sphinx. Now, the question is, what is Kavoth's plan here? Of course, death ball it up and then go for it, but he needs to be able to deal with these thrown axemen. Now, he doesn't have Eclipse. The general idea here for Sphinx classical fight versus Norse is that you build Sphinx, Spearman, Axeman, Priest. That's it. You click Eclipse and you erase the backline with your Sphinx. That is the general idea, but a huge move here, and he doesn't even need the Eclipse as the Sphinx get onto that backside. Forest Fire over here will be just a tiny little bit of damage onto those units. Kavoth doesn't even care about it as the Sphinx here bailing away onto the backside. Now this other Haruko Sphinx coming in to try and hit that backline. Again, no Eclipse on this one, but I don't know if it's going to matter. The Priest heals to come through as well. One Sphinx down, two Sphinx down, but is there enough army here for 3DB to survive? The Throwing Axeman doing some good damage as the Sphinx still running around dodging those Hersa. Priest keeping everything alive. Is there enough stuff remaining here for 3DB or not is the question. He's got to bail away. Throwing Axeman shoot and scoot here. Will be alive for just a little bit longer. He's got 76 favor in the bank for another Dwarven Mine if need be. He's dealt with the Sphinx. There's one left. But now what? But now what? 3DB still has got some moves here. Down to the bottom gold mine. Does Kavoth know? Yes, he does. He knows there's a gold. He absolutely knows there's a gold mine there. He's got to set up obelisks all the way across here. The sneakiest move here for 3DB would be to go to this gold mine. And Kavoth knows this. Obelisk over there. The obvious move is to come to this gold mine and play for that position. 39 villagers, 43. Kavoth really hasn't done any economic damage to B apart from idle time. Idle time is idle time though. Another Sphinx to come through. Going to continue to make these bad boys out. Armory situation for Kavoth. Missing just a little bit there. B, he can't afford to get anything in. Sphinx comes forward. Kavoth, yet again, he's got to be really careful with these Sphinx. B is everywhere. You can't just run your unit in. You've got to be very much staring at the minimap to see those red dots coming by. Meanwhile, the B units are on this gold mine. Slingers are coming through. Now, the big thing I think that Kavoth has managed to do here, which is not ideal for B, is he's managed to keep B in the classical age. Which now means that slingers are coming. And the slingers, while he didn't build them before, they can be a little bit difficult to use early on. In this position, they start really being powerful. However, Kavoth needs this upgrade. 17 range versus 18 range slingers is night and day. But he's going to go for it nonetheless. A couple of raiding cavalry up onto this top side looking for damage. There's already a Sphinx waiting there just in case. Kavoth sees what's going on and says, no, we don't take these. We wait. If you're going to keep spamming units and I spam units too, get copper weapons, get some more Sphinx in. Most importantly, get to 175 pop way before the Thor can. Could be good. However, B is also up to B shenanigans. Why not get some heroic age upgrades in the classical age? We're playing Thor. Bronze male to come through. Part of me would have liked to see the bronze weapons before, because one of the main ways you defend here with the throwing axeman is shoot and scoot. You don't really want to be playing any actual fights. So if we have a little bit more damage, it could be really nice. As the Sphinx roaming around up onto the top side. Can take out some houses, be annoying. Kavoth now going so back. Oh, this is going to be also another terrifying moment here for 3DB. He's got so much favor though. The terrifying moment for B here is the fact that there's going to be a Locust on top of his entire army. This is going to be the Kavoth plan. I'm surprised we don't see Sekhmet, but Kavoth loves Sobek. Sekhmet is amazing versus Norse because you can get the Slings of the Sun, but we didn't see Ptah, so he's lost out on the double synergy there, so maybe it's not super worth it. Great reaction from Kavoth. That there is what I like to see. He runs forward, he sees the units, he pulls back, doesn't lose too much, popping back over, just making sure he can see the army. What Kavoth wants is a fight just as he hits the heroic age. He wants the fight just as he hits the heroic age, boosts up his Sphinx, it's his Sphinx damage and things like that. Raiding cavalry coming in. They do have that 6.6 speed. Does Kavoth have himself Skin of the Rhino? There is no Skin of the Rhino, but I guess it doesn't really matter just yet. Kavoth now says it's time to take the fight here as the Locust does get dropped down and this throw-in axemen are getting charging right over it. Huge damage onto those throw-in axemen as B splits his army up entirely here. He needs to pull all the way back. We're seeing some Valkyrie coming in for B. He drops down to 130 population. Kavoth is in a completely dominating position here, even bringing villagers forward to add insult to injury. Huge queue of units in the backlog here. Can B hold on is the big question. Priests to take out the Shield Maiden Valkyrie. The rest of this army of B is no more here, as it looks like Kavoth will be moving on to the semi-finals. I don't see a way through for B. He's got nothing remaining. And 3DB, an incredibly hard-fought series. But Kavoth, able to stick with it, survives through the B-man. If B maybe went heroic age, took a little bit of a risk here after he got onto his gold mine, went heroic age for Frost or something. But man, that Locust was so brutal because Kavoth clicks it in a way that if B sits and fights and doesn't run through the Locust like he did, he loses all of his throwing axemen. If he runs through the Locust like he did, he loses all of his throwing axemen. A beautiful cast from Kavoth to take Game 5. And Kavoth is into the semifinals. And Kavoth is in to the semifinals. Congratulations to him. It's not the end for 3DB. We will be seeing him tomorrow. Don't you guys worry. We're going to take a short pause for the cause here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set up for game number 2, which is going to be the Rappel and Soup. Don't you guys go nowhere. The Cyclops wandering forward. All of the Goaty coming in. Great garrison there from Matrius, but this is not going to be, Soup is not going to be slowing down here. He's got so many Toxotes that can do so much damage, with the Goaty going to be able to take out these Cyclops very, very quickly. One goes down. That's the raiding cavalry trying to get onto that backside here. Can Matrius hold here? Another Cyclops going to be coming, another one in queue, as well as the raiding cavalry here going down quickly. This next Cyclops to come through. All the raiding cavalry are down. Can Soup now deal with the final couple of Goaty and actually finish off this town center? The Cyclops picks up the Dwarf, but quick reaction there from Matrius. He garrisons back in. But the attack has not managed to clean up the town center. Damage has been done. As the Centimatters come in, they send the units flying, allowing those Arcus even more damage. Atalanta does go down. Another Centimatters going to be coming in onto this position here to send the units flying yet again, allowing the Arcus more value here. Those Centimatters are going to be cleaning everything on this position. The Theseus coming in, the Hippolyta coming in, the Atalanta getting queued up. But militarily speaking, the Arcus do seem to be doing enough here as Kavoth manages to hold on. As the Cyclops going to go after this position, but there's so many units in. We do have the Pestilence getting dropped down. Curse onto the backside. You have to ignore the hill fort to some degree, as Tunison will have to pull all the way back into the main base. The Goaty turning around. You can take out that Nemean line very, very quickly. Toxotes coming through. Hill fort down. We've got Hell coming through. This is the one thing that Tunison has, which is very, very tough for Mini Yeti to deal with. Another flaming weapons to come through, but God Powers aren't the way to play Age of Mythology. You want to go myth units. All the buildings dying. Toxotes getting taken down onto the backside here. We see a battle ball spawn for Tunis, and that's got to be nice to help out. Goaty swinging around onto the side to try and get onto those Cyclops here, but the Toxotes are in position to deal with that. Good pullback there as Tunison also running. He accidentally clicks onto the ball there, but nonetheless, more units falling. Slingers pushing forward. One Udor charging in here to get that damage done. There goes the Thunderburst. Hits once. Will get a second time here. Is he going to get that third time or not? Let's look at the health on the Slingers. Does get hit again. Just a little bit further to get out, and he does manage to keep them all alive. He's going to have to heal them all back up. Where are the priests? Walking Woods coming in onto the back line here. The Temple slowly producing units. He's now going to get some Jarls in as well. That's exactly what he needs to have to deal with these Paspist. Illuminati does need to start going into hoplites here as well. An amazing choke point, however, for Illuminati. Is it going to be enough? As the Mountain Giants over onto the side, they're going to start being able to tear down archery ranges, everything else. Where are the heroes for Illuminati? I don't see them. He doesn't have them. The Achilles is queued up. The Mountain Giant tanking up damage. Another Mountain Giant spawn there for Matador is gigantic because he's got the Jotun's tech. Breaking through into the middle here. Those Toxotes trying to target down that backline. The Throw and Axes don't even need to stay there any longer. Legendary special gets dropped down over here. With the Jotuns to come in. Gonna be smacking that town center beautifully. Gonna be able to take this one down. And I think if Nyan loses the population here, or he's gonna get fortified town centers, but if he loses this town center, this could be really, really bad for him. He's just not able to win any fights. Armory upgrades is equal. The Jotuns can come over and continue to make this push happen. More Mountain Giants coming into the mix here. Fortified Town Centers does manage to come through for Nyan, though. That's clutch. But look at the population. 170 pop for Nyan. Very little gold in the bank. He can't deal with the Loki army at this point. Pegasus is flying in. Underworld passage into the main base because why not? Villagers have to pull into the town center. Catapults are through. There's already watchtowers in. I think Matador can't do a whole lot here. Apart from just sit and watch. Charges in. Can he take out the Underworld passage is the big question. He's charging forward with the Fire Archers. 200 HP on the Underworld. Restoration gets dropped down. All the units back up to full HP here. Underworld sits at 300. Can the Tau Wu get through and deal with it? No. Taken out. Matador under a huge amount of pressure now from Zukalo here. Forest protection gets dropped down onto the ballet. At least it's hitting a little something onto the right. He doesn't have any population. And there goes the Fey Beast. What can you do against... Oh. What happened? All right. Okay. I was ready to go, but apparently we had a little bit of a lobby bug. And the game is to start again. So I need to remove this timer. Okay. No worries. No problems. No problems at all. We got ourselves our second series for today. Our second series for the day. The Rappel taking on Husk Super. Husk Super. Did I do it? Am I close? Only the Supernator 4000 would be able to actually help me out here. Husk Super. I feel like I have to say it with some sort of like bravado or something. Unfortunately, my game is completely broken at the moment and we need to do this. Okay, so let's go through the god picks here for our players. The Rappel first picks Isis. He does ban out Hades and Kronos. Soup is going to be banning out the Gaia and Uranus. Makes perfect sense. Got to get those incredibly powerful Atlanteans out. Don't want to deal with them. So first pick here for Rappel is Isis. First pick for Soup, he does grab Set and Thor. Rappel then picks up Shinong and Susanoo. Then we see the Fushi Tsukiyomi from Soup. Nuwa Odin from Rappel. Amaterasu Frere for Soup, and then a final pick of Zeus for the Rappel. Maps, Prairie as our first one. Low amounts of wood. That's the big thing on this map. Hideout picked from Rappel. Dry Arabia picked from Rappel. Haywire picked from Soup. King of the Hill picked from Soup. Oh, I've got myself a timer here as well. We've got 3 minutes. Yeah, unfortunately, we did have a little cheeky buggeroony in the old lobbies, but nonetheless. If anybody is tuning in and really wants to walk around with a t-shirt that says Prostagma on it, you can pick them up. They exist. I'm not trying to sell them. I am trying to sell them. Oh dear, that was terrible. But they do look very nice. And they feel great. They've been through the wash a couple of times. Everything's still stuck on there. You know, it's going good. Good quality, good high quality stuff. But okay, let's talk about this matchup because we do have a very, very peculiar first matchup here. One that I would not have expected to see. Not in a million years. On Prairie, we've got Odin versus Tsukiyomi. Now, if there's a player that completely and utterly understood the Tsukiyomi game plan from the get-go, maybe not from the get-go, but from somewhere in the middle, he did not get sucked in to the Tengu menace, the Tengu strategy. He didn't just go, you know what, Tengu or bust. He said, no, there's a little bit more to do with the Tsukiyomi god. Because the Tengu at some point will get nerfed. Let's figure it out. And he did come up with a very, very, very strong way of playing Tsukiyomi. He ended up being ranked 1 at like I think it was something crazy like 2300 rating or something ages ago, right? Since then, Tsukiyomi has had another nerf, but the play style is still a thing. Now, you often don't see Odin on the ladder, though. So it could be the case here that Odin is an amazing pick into Tsukiyomi. There is one idea here that I think might catch Soup off guard, which is opening Berserk as the Odin, because you can get yourself the speedy Berserk. Berserk are great versus those Naginata riders, great at raiding. Could be a way to go. But yeah, this is wild. This is also a Tsukiyomi that's literally like gone through Rappel twice. Rappel could have gone Isis, Tsukiyomi, Susanoo on his picks and gotten what I would call my first pick god is Uranus here. And then it goes Set, Isis, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi in no particular order, I think, at the moment. I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyways, couple more seconds to go here, and we will be moving in onto the map Prairie. This one, game number 1, winners bracket, main event, quarterfinals, $10,000 on the line, guys. Let's jump into Prairie. Off we go, ladies and gentlemen, on the left side of the map, right side of the map, leftish side of the map, rightish side. He's in the right side of the map, the top right, playing as the blue Odin. His name is the Rappel. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Tsukiyomi. His name is Soup. Husk Super. He's a bowl of soup, but he is also the biggest brain in Age of Mythology. He goes for a very early second Miko. He's found himself the back wood line, back berry bush, Always nice. This is the quarterfinals here, ladies and gentlemen. Big stakes. The stakes couldn't be bigger. Well, they could, but the stakes are very, very big. I'm really excited to see how Rappel's going to be taking this on, approaching this matchup. Picking Odin on this map. He may have been looking at the roster of Soup and thinking, you know what, I could possibly face this one. I could face this one. Let's just play Odin on a map that Odin is good on, and we'll see how things go. Could be his plan. He might not be prepared here for the Tsukuyomi in the slightest. I don't know. Not with Odin. Maybe with Odin. Now, the one thing we should note here is that Rappel is a Odin main from way back when. He played Odin in Legacy. He played Odin in Vanilla. He started playing the game when he played Vanilla. He was playing Odin then. Of course, he has since learned all of the gods at a very, very high level, but Odin still remains a very, very well understood god. Very much understands the strengths of this god, the weaknesses of this god. So we'll see how he's going to go. Let's check out the relics in the middle of the map. We've got ourselves the Girdle of Hippolyta. We've got Girdle of Hippolyta here. This is going to be hit points plus 10% of ranged soldiers. So they're throwing Axeman, the Yumi. Over here, we've got the Ria's Crown. Nice for a fast second town center of some sorts, but there's not really that option here on this map. It's not the best map for a second town center. Over here, we've got the Arrows of the Alpha. The Alpha, which is buildings, melee attack damage, range attack damage plus 15%. Always nice. And finally, 9 Cauldrons. Not the most useful of relic for our Tsukuyomi player, but is good for our Odin player. He's already enjoying somewhat of an advantage of making Huskarl, but if he grabs that relic, it's even better for him. Unfortunately for Soup, he doesn't have any human units in his castle, so it doesn't really do anything. Nonetheless, look at the amount of Miko that Soup has. He's got 3. Very nice build. Got a second one out early. Third one to come through over onto this position. Gets onto that gold mine. We do have the Berserk scouting. The Raven scouting. Sees this Miko over here. Now will Rappel, he does come over here, he's going to start smacking away. Will Rappel go for the cheeky? The cheeky. You guys go, what's the cheeky, boy? Okay, the cheeky is you come in here. You drop a wall down, you try and build it up, or a house down, you try and build it up, and then you click Forest Fire, and you trap the villagers. Oh, the sneaky was attempted, but the sneaky was failed. And the villagers are away. 25 wood of damage, plus idle time. Is now... The villagers will look to simply just chop down the trees in the middle here. You don't want to go out and be under harassment by a Valkyrie super early on here. Meanwhile, guardhouse is up. Stable is up for Soup. He's got himself 5 Kitsune out. Terrifying. Is he going to get the 9-tailed Kitsune? Yes. Well, he's going to be role-playing a little bit like Susanoo here. The Hersa are in defense. You have to basically place 1 on each of your weak points here. Otherwise, these Kitsune are going to run rampant. But this gives so much more to Soup than even if he doesn't do any damage here. That doesn't matter because guess what? You're not going to be getting that much damage done over here. Soup does need to pay attention here. Valkyrie in. Villagers running. They will all survive for the time being. One Naginata Rider to come through here and cause some problems as the Kitsune still just happily rummaging around there as the 9-tailed Kitsune now comes in, and these do move up to now 6.6 speed. Very, very, very fast. Over onto this side, the Berserk causing some problems as the Juragumo can come over here and deal with that bad boy. Gotta be somewhat careful as the Kitsune will turn around. Happily taking this fight. 2 very low HP. Kitsune will start pulling back as the villagers for Rappel into the middle of the map. Juragumo comes in, and that will be a dead Berserk. Or will it? Yes, yes it will. A very dead Berserk. As the Miko can get back to work shortly. He can also heal up his Kitsune as well. But the big thing here is, for Soup, the big thing for Soup here is that he's always going to have this threat. If Rappel ever decides to start getting really aggressive and send anything Soup's way, Soup's going to be able to pull these nine-tailed kitsune out and go and hit villages. And this map is hard to play defense on. A wall here, a wall here, a wall here to protect this one position, basically. And even then, you can still get attacked on the other side. But now, raiding cavalry coming through. I think the big thing for Soup here is that he hasn't had to use anything early on here. Kitsune will take a little bit of a fight here. Every nibble is some gold. This low HP Kitsune, keeping that one alive. 2 great control units going to be popping over here and saying, excuse you, would you please mind leaving me alone? As the Naginata Rider can start to catch up to those slightly slower raiding cavalry here. Does turn around. Wants to pick off those Kitsune. Little bits of damage here would go a long way as the Raven does end up getting sniped there from the Bushy. And the house for Rappel will end up falling. Up onto the top side here for Rappel. Another house coming up. Doing what he can. We got ourselves that Thundering Hooves technology to come through. Pickaxe, hand axe. Great raid here from Rappel as he does charge through. One villager down. Blood has been drawn. Where are the rest of these units? For Soup, his villagers getting caught out. Over onto this side, getting caught out as well. We'll be able to pull back into the tower. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down, 3 villagers down. Huge amount of value. He gets 4. Is that 4 or 5 villagers? More villagers over here going down. Rappel is all over Soup's economy at the moment. He pushes back on that position, but these guys get so much value. Absolutely brutal. Coming around onto the back here. He has seen the shrine, so he can look to try and take the Miko out as well. But that there has to feel like a game-ending raid to some degree. You're up 11 villages. If I'm Rappel at the moment, I'm thinking, okay, that was some real damage. Let's just get everything walled up, happily invest in those walls. That'll shut down any counter raids. Sure, it's expensive, but let's get the walls up. And we're just going to keep on looking for our raids. We've got ourselves Thundering Hooves in, I imagine. Thundering Hooves in now will allow your raiding cavalry to be fast, or as fast as the double Kitsune up Husk Soupian Naginata Riders. So we can keep raiding, but all walls and then no problems. But Soup now looking for that revenge fire. Rappel very quick to pull back into his town center. Gonna be pulling out for the time being. Dwarves back onto the gold. Another Valkyrie in for the Rappel. He's got so much. Really, the only way that things go wrong here for Rappel is if he loses villages, right? That's the point. So if you get the walls up, then you lock off any attempt at raiding and you're good to go. But if you don't, now you are trying to track where your opponent is going, which can be difficult. Sashimon Bannerman is queued up. Soup is trying to get to the heroic age himself here. Does he have an armor? Yes, he does. He hasn't clicked up yet. Good garrison onto this side. Charging it over here, trying to take out a Hersa or something else, but this is just going to be somewhat of a trade here as the Juragumo sending 1 raiding cavalry away. You do also have to remember there is Ivory Netskayan, so little bits of damage here is going to be a big deal. 1 villager down. We'll have to pull away. Hersa coming in. A couple of Kitsune get sniped here though. Not ideal for Soup, but he will be able to get out of here. Up onto the top side, the Miko does go down over there. As Hachiman now on the way. On the flip side, Skadi going to be coming through. Even more damages. Rappel is just saying, you're not allowed to raid me, my friend. Soup's got no way to escape. And once 2 of those Kitsune end up dying, there will be no escape for these Naginata riders. 6.6 speed is too much speed. For a 6.0 speed Naginata rider, he turns in, picks off a villager, and he says, all right, you bit off more than we could chew, but that's going to be it. Villager differential, 27 to 35. There is the tiniest little bit of catch-up from playing Tsukuyomi when you age up, because it's a 56-second age-up time versus the 75-second age-up from Skadi. So you catch up 1 villager-ish by advancing to the heroic age. I know, crazy advantages. Armory upgrades coming in as Soup is trying to get himself copper weapons or bronze weapons, bronze mail in here. Tengu coming through to get just a little bit of damage as the Swampland will get dropped down. Meanwhile, Shogun also to come through. Not the best Swampland in the world, but Soup felt like he needed it to defend. As now New Moon can get dropped onto the armory. He will get himself ballistics, bronze weapons, bronze mail, and now he can start going into Yumi Horse Archer. This is the scary unit for Odin to deal with, for Norse to deal with in general. Why? Because they don't have that, I've said this before, they don't have that ranged counter archer. Yes, they've got Cav. That can deal with the Yumi Horse Archer. But it's not like it's easy. As Soup out in the middle of the map right now, maybe a little too far out in the middle of the map right now. The Herser diving in. Units turning around. More army for the Rappel to come in and say, you cannot be here, my friend. Herser managed to take out the Jiragumo, take out the Tengu. And those Yumi Horse Archers are done for. Over onto this side, the Shogun will end up going down, but 1 Samurai does spawn. That 2 will go down there. And this lead that Rappel built in the early stages of the game has seemingly stayed put. 7 villager advantage, militarily way in front. Armory situation needs bronze weapons. There's the Valkyrie poking away. There is also that Hachiman upgrade to allow those Yumi Horse Archers a little bit of extra oomph here. But Rappel will be wandering forward, happily charging in underneath this main base with the town center. With this much military resource lead, it really doesn't matter that there's a town center here. And Soup looks like he's got very, very little chances left in this game. Rappel says, all right, I'll run away. It's fine. There is a gold mine on the back. 1,500 gold there for Soup, but the villagers are just falling left, right, and center on the front here. Villagers falling too. And what else can you do? Soup going to continue fighting. He's got 57 favor in the bank. He's got 0 villagers on food. He's literally got 19 villagers, and he's not making any more. Raiding I said there's no real great counter to the Yumi Horse Archer, but it turns out you just build raiding cavalry and make sure you've got a 10 villager lead. But Rappel does manage to take game number 1 here. Just a little bit too much chaos in the main base here for Soup. A very, 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 very smart pick from Rappel, I think. Taking the Odin on Prairie. Taking the Odin on Prairie, puts it to Soup, and Soup just not able to make this Tsukuyomi work here like he's been so used to. I mean, obviously, you can't take that sort of losses to a raid. You just can't. And it's not easy on this map. This map is not a friendly map to the raids. But, you know, building positioning, locking off your base, that's got to be your first, second, third, fourth, and fifth decision early on here. Make sure your gold's safe, make sure your food's safe, etc. Don't leave your base, make sure it's all safe, and then go on. But nonetheless, we'll move back over to the drafting screen and see what's going to get happening for game 2. Alrighty. Game 2 is on the map Koth. They said Kavoth, but it's on the map King of the Hill, and we're going to be seeing a Susanol versus Frere matchup. A Susanol versus Frere matchup as the Odin takes the first win. We will be seeing what is it? On Koth, King of the Hill. Alrighty, so we got ourselves a Susan and a Frey. Save. Where's my link? Are they already in? They are already in. They didn't give me a link, the jerks. All right, it's fine. Alrighty, so our next game, Susanol versus Frere. Going to be a tough one for the Frere, but I think actually, I think Soup's got some spice here. I think Soup's got some spice here. Unless Rappel goes for unless Rappel goes for 1 Udor, I think Soup's got some spice here. What's the spice you might ask? Ulla, Rush, and dropping a hill fort in the Susanol's face. And even if you do have 1 Udor there, if you drop that early 1 Udor to the early Herso Rush, I'm kind of excited. I want to see this. Soup is one of the very few Norse players that really understands how to play an aggressive early Norse into a economic sort of idea, which sounds like it works really, really good here on King of the Hill. Sounds like it's going to be a really good idea, especially versus Susanol, who does have some struggles early on. In fact, realistically, the only time that Susanol has struggles is early on. But the real question is, will Soup's big brain be enough to take out this multitasking, hyper speedy, strategic knowledge brain of the Rappel? Well, let's see. We're going into King of the Hill. Let's see how it goes. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen. And I can already tell you, the spice is real. Soup, the madman, has done what only a madman can do, Soup is doing. 3 apron-wearing villagers on top of the gold, pulls it off, herds the hunt underneath the town center. He is looking for the early game aggro. He ain't playing around here. There is a Kitsune charging after this berserk. Both players have no idea. Whoop. Oh dear. I mean, on the one side, you got to say, if you don't think your attack, if you don't think your early game rush is good, you probably shouldn't, if it's spotted, you probably shouldn't do it in a tournament. On the other hand is, you want your attack to be not spotted. But on the other hand, Rappel not scouting the main base of Soup when he's playing Norse, well, I mean, he gets lucky. He gets bailed out here. But he has already gone for a watermill. He has already got 2 villagers on gold. Rappel isn't even reacting to this. He's not even close to advanced. Soup is full pedal to the metal already. And he's got all of these balls he can drag under his town center as well. In fact, I would love for him to get that sorted out super early so he doesn't have to worry about it later. 1 Hersir coming through. Of course, the idle time to get that is something that he obviously is not going to want. But still. A house... The temple is not even up yet. Rappel cares this much about this forward temple. He gives this much. He says, I got a forward gold mine, basically. This is basically a forward gold mine. What are you going to do? I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to put an Asgardian bastion in your face. He literally saw it. This is an Asgardian. What are you going to do, Rappel? Rappel's got a gold mine over here, but what are you going to do? He's going to drop the Kusanagi. Now we've got the Drow going to come through. You've got to be careful with this one. The Drow are in. I'm not going to lie. The 2 villagers here are not going to be killing off a Asgardian bastion anytime soon. You got to be so careful with the Draugr. Garrison shenanigans here from that Mikor can make life very, very sad for that Draugr, but now he's quite safe. He should be okay. But still, the Mikor going to be getting that healing in. 45 seconds away from this one coming up. We've got Inari Or coming as well. Not even the 1 Udor coming to save Rappel at the moment, as this Draugr sitting in here trying to take out these villagers. Rappel just healing, trying not to care about it. Damage coming in onto all these units here as they've got to start bailing. 1 very low HP villager gets pulled back. This one goes down. 1 villager down. Idle time calls. Yuragumo is in. But 10 seconds away from an Asgardian bastion on your starting gold mine. It couldn't have gone worse for Soup in the early game. He got his temple scouted immediately. Now the guardhouse to come out. You've got 0 gold. What are you going to do? Watermill? A dojo? There's 3 Mikor. The wall's coming up from Soup now as he's already got his eyes on this on the bottom side. But Soup... got to be somewhat careful here. He does need to get some units out. He's got a lot of Hersir in queue. Main base is open for an attack here as well. This is where you've really got to be creative if you're the Rappel. Some counter raids into the main base where there's really not a lot going on here. There's not a lot of defense. How do you beat someone rushing you? Well, you can go and attack their economy where there's nothing and like not deal with their army. This is so many Hersir coming through. You can't even use your god power. The Draugr on top of the villagers as they're sent packing. The Kusanagi comes down, but that's not going to do anything there as the Juragumo also goes down. And Rappel looks like, oh, he does manage to get out 1 samurai. Now, a samurai with enough Mikor healing him up. I mean, if Soup ignores the Mikor and just tries to kill the samurai, could be enough to keep him going here. Villagers trying to grab gold in the main base. Nope, you will simply, those villagers cannot get out healed. This is doing, just for people at home, 33 pierce damage per second. That's quite a lot of pierce damage per second there. Quite a lot. And now Soup says, well, I've had enough of this game. I'm just going to build some rams. We're just going to get some rams in here. It's fine. This will be what we want. So the Herser charging forward. Little bits of damage over to here. The Miko does need to be taken out as that Samurai gets pulled back. Yadi Spearman getting pulled back as well. Rappel trying to keep everything alive. But one Miko down, and now the Herser can say, I do not care about anything in here. And Rappel gets bitten by the brain of the Superstar in game number 2. And absolutely, I mean, look, if you watch the Soup stream, this is an absolutely stock standard from Soup. He hasn't done it in a while, I gotta say. But this here is an absolute stock standard from the Superstar. He's got the Odin rush down. He's got the Freyr rush down. He's got the Loki rush down. Anything out of the book, you know, Soup Scott, you got to be ready for it. Rappel saw the temple coming up. I don't understand. All he had to do was get a nice quick advance in and then get himself out a very quick Samurai. And then he's good to deny this, especially if he went for like a Shrine of the Hunt on this position and then he gets one Udo down. But for some reason, he went Inari Okami. He was super cavalier about it. He's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to click Forest Fire? It's not going to do anything. I don't care. No, I'm going to put an Asgardian Hillfort on your face. It's 1-1 here. Cheese wins are wins too, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to see it all here today. These guys have got they've got the stuff cooked up. They've been practicing. They've got it all. We'll see what Rappel is going to be able to hit back with in game number 3. This is a by design here from Soup. He picked King of the Hill. He knew he wanted the Freyr. He knew he wanted to get some spice into this one. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty, we are going in now onto the map Dry Arabia, and we are going to be seeing a Noir versus Thor. Noir versus Thor. Now, look, I don't want to jump the gun or not. Like, I really don't want to jump the gun, but we just saw one Norse rush. Maybe Rappel's not prepared for the Norse rush. I don't know. He might not be. Maybe we just try our luck with another Norse rush. It worked. It worked once. It'll work twice. Look, there's okay. Let me explain the joke going on in Twitch chat. We got a minute here. There is a joke going around that Soup has only really got. He's a hard player to play against because he's got two very, very different play styles. Either he advances at 3 minutes or he advances at 6 minutes, and it's your job to figure out which one. Alrighty. Yeah, that's the fun stuff. Okay, so yeah, Soup could play for a whole bunch of extra dwarves, but also against Noir. Like the rush against Noir is like surprisingly strong. Charging with a whole bunch of Herser early on with a Valkyrie and a Forest Fire. You can get some real good kills coming in. You could get some real good kills coming in. I'm so happy that we saw, like, we've seen so many cheeses in these tournaments, and very, very rarely do you actually see the cheese like just perfectly work. Like, because everybody kind of practicing versus everybody, everyone kind of knows what's going on, and most of the crazy cheeses just sort of go off to the wayside. You know what I mean? Anyways, we've saw the first cheese. Let's see if we're going to see another one. In onto the map, Dry Arabia. Let's go. And here we go. I've got the new wire for the Rappel. I'm looking into this red base for some spice. Do we see a dwarven armory? Yes, we do. For the soup, he got his first cheese off and he says, all right, no more cheese. Let's play some stock standard here. But ladies and gentlemen, even the cheese... Sorry. Even the stock standard is kind of cheesy here for soup. What did he do? What did he do? He did something that I love. This is a very unique build here from soup. Every Thor player and their mum, specifically the B style of Thor, likes to open Dwarven Armory with dwarves. But what does soup do? He says, no. We're going gatherers. And this here is going to allow soup a very, very fast advance time with the bonus behind it. Now, the unfortunate reality of Dry Arabia for soup's aggression is there's one, a back gold mine. There's two, a double rhinoceros. However, soup, I think, has gotten a little bit lucky here. Rappel here probably should have dropped the silo down on top of the zebra and saved his rhinoceros. These rhinoceros are going to be finishing at around about 4 minutes. You know when soup is going to be advancing? I was going to say around about 4 minutes. But it's looking, is it going to be, is he? You also didn't put the temple forward. Yep, at around about 4 minutes. So, soup is going to be able to put some early pressure on. Now, normally here, you don't really have any options versus this as Noir. Like, you just have to kind of sit back and hope that your position is nice and safe enough. Because your pioneers don't do enough damage versus the Hearser. Your fire archers are obviously really, really good there as well. But it looks like there's still going to be enough rhinoceros here for him to chill out. But there are a couple of units up onto this top side and all the other good stuff as the classical age comes through, and it is going to be a Hull 2 for Rappel. So he gets himself the Cheong-Chi. Pretty fast advance from Rappel, but he does get himself out the Hero Kwafu. And we see an immediate machine workshop here from the Rappel. I like this. Makes a lot of sense. As the clay peasants coming through and the red units of soup, I haven't really seen him going for the attack just yet. The Berserk over here attacking the machine workshop. He just can take out that peasant there. He's going to be charging after this one. Little bits of damage to come through. Does decide to leave it there. Wants to stay away from the town center fire. Forest fire onto the front here. Is this going to be a dead villager? Is the question. Answer is yes. Is it going to be another dead villager? Well, at the very least, those clay peasants going down. The pioneer also goes down. This machine workshop will be finishing up. But a tiny little bit of damage dealt early on. Not the end of the world here for the Rappel. But Soup's going to be very happy with how this game opened up. The question is where to next. Huge part about this for Soup is he's got 2 rhinos in his main base. Bad part about this is his woodline's okay. He's got a sentry tower he can run to, so he doesn't really need to care about the Cheong-Chi raids that much, but he will have to leave a Hearser or 2 in his main base to deal with those Cheong-Chi. I should also say, let's check out the relics. Soup at the moment has found himself Eye of Ornlu to help boost up those throwing axemen is nice. Over onto this side, there's Demeter's Throne there. Has he missed this relic? Yes, he has. There's one other relic on the bottom, which is Dwarven Calipers. The siege, food, wood, gold cost there. There's the Cheong-Chi. Rolls on in. The Hearser is just like, hello there. Meanwhile, the Earth Wall comes down. And this is mostly just here to basically allow Rappel to almost leave his base to some degree. But he wants to deny all pressure that Soup can put onto him. He wants to build a death ball. I'm very, 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 very surprised to see this unit. This unit is a unit that is almost off limits in the China versus Norse matchup. Because the throw and action is so good versus it. 3.8 speed, slows your army down a ton. You really just want to make Halberdier and Fire Archers as a general rule. So Rappel obviously has got something planned for these. Otherwise he would not be building them. And I think the plan here is he wants a nice quick rush hole. And he wants to go straight up to Super Dow Swordsman. Now, the scary thing here for Soup is Bay Beast on top of Throwing Axemen. That's the scary part. Because they can kill off a whole pack of Throwing Axemen in a heartbeat. We'll see what's actually going to happen behind all of this. There is the slightest of advantages for Soup building. Armory situation has all of his first upgrades. On the other side for Rappel, no upgrades at the moment. He is still pumping out units. Military camp coming up. Just all the defense. With the earth wall coming down, like, it's hard to break into this. Like, even this wall that's almost dead, what Rappel can do here if he really wants to is he can just repair it back up. It's free. It's a free building. You just send, of course, there's the idle time for your villager, but you repair it back up, no problems. Meanwhile, Rappel starting to spread out his sky lanterns. Gold situation over here, still 500 left, but he will have to move out onto another gold mine here sooner or later. As Rappel says, as Soup says, it's time to look for a fight. Now, I like this, especially with bronze shields coming in, but I really want those medium upgrades in as well. As Soup sneaking through here, misses the army of Rappel over here. Going to be trying to take out this earth wall for the time being. As the Fire Archers are coming, there's no killing these bad boys. Not behind that earth wall. He'll turn around and Soup will have to pull back a little bit here. Drops one Throwing Axeman. Not the end of the world for Soup. Man, that was lucky for Rappel. I'm surprised he's leaving his army out there. He's just asking for it to get caught out. Asking for it to get caught out in a big way here. Meanwhile, dwarves popping up over onto this side. I'm going to grab those giraffe and all the other good stuff. The halberdier does spot the dwarves making the move over here, but like, here's the scary part for the Rappel. I don't, like, normally, if you have something like Master of Weaponry, if you've got lightning weapons, if you got that stuff, I reckon you can make this move out and you can look to put some real pressure on here. But this doesn't exist for Rappel. He's just got an army. He's going to have to micro so well to win this fight. There's no massive advantage here for the Rappel. Rappel now going to move forward and grab this gold mine. Bronze armor now coming through for Soup as well, because why not? Pays for itself. You get a dwarf out. Of course, it takes, like, how much does this cost? 180 food, 135 gold, because he has this wait, am I wrong? Is it just very cheap? Has it always been this cheap? Am I just going crazy? Has bronze armor always been that cheap? I think I'm going crazy. But he's going to be getting that one in. It is cheaper for Thor. Okay, well, there you go. Things I should know, but apparently don't. But he's got to have full bronze here, which is a gigantic advantage. The only thing I think that Rappel has to really work with here is if he goes Heroic Age. But Soup here is actually looking to go Heroic Age. He's got an equal amount of military. He's about to have the resources to go Heroic Age. His army is terrifying. Rappel has got himself his first tier upgrades for Armory, but he is behind the second tier for Soup. Walls coming up over here. We've got some more buildings coming down from Soup onto this side. As Bragi comes through, Bragi is a scary god to be picking. I really don't like Bragi versus Fey Beasts. Of course, Fey Beasts is not in, so there's probably going to be something that Soup can do with his attack. But still, I'm scared here for Soup in the fact that if he just gets Fey Beasted on top of his thrown action, they all could end up just dying unless the thrown axeman or unless the hearse are in the right spot. Now, one thing here for Soup is he can drop the Dwarven Mine in the main base. He can put a whole bunch of dwarves onto his gold. He can spend all of that 74 favor here on a whole bunch of battle boars. But he could have done that with Frost Giants as well. So I don't understand the risk. But nonetheless, the army charging in here. Soup ready to catch Rappel out on this fight. Raiding cavalry, charging around the back, going in, flaming weapons to come down. Rappel is stuck here in the middle as those thrown axes should be tearing through all of this. Is there enough? The raiding cavalry seemingly getting obliterated here from the micro from Rappel. He gets the halberdier perfectly in position. The upgrades coming in, but the too little too late for this fight. Militarily, there is an advantage for the for Soup towards the end of this, but this is flaming weapons here. This is the god power done, and Rappel can just leave down to the bottom side here. No problem. Sure, he loses a military camp. Big whoop. The big thing here, though, for Soup is that he's going to be having himself 150 favor. So he's got to figure out how to use that. For those of you playing at home, 150 favor is something along the lines of 1,500 resources in the bank. You want to get that spent as fast as you possibly can, whether it's on unique upgrades, on god powers, on anything. Myth units. Myth units is the one you want to spend it on, right? Myth units. Always myth units. Goaty now coming in as he sees that Shang-Chi coming through. It's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Let me just come in there as the battle border come through. You're going to be sending those fire archers packing. And then Soup to pull back for the time being. And now we start seeing battle ball. The other thing here that Soup probably should do, I said this in the last series as well, a second temple. A second temple goes a really long way with Norse, because you get your favor in bursts. You get your favor from a big fight, and then you're like sitting there trying to spend it all, and it just sits in your bank. If you have two temples up, that favor comes in a big burst. You spend it all quickly, and you're good to continue. But Soup playing very patiently, getting himself out the Huskarl. Does give Rappel a little bit of a chance here to make somewhat of a defensive position to get set up. The wall's coming up over here. As Soup charging in. Does he have enough stuff here? That is the question. Soup sees this army a little bit scared. I think those battle boar are going to be very, very useful here. The earth wall, however, is going to be even more useful for the Rappel as a nice defensive position. So throwing axeman, getting that good damage done, trying to take out the halberdier and all the other good stuff. Raiding cavalry doing what they can to try and break through here as well. The fire archers here now got no more front line. He pulls back behind this earth wall, but you do not need to break through this. Taking out the villagers over onto this side is the way forward, as now the Kuafu getting brought in to the fight. A forest fire here could be a very nice use to just take down those Kuafu there, but the back line of those, the fire archers here getting some good damage done. as the Quafu village is going down as well. Militarily, Rappel does seem to have no, he hasn't stabilized at all. We've got reinforcements coming through. The Jarls are coming in as well. All of a sudden, a huge boost to the army for Soup here. He's continuing this attack now. He says, okay, we'll get some Berserks in, some throwing axemen, some more Jarls. Over onto this backside, getting that damage in as well. There's still access to this forest fire that he could just be waiting for another flaming weapons as well. Doesn't have the gold to really spend the favor on anything else at the moment. And Rappel taps out in game number 3 as Soup is looking in fine form right now. Some impeccable Thor gameplay as the early attack with the early damage. This just never really an opportunity for Rappel to get going here. I think Rappel just needed to get to the heroic age. Like, if you get that Fey Beasts in, I'm telling you, that's where Norse has issues. If you get hit with a Fey Beast on top of your throwing axeman, all of a sudden, the fight doesn't go so well for the Thor. Like, that Fey Beast is worth way more than like the 1,200, 1,300 resources to get to the heroic age. And then you also get a nice Baihu and all the other good stuff. But Rappel here does get souped in game 3. We'll see what's going to happen for game 4. Rappel back against the wall, but I don't think this is the first time he's felt this. In his first series against Karma, he did go to game 5 as well. So we'll see if he can hold on here in game 4 and force a game number 5, or if Soup is going to come at him with another one of the crazy Soup shenanigans. Let's see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Our next matchup is on Hideout. And it's going to be a Shenong versus Set affair here. Now, if I know Soup, and I think I know Soup, Soup is cooking up something superlicious. Something superlicious definitious. We've got questions in chat as to why didn't Soup pick Loki. It's because there's no water map. Frozen Continent was banned, Budapest was banned, and Socotra was banned. Soup only plays Loki on water maps. You could find this out if you watch any of Soup's games. But yes, alrighty. Our next one is on, what did I say? It's on Hideout. Everyone's favorite. And a Shenong versus Fushi. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing for Rappel. The thing that's got to keep his mind very, very settled here. Rappel is one of the best Egyptian mirror players currently playing Age of Mythology Retold. Soup, let's just say he has a very interesting approach to Egyptian, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. That's what I got to say. Why? Well, Rappel's got Isis remaining, Soup's got Set remaining in the draft. There is also an Amaterasu for Soup, I believe. And there is a Zeus for the Rappel. But let's be real. Rappel's, if this game's going game 5, Rappel's picking Isis. If this game goes game 5, I could see Amaterasu being picked by Soup on Haywire. I think Amaterasu is an incredibly strong god on Haywire. But I'd be surprised if we didn't see the Set there. Alrighty. But a Shenong versus... It's not Fushi. Why do I have Fushi here? Hello? Am I going crazy? It's not Fushi. It's... Wait, is it? No, the set's now. I'm stupid. I got this all wrong. Soup's picking set here. He didn't pick anything else. I done gun it. I get bamboozled. Look, it's 1:50. I'm not gonna lie. It's 1:55 a.m. I've been working since I woke up. Today's a busy day. Someone said help. Today is a very busy day. It's a Shenong versus set. So the final game here is Rappel playing Isis versus Amaterasu on Haywire. I highly doubt we'll see a Fushi on Haywire. You guys have already voted, haven't you? I'm sorry, but yeah, Shenong versus set. Shenong versus set. I like set here, but I think Soup's going to come at this one with some sort of a wild idea. There's the shifting sands fast heroic. We've seen that already once, and it worked for Kama literally versus Garneth. Right before Kama took Rappel to 5 games. I reckon Rappel's probably pretty prepared for that. But I also think Soup, there's so many different cool options here for set. Like, you don't even have to go too crazy here either. You can kind of just play like a booming timing attack based set versus Shenong. You don't have to do anything crazy. I really don't think you even need to do anything crazy here. Just play normal. I say normal in quotation marks because there's nothing spicy that Shenong can do on Hideout. But who knows? Let's check out how the game's going to go. Game number 4. One more win for Soup. He's in the semifinals. Rappel's not going to make it easy for him. Let's go. And off to the races we go as the Shenong shenanigans are afoot. No, he's just a stock standard Shenong here to kick this game off. On the left-hand corner, Soup opening up with the stock standard set shenanigans. Coming out onto his map here, he's starting to convert those tiers of set. In this position, they're kind of not very useful, so may as well take them away. Over here, he gets some balls on top of the town center. A perfect opportunity to just grab this town center, eat those balls underneath that, and look for a really, really nice 2 town center fast strike. Other options. Crazy. We're on the map Hideout. Look at the difference between these two places. They're very close to each other. Both town centers take a big bite out of the massive forest cookie in the center of the map, and then that's it. And then we are separated by, let me count these trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-ish trees. You could arguably make a hole here by chopping down 2,000 wood worth of trees. It would take a while because, well, only 1 or 2 villagers could actually chop the tree you're trying to chop down, but still, it could work. It could work indeed. Alrighty. But I am very interested in how Soup's going to play this. Soup's got some very strange ideas. I got to say it. I'm going to say it. He's got some very strange ideas with set. Strange idea number 1 is he likes to build village centers with set. If he finds himself a gold mine with some hunt on top of it, he'll drop a village center there. I don't see any decent gold mine like this one here. He'll drop a village center here so that he can empower the town center and get double empowerment on the gold mine and the food at the same time. That's the craziness that is Soup. We've got Chi Yao coming in for Rappel here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rappel do something a little bit out of the ordinary here as well. But I think Soup holds all the cards here. He does hold all the cards. Like, if he wants to cheese, he can cheese. If he wants to play standard here, he can play standard here. And I got to admit, I got to say, standard set versus Shenong is very, very, very strong. But it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing a town center. And one thing that Rappel can do is he can sit right here with a Pioneer and he can just send scouts into the main base of Soup and just see what's going on. And this Sky Lantern for Rappel gives so much information. This here is like, this is everything and more for the Rappel. You might go, Boit, he just sees the economy. What does that give you? Well, it gives Rappel the knowledge that this is not a fast second town center. This is a fast heroic, or something that makes no sense on this map, a classical fight. Now, I already know that it's fast heroic because of what I'm seeing here. I'm not seeing any barracks going down. I know there's going to be an armory. There's so much food already in because I can see up here. Rappel obviously doesn't know exactly the amount of food and resources that Soup's got. Armory coming in. One little trick here is you do want to actually shoot down this Sky Lantern. The Pharaoh over here, the Wadget coming in to click on this bad boy. At the very least, never mind. It's just going to hang out. There we go. Now it's dead. So the Lantern doesn't see the armory. And Rappel... Okay, I'm yet again confused here. Okay, Rappel has to feel like he can defend anything. Anything crazy coming his way. Because he just dropped a town center after scouting a fast heroic is coming his way. Like, he literally, he has to know what's coming. He's scouted the armory. It couldn't be, he sees the villagers on the gulp. It couldn't be more clear. But he goes town center. There's going to be ancestors. There's going to be a handful of units. There's going to be a Migdol in his face. This is going to be the second time in this series that Rappel has to deal with a castle in his face. Now, one really, really cool idea for Rappel is to bail up to the top and start mining this gold mine super early here. Risky? Yes. Gonna get punished? Probably not. Soup here, he's gonna drop his vision down. And he's not gonna see this gold mine. So, if Rappel understands what's coming his way, he should be okay. There's gonna be a whole bunch of animals of set. There's gonna be a scorpion man. The army is sitting here, waiting, watching, dreaming, thinking, believing. Slinger, spearman coming in. There's the vision to come down from Soup, and he is ready to go. Shifting Sands comes through. Ancestors in onto the economy here. Villagers popping in. The army comes through. Slingers are in to try and take out these pioneers here. The Scorpion Man gets erased there from those pioneers into the main base. The Artsa gonna go down. The Chillin as well gonna go down too. Rappel doesn't even care that he's not killing off the economy. He just wants the Migdol stronghold up here. And he's gonna be able to be hitting this gold mine here as well. No gold onto that spot. The priests wandering forward, trying to take out more villagers here. Rappel turning around. We got the Quafu over onto this spot. That's going to be going down. The Chillin ends up dying there as well. The Quafu goes down. Siege works. Coming in. And we do see up onto the top side the sneakage of the gold mine. But Rappel has been discovered. This one slinger, enough to help take out the fire archer, but the villagers will turn around. We'll get that damage done. Up to the top side now. The siege tower going to be looking to take this position out. And the thing here is, with a siege tower and no real units here, even if the villagers come over and try and take the siege tower out, there's 3 priests here. They can heal this and keep it very much alive. Pioneers coming in. Slingers to turn. Get that damage done. The Kwafu coming through. Villagers going to be attempting to take this one out. No healing onto the siege tower as the Crocodile of Set biting away on those Pioneers here. And the siege tower still alive. 60 HP. Still no healing on that one. And Rappel taps out. And Soup gets the dub. Soup gets the dub. An absolute bonkers strategical mastermind from Soup. Rappel scouted it. He literally knew what was coming. Well, I mean, you have to kind of think, okay, it's a fast heroic, 1 town center fast heroic. What's it going to be? He scouted it. He still went town center. He thought he could hold. But he doesn't even fight for it. He just says, nah, the game's done. I've lost too much. Can't hold. Let's tap out. GG. Soup into the semifinals. Rappel now goes into the losers bracket. It's not the end for the Rappel's journey here, but nonetheless, it is the end for this series. We're going to be moving into our next series, which is going to be Mosca versus Tunison. Don't you guys go nowhere. We're going to get that one started shortly. We're going to have a quick 5-minute break and then get it going. See you guys soon. The Cyclops wandering forward. All of the Goaty coming in. Great garrison there from Matrius, but this is not going to be... Soup is not going to be slowing down here. He's got so many Toxotes that can do so much damage. With the Goaty going to be able to take out these Cyclops very, very quickly. One goes down. That's the raiding cavalry trying to get onto that backside here. Can Matrius hold here? Another Cyclops going to be coming. Another one in queue, as well as the raiding cavalry here going down quickly. This next Cyclops to come through. All the raiding cavalry are down. Can Soup now deal with the final couple of Goaty and actually finish off this town center? The Cyclops picks up the Dwarf, but quick reaction there from Matrius. He garrisons back in. The attack has not managed to clean up the town center. Damage has been done. As the Centimatters come in, they send the units flying, allowing those Arcus even more damage. Atalanta does go down. Another Centimatter is going to be coming in onto this position here to send the units flying yet again, allowing the Arcus more value here. Those Centimatters are going to be cleaning everything on this position. The Theseus coming in, the Hippolyta coming in, the Atalanta getting queued up. But militarily speaking, the Arcus do seem to be doing enough here as Kavoth manages to hold on. As the Cyclops going to go after this position, but there's so many units in. We do have the Pestilence getting dropped down. Curse onto the backside. You have to ignore the hill fort to some degree, as Tunison will have to pull all the way back into the main base. The Goaty turning around can take out that Nemean line very, very quickly. Toxotes coming through. Hill fort down. We've got Hell coming through. This is the one thing that Tunison has, which is very, very tough for Mini Yeti to deal with. Another flaming weapons to come through, but God Powers aren't the way to play Age of Mythology. You want to go myth units. All the buildings dying. Toxotes getting taken down onto the backside here. We see a battle ball spawn for Tunison. That's got to be nice to help out. Goaty swinging around onto the side to try and get onto those Cyclops here, but the Toxotes are in position to deal with that. Good pullback there as Tunison also running. He accidentally clicks onto the ball there, but nonetheless, more units falling. Slingers pushing forward. One Udor charging in here to get that damage done. There goes the Thunderburst. Hits once. Will get a second time here. Is he going to get that third time or not? Let's look at the health on the Slingers. Does get hit again. Just a little bit further to get out, and he does manage to keep them all alive. He's going to have to heal them all back up. Where are the priests? Walking Woods coming in onto the back line here. The The Temple slowly producing units. He's now going to get some Jarls in as well. That's exactly what he needs to have to deal with these Hapaspist. Illuminati does need to start going into hoplites here as well. An amazing choke point, however, for Illuminati. Is it going to be enough? As the Mountain Giants over onto the side, they're going to start being able to tear down Archery Rangers, everything else. Where are the heroes for Illuminati? I don't see them. He doesn't have them. The Achilles is queued up. The Mountain Giant tanking up damage. Another Mountain Giant spawn there for Matador is gigantic because he's got the Jotun's tech. Breaking through into the middle here. Those Toxotes trying to target down that backline. The Throw Axes don't even need to stay there any longer. Legendary Special gets dropped down over here. With the Jotuns to come in. Gonna be smacking that town center beautifully. Gonna be able to take this one down. And I think if Nyan loses the population here, he's gonna get fortified town centers, but if he loses this town center, this could be really, really bad for him. He's just not able to win any fights. Armory upgrades is equal. The Jotuns can come over and continue to make this push happen. More Mountain Giants coming into the mix here. Fortified Town Centers does manage to come through for Nyan, though. That's clutch. But look at the population. 170 pop for Nyan. Very little gold in the bank. He can't deal with the Loki army at this point. Pegasus is flying in. Underworld passage into the main base because why not? Villagers have to pull into the town center. Catapults are through. There's already watchtowers in. I think Matador can't do a whole lot here. Apart from just sit and watch. Charges in. Can he take out the Underworld passage is the big question. He's charging forward with the Fire Archers. 200 HP on the Underworld. Restoration gets dropped down. All the units back up to full HP here. Underworld sits at 300. Can the Tau Wu get through and deal with it? No. Taken out. Matador under a huge amount of pressure now from Zucolo here. Forest protection gets dropped down onto the ballet. At least it's hitting a little something onto the right. He doesn't have any population. And there goes the Fey Beast. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another game, another you, another me. We're moving into our third series of the day. We got 4 all up. Moscow versus Tunis, and waiting in the wings, we've got Recon and Grass. We got Recon and Grass. Well. This series, however, I gotta say, this one brings a tear to my eye. Got 2 brothers fighting too soon. Both Moscow and Tunison. These guys are finals worthy contenders. And they are practice partners. So one of them is going forward. The other one is going to the losers bracket. To some degree, playing the losers bracket is an advantage. To some degree, it is a disadvantage. The advantage is you get more experience. So if you win through the losers bracket, you get more games, more experience, and you get more used to the pressure, so to speak. But if you win, you don't have to show your strats, you don't have to show your stuff, and you play less games, you get to the finals, it's all good. So yeah, there's all of that. There is all of that. But 2 friends, 2 mates, two players that play a lot against each other means we are going to get a very special series here. Very special. See, the thing is, when you got 2 players that know each other's game plans, know each other's game style, and have practiced against each other a lot, you know what ends up happening? Really, really good games. Because there's no surprises. They're gonna go for their strats because they know their strats work against each other, and you're gonna get yourself into some really, really cool situations. Our first game here is going to be on Frozen Continent. Let's talk about the bans. Mosca takes out the Uranus, he takes out the Hades. Uranus is one of Tunison's best gods, and the best god in the game, obviously. The more I say it, the more I feel like it's actually true. Not that it's never not been true, but I feel like that's the purpose. And Tunison bans out one of Mosca's best gods, Poseidon, as well as another best god in the game, Isis. Mosca then first picks Amaterasu, saying, Tunison, please have Kronos. Please have Zeus. Please have whatever you want here. I'm taking Amaterasu first. That's a wild pick. Obviously, Mosca feels like Amaterasu is a very strong god for one of these maps. I have my sneaking suspicion of which map it is. But when we get there, we get there. Then Mosca takes the Tsukiyomi, Freya. Makes some sense there with those two picks. The Freya could be really good on Socotra. Could be good on King of the Hill as well. We already saw Soup's craziness on King of the Hill, but I think that's just a supinator there. I don't know if Mosca's got that kind of killer instinct. Tunison then grabs the Thor and the Fushi. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Did Tunison forget that Susanol is on the cards? Is there just no good map for Susanol in this pool of maps? I don't think that's the case. Budapest is a great Susanol map. Socotra, a great Susanol map. King of the Hill, a great Susanol map. But opts against it. Then Mosca grabs the Susanol and Set. Then Tunison grabs the Gaia and the Ra. And then Mosca takes an Odin. This is some very, very spicy god drafts. Very, very spicy. Nonetheless, an Odin versus Kronos here on Frozen Continent. You guys might go, oh no! Oh no, Kronos Rush. It's gonna kill the Odin player. He's not gonna know what to do. I can guarantee. Actually, I don't want to guarantee it because I've been wrong on this too many times. I can guarantee you that Odin is going to be advancing very fast here, regardless of what god Kronos is. You want to advance fast here with Norse. You want to attack very early on, and then you want to go for your docks. That's the meta that I have seen on this map from Norse. So Kronos Rush will be met with a whole bunch of Hursa. I would be surprised here if Mosca is faced with a Kronos Rush, but maybe that's also the right way to start this one too. Nonetheless, the timer is done. The Odin is in. The Kronos is in. Let's jump in to game number 1. Tunison versus Mosca on the map Frozen Continent. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen. The right-hand corner of the map, the blue color with the golden Kronos on display. His name is Tunison. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Odin, his name is Mosca. I am not surprised to see what I'm seeing, and we are indeed going to be seeing some very spicy, fast advances from both players here. I thought, look, this map was going to be crazy. No matter what happened, no matter what I did on this map, I thought it was going to be a crazy one. And that's why it's in here. It's Pandora's box 2 after all. The Pandora's box has been opened. And the crazy strats are going to be coming through. The big question here is going to be, does Mosca have a really solid build down? There's the soup build, where you advance at like 3 minutes. Crazy fast advance. I don't know if that's what Mosca did here or not. I think the temple's a little bit late. He's going to be looking to pull back, maybe drop the temple on this very back position, or not even try and hide it at all. I don't know. Tunison on the other side. He is already advancing. And Moscow only now putting the... I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this for Moscow because it's a very late advance. He knows what he's up against. He's going to get deconstructed. Luckily for Moscow, his temple is out of range. And the Oracle may not spot it here. No, the Oracle... Oh, it's going to be close. The Oracles may not spot it. The line of sight coming in. The thing is, even if it doesn't spot it, it's still not that good. But the point is, he doesn't know that... Well, the Ravens kind of give it away. He doesn't know that the temple is... No, oh, he kind of knows. He can walk over here and get a deconstruction in very, very quickly. But if he does, it's not the end of the world. He can still just drop a great haul straight away. But Moscow has to be ready. Herser coming through for Moscow. Is their time as the Oracle comes through. Temple does go down. Temple over here for Moscow. Also going to come back up. We've got that Hero Oracle coming in. Where are the Temple? The Temple didn't get time shifted in. Hello? Temple did get time shifted in, but it's super late. Where are the Prometheans? Oh, now they're coming in. The Prometheans are coming in very late here for Tunison. As Moscow's Temple will be finishing up. And there will be a Valkyrie in for Moscow following this up. Villagers simply just trying to bail into the town, saying you don't want to lose anything here. As a counter barracks going to go up over onto this side. Over onto this side. A longhouse. Whoa. Oh, the Moscow Valkyrie almost down. One Herser going to be coming through now. Needs that in to help out. I can't believe he's going for a longhouse here. House coming down as the problems for Moscow are starting to become incredibly apparent here. Another Herser to come through. But there's also going to be an immediate Caraballister in. I don't believe we're seeing that longhouse. That longhouse is so crazy from Moscow. But nonetheless, the Valkyrie going to be heading over into the main base of Moscow, of Tunison, as now the Caraballister is in. And what do? Do we go for a crazy dive with villagers? Berserk on this side getting hit back. House is up, trying to defend this position nicely. Into the main base, the Valkyrie just searching. Got to be careful where that's concerned. Town center will be able to take out that Oracle. Yes, it does. Valkyrie goes down in the main base there as well. And Moscow, I hate to say it, this is not gone well for him early game. A second Caraballister is now down. And what do you do versus these Caraballister without raiding cavalry? Great haul coming up on the back here for Moscow. Is there any movement to another gold mine? Not seeing it. Terminal starting to come through. Villagers pulling back into the main base. Moscow villagers into the town center as well. He's got to make some sort of a bail away from this position. The Caraballis' weakness is they're slow. Raiding cavalry going to come through. Berserks do spot an Oracle here. As all the villagers into the middle of the map, Promethean Offspring will be sent around there, but the Herser can come over there and defend that. You obviously have to predict it's going to be happening, but there's not many other options for Tunison here. As the double great hauls will be through. But he's not predicting the Promethean Offspring. He's building more houses. He's building more stuff. Prometheans in. They do spot the villagers on top of this gold mines. Grab themselves just a little bit of gold, but sometimes that's all you need here. Villagers will make that break for it as the raiding cavalry going into the main base of Tunison. Two villagers will end up going down as the Herser taking their sweet-ass time to get over here and support. Gets one pick off. But now there's also the catapulties coming into the mix. Into the main base, these raiding cavalry are just looking for any amounts of distraction action. But Mosca has found himself in a very tight bind versus Tunison's Kronos here. 0 gold income. Food just about to be expiring on the back here as well. He's just going to jump onto the cows. Can't get himself out of Valkyrie. I mean, to some degree, he just needs to take a fight. Like, he's only 500 resources behind. And if he can just get his raiding cavalry onto those Ballista, I think he can win that fight. The Ballista are very squishy. Cow's still getting eaten up with the villagers up onto this side. Now, the army of Tunison needs to make the long trip around to the front. And Mosca may have managed to get out of this bind. Raiding cavalry going to come through, looking to get any amount of delay onto this position. The fact that there's a handful of throwing axemen here is kind of huge. A little cheeky wall. Units here for Tunison moving up to the top. And Mosca, I don't think he's winning by any stretch, but he may have just survived. And sometimes all you need is survival. Especially with a forest like this. Taking a fight like this with a forest fire could be exactly what the doctor ordered, as Tunison pulling back. It's not how we use forest fire, but he does go for it. And now the army to turn around, getting ready. Of course, I had omniscience. I see the units coming around. Mosca didn't see that. So. But I mean, also, these villagers can just move back over onto the wood here. Doesn't have to take this fight just yet, but he may feel like he needs to. Throw an axeman need to take out those catapulties on the back as the raiding cavalry diving around onto the backside. They take out one Carabalsa. Going after the next here, we've got the Terma over onto the other side as Mosca dives forward here. A couple of raiding cavalry over onto those Terma as well. Is there enough stuff? Villagers getting pulled off of the gold mine. How much stuff do you have here? Is there enough? 2.2k for Tunison, and Mosca says, I'm not able to get through it. And he does decide to tap out there. The Kronos Rush strikes again. I'm not going to lie. Of all of the gods that the Kronos Rush is good against, Odin is probably one of the gods Tunison is very happy to see. That being said, I do think the correct building to throw down first versus the Kronos Rush got to be the Great Hall. Why the Great Hall? So, one, if your opponent builds catapulties after seeing the Great Hall, you just build Hersa. You charge in, you kill. If he builds Carabalista, you're already able to take a fight straight away. That one Carabalista is going to go down to 1 or 2 raiding cavalry. The Hersa can take out the Prometheans, and then the catapulties come. By then, you're already defended and you're fine. But yeah, going in with the Longhouse, no, that can't be it. You can't go for that. Get the Longhouse afterwards, but raiding cavalry first, Hersa first, and then go. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for Mosca. He almost managed to get through it, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Right, first win for Tunison. We're going in onto the map of Budapest. And it is a Tsukiyomi versus Zeus affair here. On the map of Budapest. So this is another interesting one that I don't think I've seen a huge amount of. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Game not found is not ideal. Oh, they put the wrong. They put the wrong number in, the bloody goobers. It's fine. And we're off. We're off into Budapest. No more waiting. I couldn't get to the thing fast enough. Let's go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 2. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the Blue Zeus. His name is Tunison. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the Red Tskiomi. His name is Mosca. Tunison off to a very, very red, hot start. He drops a dock. Look at Mosca. Mosca says, guys, the map's really, we have a really close spawn. Why drop a dock here? I can just rush. And he is just going to be rushing. Now, Tunison has not scouted this. He has not scouted this at all. I said this series was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be this good. Everybody and their mum was like, let's just do all the crates. I think we're going to be seeing the old school Naginata Rider Rush. I could be wrong. It could be something else. It could be a Kitsune Rush from Mosca into a fish boom. The Toskapos scouting in here still hasn't spotted anything. I really don't like this from Tunison. One of the big advantages of playing as Greek on this map, and of playing Japan, and of playing Greek in Japan on this map, is the ability to know what your opponent is doing. And Tunison hasn't seen it. He's going for a second dock. He is going to have a lot of problems coming his way. Now, Tunison, charging this way, will spot a whole lot of nothing. And Tunison may only start to be realizing what's coming his way momentarily. He doesn't check into the main base. He doesn't see the temple. He's going to check the docks to see where Mosca has started with his docks. Mosca's got 6 villages on gold here. Okay, it's got to be for Naginata Riders. I don't see what else it's for, but why does he have this many villages on wood? He only needs 1 stable if he's going to new moon it. Wait, am I missing something? I think I've got to be missing something. What is this? Mosca the madman. It's Inari Okami. Mosca is going for a is he going for a tower rush? Huh? Huh? What the actual? Huh? There's no way. The villagers will just run. How are you going to lock off all 4 wood lines? Athena now coming in. New moon onto the towers. I don't believe what I'm seeing here. Tower up, a 1 cheeky little wall. You spent 250 resources, plus all of this idle time to lock off 50 wood. Absolute cinema. Now what? Over onto this side. The Jason is now going to go in and start harassing. We're seeing Yumi coming through. The villagers will walk all the way back home. Now this is absolutely bonkers. This is absolute. I can't on this. This is absolutely bonkers. It makes no sense. He's going for another tower. When you build one tower, don't stop. Build another one. The Bushy is going to come through. He's got no answer for the Jason here. Azura Gumo going to go down, bolt onto the Bushy, and well, at least Moscow's having fun. The tower here has been denied. The villagers simply just go, again, you invested 200 resources into this tower. I'm just going to move over here. This is fine. There's no problems here. Is this one of those things where both of these guys said, you know what? Hey, let's just both do a troll strat at the start of this series, and then we'll see what happens. Okay. The tower is coming back up. All the Bushy are in. The Kitsune are not going to be doing all too crash hot. It's the heals coming in onto the Bushy to try and keep that one alive. He's got to start running there. Does manage to, at the very least, send those heroes packing, as we do have a stable now coming down for Tunison to try and deal with the Bushy. Maybe the strategy isn't that crazy. The watchtower coming back up. If you never give up on the strategy and you just keep doing it, eventually you get a tower on your opponent's gold mine. And how does he stop it? Maybe with the Heracles? I don't know. Heals onto the Bushy. Tunison has got all the resources in the world here, but the tower is going to be up. There's gold mines over here as well. You can just run to the other gold mines. This doesn't really matter. One villager does end up getting sniped. I don't believe what I'm seeing. This tower here also shuts off this tree line, and now we can go for another tower onto this tree line. It's like we've never seen, and he's just going to come over here. Tunis is just like, dude, this map's got resources everywhere. I'm going to just wander down the bottom. I hope that's all right. I'm just going to come down here. We're just going to chill on this bottom side, and then what are you going to do? Monaco. All the hippies are out. There needs to be some sort of yati coming in, which is going to be the case. I mean, there's also wood over here. There's resources everywhere at this point. As the hippies are going to be popping up to the top. You do see the walls coming in, making sure the tower's nice and safe. Over here, the wall's nice and safe. He can delete this house and bum rush this tower with the villagers to get his gold mine back if needed. There's now the Bushy to come through. Is there enough stuff here? Like, the fact that there's been 4 idle villagers the entirety of this time, and he drops the Swampland! The Swampland to come down! Restoration from Tunison. He says, I have to take the fight, but surely the Swampland is going to be enough here. Tunison is just sitting in it. The Kappas are spawning on the back. And he pulls back out of this position. Does he have enough stuff? The villagers to come forward. A tower for Moscow. There's 3 hippies remaining. Are you kidding me? There's no way this tower is in range, right? I mean, we're watching Age of Empires 2, or are we watching Age of Mythology? I don't know which one. I haven't seen a tower rush in forever. I don't think I've ever actually... No, I haven't seen a serious... No. I have seen... Ooh, have I seen a tower rush in a tournament? I have seen... We've been seeing tower rush. Not like this, though. Meanwhile, Tunison says, okay... You know I've got a gold mine over here as well. I mean, it's idle time, but take a look at my fishing ships. I've got 16 of them. So I idle 15 villages, but I got 16 fishing ships. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Tower coming up over here. Tunison going to rebuild an army. He's got 0 favor income. It's all tower all the way at the moment as the villagers will move up onto this tree line. I still don't understand. I still can't believe we're watching what we're watching right now. Of all the games to have ever been played in Age of Mythology, this is going to go down as one of those games. Walls to come up. Got to protect your tower. Just a couple of these wooden wall segments. Now, if you do kill one wooden wall segment, I think all of them do actually end up dying. They're only 300 HP. And also, again, delete a market, bum rush the position. The other thing you have to remember is in New Mooning the tower, you get... Oh, does he know? Of course he knows. That's a tower. Oh, I like this move. This is easily dealt with, though. You can build one hammer ship, and then you're good here. This is very easily dealt with. As the Hippias going to be coming through, we do see crenellations coming in from Mosca as well. And now there's a lot of Toxotes. There's going to be a tower here, though. Can he take a fight with all of... I don't know if he can. Turns around. The Toxotes taking some damage. The villagers on this side getting charged down. Going to be putting a stop to all of this shenanigans for the time being. But look at the... I don't know. I don't know. It's done 1,000 damage, but it's, most of that's just been onto a storehouse. As now the army to retreat back to the other towers that are in here. Is there enough actual stuff here or not? Is the question. The villagers do manage to survive as they get pulled back. It's 40 villagers to 32 fighting underneath 2 towers here with the Yati Spearman to take out that front line, and he still manages to win the fight. The Madman. He's up to Bushido tier 2 as well. Now, here's the other thing. Doc transport ship for Tunison. He doesn't need to be like, he doesn't need to be doing what he's doing here. Like, if he wants to be as tricky as he possibly can, just transport ship up to the top. Live the dream. Dock here, transport ship. We can even move over onto this side. Transport ship here. Move up onto this dock. This dock. There's like so many different safe options here for Tunison. Another tower to come up to say, get off that wood line. Like, I'm gonna keep saying build a transport ship until I see someone build one, because that's the whole point of this map. That's the whole thing. I saw this map and I was like, transport ship shenanigans. Please. And we still have yet. We've seen one transport ship, but just no shenanigans in it. Over on this side, we got the medium Hippias raids coming through. A couple of Miko just chilling in the main base for Mosca, as a dock now coming through, as it looks like we're going to start the next phase of this game, which has to be to stop tower rushing, right? All the Toxotes are over here. The walls are up. He's not going to be able to sneak in here. He might be able to sneak back around onto this side and try and get his tower back up to shut down this fishing ship shenanigans. But Apollo on the way. And what happens when you get to the heroic age, ladies and gentlemen? Siege or heavy myth units from Zeus to come in as the villager gets out-healed by the trireme. The tower will be finishing up here. And then look at the damage the tower does. Okay, never mind. It's underneath the tower. It's fine. And look at the trireme ship is down as the fishing ships will be taken out here. And I mean, Tunison could put a dock onto the side if he wants. Delete this dock and maybe he can get a little bit of fish in, but he's already Apollo, so he's already going to be able to get himself Peltast, Siege, maybe some Manticore, So many different options. Pegasus coming in, going to be looking for an underworld passage onto some villages. There is still a tiny bit of gold here, but no way to defend the actual gold mine, the second gold mine here for Moscow. Fishing ship is slowly going to start coming through. You see a cheeky little Skylar in that there will actually be able to take out the tower as another watchtower to come through for Moscow. Try and take out a couple of buildings here as well as the Peltas numbers are going to start coming through. And realistically, Peltas should put a stop to these Bushy, but the thing that really puts a stop to everything going on here as the walls up on this side from... He's just unrelenting with it. He's just like, guys, towers. OP. Why not? But then again, Tunison is in a fantastic position. I can't say this is currently working for Moscow. As the underworld comes in, the villagers are going to be making a break for it into the main base. The army here will have to start looking to do something to defend himself. There's also hoplites into the mix. Over on this side now, we've got that fortress coming through. That's going to put a stop to nearly everything that Moscow wants to do here. He's not going to be able to get through. It's also going to be the Petropolis on the way, I'm sure. As the army of Moscow needs to pull back. He's got walls up everywhere. He's got towers up everywhere. But now is it... I'm stuck in here with you or you're stuck in here with me? Which one is it? So Toxoid is taking everything else out and Moscow looks like he's got nothing left on this attack. The siege to come through up onto the top, the raid on the gold mine. And Moscow tries to make it work. But I gotta say, this one here was a wild idea. I think, yeah, on Haywire, on Socotra. I think there is there's so many good maps for this strat, but this Budapest one, I'm scratching my head on it. I couldn't work out what he was doing because this was so far-fetched for it to even be an idea for Moscow that it didn't click. And then he started doing it and I still didn't believe it. Tunison up 2-0 now in this best of 5. Moscow has to lock in. Of course he's locked in already, but he's gonna have to make something really work here going in to game number 3. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for it. Alrighty. Now we're going in onto the map Haywire. Some commentary from behind the scenes was, I was very scared, not gonna lie. Those towers are OP. That was wild. That's what we live for, guys. I mean, it didn't work, but it was hilarious. Our next one is on Haywire, and it's going to be an Amaterasu versus Gaia matchup. Amaterasu versus Gaia for game number 3. Now, we have been seeing... this quite a bit, I think. Like, we've been seeing Amaterasu on Haywire quite a bit. Did I recently upgrade my computer? No, it's all the same. All right, so let's talk about this. We've been seeing Amaterasu quite a bit on this map. Why? Specifically for Bushy, 1 Udor. Incredibly strong strategy. Very, very difficult to beat on this map? What's the answer? Once you crack it, then it dies because you can't pick it anymore. Then the next god comes in, and then the next god. That's how the metas build. That's how they develop. How do you crack this Minakata Amaterasu shenanigans? When are they going to need 4? Oh, you mean when it's the best of 7s? Yeah, semifinals. I think. Actually, it might be the finals. No, it's best of 5s for the semifinals. It's best of 7 for the losers finals and the winners finals. Mate, the handbook's there. I'm not gonna lie. The handbook's there. I wish I could just tell you off the top of my head, but I can't. I'm pretty sure it's the finals and the losers finals with the best of 7s. I don't know what else there is. But yeah, let's jump into the next game. Haywire versus Haywire, Tunison, Gaia, Mosca, Amaterasu. Let's go. Alrighty, guys, into the next game here in the left-hand corner. Tunison up 2-0 here. Up 2-0. Recently, we've seen a little bit of a boost to a certain god. And this map, I gotta say, sounds like a perfect situation for it. What's that god, you might ask? Leto. Let's play a game of how many spider eggs we can place. It's got to be the game plan. Could go for Oceanus. Could go for some quick Stymphalian birds, potentially. But don't think it's the best idea versus the Amaterasu Minakata. Automaton, on the other hand, that sounds great on paper versus Yumi Archer versus everything. However, there is the other option here for Amaterasu, which is, oh, you're going in for Automaton? Great. Let me just stop building Yumi. I'm going to move in onto all of the food, and I'm going to make a whole bunch of Onnomusha, and I'm going to make your life very upset. Can I explain more precise how the spider eggs work? So, Leto comes with the Automaton, which is a myth unit. It's a very low favor cost myth unit. It's one of the myth units you want to spam. If you're going to go for automatons, you want to make 20 plus automatons. And I'm not kidding. That you want a lot of them if you're going to go for them, right? The other thing that comes with Leto is the spider layer. That's the god pout. Now, we don't even know if we're going to be seeing it, so I could be talking about this out of my ass. But, and then nothing's going to happen. But Leto, a spider layer, spawns 4 spider eggs. Each one of those spider eggs, when hatched, can kill off 1 human unit if that unit runs over the spider egg. Basically the same as the Kappas for Swampland, but you can't see the spider, but your opponent can't see the spider eggs that have been hatched. And it doesn't matter because we're not going to be seeing it anyways. We're going to be seeing Oceanus. We do, however, see something wild from Mosca. And it's Ame no Uzume. So I was hyping up Minakata. I was hyping up the one Yudo and the Yumi. But we're going to be seeing, yet again, another twist. Back to the old meta. Ame no Uzume is on the way. And so too is the Goshin Boku tree. As the Kamotachi coming in, hero citizens to get converted. Of course, a little bit of damage to come in, but then the villager will be very much safe. The walls will be very much up. You see a mana to come in over onto this side. As effectively here, all Tunison wants to do is just play defense and not really chase the Weasel around. The mana will be up. The Citizen can simply just garrison here. And Weasel number 1 is down. Meanwhile, a dojo coming up for Moscow. Another Weasel coming through. Does get taken out. And Tunison is so fine here. He couldn't be more fine. He is as fine can be. Takes very little damage, gets some walls up. A couple of hero citizens are in. He converted 1. Counter barracks coming up. Oh. Is there a gap here, though? I feel like there's a gap. That is a wild idea from Tunison. I should say, Haywire, the main... I was looking down to the bottom and I was like, why are the trees... Why are the trees spawned so weirdly? It's because Tunison is spamming Gaia Forest down there. He wants you to be trapped in here. You're not allowed out. Stay in with me. Another military barracks coming out. We still see the Caraballister in to deal with the Ondamusha. Top side is open. How much favor does it take to lock in the entirety of this base, though? And is it even locked in is the other question. I honestly don't think it is. That's so wild by Tunison. Of course, both players will be able to escape at some point by just mowing down their back forest. And I guess that's what Tunison eventually wants here. He wants to be able to escape here through this way. So he doesn't want to be chopping down Gaia trees in this map. He wants to be just saying, no. We are good. Shrines coming up all over the place from Moscow. I mean, it does take a very long time for this Gaia Forest to sort of work. 60 seconds remaining. 20 favor, 30 favor, 40 favor. So 90 favor total there, right? To get the entirety of the forest locked in. Meanwhile, back in onto the temple as the Caraballists are saying, no, please leave. I feel like an Ice Quick Heroic Age here from Tunison would be really, really good. I don't think he needs to stay in this Classical Age. Now, Ice Quick Heroic Age, get to Stymphalian Birds, get to Arcus here as well. You got the Caraballists to defend. There's no way past these walls. Not in the Classical Age, not without one Udor. Onto the back that Kamatachi charging in yet again. They just basically keep coming in on respawn. There's really no reason to not do it. I mean, it's kind of a unit that it's kind of like losing value by not doing it in some regard. As long as there's only one in queue, it's not the biggest of deals. And yeah, he is literally doing this. He doesn't care. Like, who cares about favor? There's 5 oracles. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep using this god power. That's so wild. And he will have the favor for it, undoubtedly. It's the units yet again charging forward. Now, if you do get a couple of hits off onto the Ondamush, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be healing up 0.5 HP a second. Obviously, don't want to take too much damage here as the Citizen going to get pushed back by a couple of those Yumi. One idea here for Tunison is to get himself this technology channels. And then if these archers are going to come close again, he can come around this side and very, very quickly make their life very sad. And another house or manor, another manor here or economic guild would be nice to shut off a lot of what Moscow can do. As now up to the top side, just looking over here. Moscow, has he scouted this at all? He's got no idea. He does see this, apparently. I don't know if he does or not. Ladria doing some dip, dive, duck, and dodging. Raijin, pretty cute. More Caraballister coming in. Gold situation, 1,000 remaining here. I mean, both players are mowing down their back wood, so they're both going to be able to escape at the same time. I feel like this is maybe overcomplicating this whole map. I don't feel like this is going to have that big of an impact, but maybe it will. Maybe it will. Maybe the whole idea is these Caraballister Terma shenanigans is going to be so powerful that Mosca can't do anything. That's kind of true. Mosca could, Tunison could run up, put another forest down, and then he would be completely safe outside. But even if you do that, you still got your base that's going to be dying. But both players still stare off. Neither player allowed to actually do much here. It's just a big amount of pressure. Yumi Archer's going to try and get a couple of pokes off. You also have to remember that the temple is also getting some HP back from standing on this lush. There's a Caraballister popping forward. Little tiny bits of damage here. And back behind his wall. As now Tunison is going to be moving up to his age up soon. Surely. Guardhouse Dojo for Mosca as well, as he's going to wander in. Try and knock down this wall over here. I really want this technology board for Tunison. Channels is so good. 5-speed Terma or 5.8 speed Terma? Which one do you guys want? I know which one I want. I think it's 5.8. They're very quick. And almost the entirety of this forest is... I still think that this is somewhat open. It looks like... I mean, look. I guess we'll find out at some point. But now Mosca in the heroic age. The hard part here for Tunison is that he's got himself all of these Caraballister, and Thunderdome is so good versus Caraballister. Do you see a castle coming up? And Tunison literally just left. Bye-bye. He's had enough. He says, I don't particularly want to play with you anymore. I don't want to play with you at all. See ya. Goodbye. Goodbye. He's out of here. The base is completely abandoned. And the forest is coming down. It's locked off. It's locked up. And Mosca's got no idea. He's got no idea. He's got no idea. What are you going to do? He's going to start building Yumi. And of course, there's now 3 citizen, 4 citizen that are going to die here. Tunison's, no, he just stops building villages from this town center because he doesn't care. He's getting town center up here. He's going town center over here. He's going town center over here. It's going to be 4 versus 2 town centers. And now, okay, all you have to do is prevent the wood from getting chopped down. He just comes up over, he's got the Caladria in position. Guys, this is exactly what I want out of every single tournament I ever organize ever again. This is, this is the idea. This is the idea. Oh, Yumi gonna take out these matters. I still think this is open, by the way, but let's just pretend it's not. I really hope that Tunison clicks on this right side to see, because he should just drop another Gaia Forest. Okay, good. He's gonna drop another Gaia Forest here. No, he can't get through. Okay. He's fine. He's fine. I would still drop another Gaia Forest there but still. Now it's 2 town centers versus 1 town center in terms of villager production, because we don't want this. And Mosca is like, what the actual F is going on here? You're on my back line, hitting me off of my wood. And we're gonna play a game of what? The Nugget Archer right again. He fell down. He can't get out. He can't get out. Oh, it's too funny. It's actually too funny. All right, I told you this series was going to be the best. We had a Chronos Rush. All right, that one wasn't that good. We had a Tower Rush that I've never seen before, and now we're seeing this. Buildings are all going down. Tunison doesn't care. He's on 2 TC. He's got so many more villages. He can get himself all the eco ups. He can go heroic age. He can get himself all the oracles out in the world. He's going to have 10 oracles. He can then go into mass Stymphalian birds. And then what are you going to do? How are you going to deal with mass Stymphalian birds? Well, you can't leave this position. Well, Mosca has to get to the Mythic Age himself here. He can go for Onmaraki. He can go for Onmaraki here. No? But Onmaraki are countered by Stymphalian Bird. No, Onmaraki have got more speed than the Stymphalian Bird. I don't think they're counted. 3 citizens go down, but it's 70 to 50. Thea will be in. Is there going to be another talent center getting grabbed? I mean, it's so stupid. Even if he gets the Onmaraki out, he still can't leave. Divine slashes trees? I don't think so. I think you need the Watchman bucket. The other one. I think you need the other one. A mark it up onto this side to start a trade route, because why not? It's a sword, not an axe. Exactly. A 3rd town center for Tunison. A 4th town center for Tunison. We're not in a rush here. So we got all the time in the world. I want to see a wonder here from Tunison. I want Master Valiant Bird wonder from Tunison. And quick smart. Mosca is in front by 8k score. I can't do math. By 8,000 score, but it doesn't matter. He's going to try and chop over here. I mean, like, at any point he tries to chop, he's just going to get shot down. Of course, the Onmaraki, that's the scary part, but surely we just drop like 3 temples and we just make mass Stymphalian birds. I have to imagine, I gotta imagine that Stymphalian birds are a counter to the Onmaraki. I don't know what the interaction is. I don't. But I can probably get like 2 Stymphalian birds for every 1 Onmaraki. There's a big amount of favor advantage here for Mosca at the moment, but there's 10 oracles out with that 2nd tier of upgrade. Well, not the 2nd tier, just a unique upgrade to make them get a little bit more. 4 town centers, 50, double the villager count. Arcus now starting to come down. The Stymphalian birds will be able to fly in. We've got Divine Prefecture, Den Drums, Restless Army. Hecate, Hakute, going to be coming in as the Stymphalian birds to get a little bit of damage. You get the Caladria in here and it's brutal. Okay, Onmaraki here does 120 pierce damage per second. Who wins this fight? I don't think it's the Onmaraki. The bird is the word. Couple of hero Terma getting converted in. Letting this guy just chill here. I don't understand. Get over there and kill him. 1 dead Plaguebringer on Meraki. coming up. It seemed no, he's got the speed. 4.6. That's so much speed for a bird. I can't lie. This is one speedy bird. Watchtower, however. I mean, you do have the 5.3 speed Terma Hero, so they should be able to catch up eventually. Unless he decides to just fly back over this into his safe inside area. Up onto this top side, however, the villagers are starting the dream chop. Let me out of here. A little bit of a Omaraki shenanigans over here as another palace to come down. Hero citizens coming in. It's a carnivora. Hello? Does Tunison see this? Answer, he does not see this. But is it too little too late? Omaraki raids coming through. Hecate on the way. Surely it's too little too late. Even if you break through now, it's still 4 town centers to 1 town center. Sorry, 4 town centers to 2 town centers. And you've got... Come on, you got to build... You got to keep playing, though. You succeeded in the strat, but it's not like Moscow is going to be resigning on game point here. You're going to get Hecate in. You're going to get the special upgrades from Hecate to make the Stymphalian birds even stronger. Once the Stymphalian birds can hit the villages here, some sort of a palace or shenanigans or something. Is there any way to take those bushy out with the Terma? Trade route is in for Moscow as well. He's got himself 18 deer caravans with 31 gold a trip. The Omaraki still causing some problems up onto this side. Still attacking over onto the backside. The towers. Tunison was like, hey, I'll show you how to tower rush. We get the 20-minute tower rush in. That's perfect. More Arcus to start coming through. Does he have fortified town centers? No. He has his economic upgrades all coming through. Omaraki still causing some problems over here as the Karabalis, the hero. I mean, is this somewhat of an answer for the raids? I guess so. There's a bunch of damage. One citizen down. Got to be paying attention over here. Up onto the top here. More citizens dying from these Omaraki raids. I mean, send the Stymphalian birds after it. Sure, like you can... Do you have his upgrade? Get channels. Channels works on the Stymphalian bird as well. Then you can use the lush to chase. It's got to be the way. Of course, I think this is going to be the first time either of these guys have been in this situation. Like, without question, I can watch it and give you a bunch of pointers because, like, of course, I'm thinking about it. I'm seeing it now. They're in the middle of the game, not having any idea what they're supposed to do. But now there's a Tartarian gate to get dropped down somewhere. Where do you put it? Main base, kill off the castle. Got the towers getting cleaned up over here. Oscar is desperately trying to break out of this position. Of course, there's also the trade route for Tunison. Arcus heroes coming through. You really do need to get ballistics as well as your heavy upgrades and things like that when building these Arcus. Also, I'm going to keep saying channels until channels is built. Now, the Titan can't break through here either. The only way through this is to chop it down or a very specific god power, of which we don't really have either of. What I'd love to see from Tunison is actually some raids with the Stymphalian birds, to be honest. Like, make Moscow have to move and defend himself. See towers trying to come up here as these Omaraki are just wreaking havoc everywhere. And now we do finally see this Tartarian gate getting dropped down. Wait, where? Hello? Am I blind? Oh, it's here. Okay. On top of the trade route. Maybe it'll take out the town center. I don't know. Tunison still doesn't have himself his ballistics, but he's got one incredibly powerful army. And then into the main base, we've got ourselves the Titan Gate for Moscow. Titan Gate for Tunison also needs to be coming through. And there's just pain everywhere here. Is there any resources for this Titan gate? I mean, the thing is, it doesn't matter if there's a Titan here. If you can't escape. If you can escape, then it kind of matters. Well, both players are basically at the same pot because there's no fortified town centers in from Tunisia. Tunisia here is desperately trying to deal with these on Meraki. There's 280 favor in for Moscow as well. I think I'm enjoying this game a little bit too much. I think I'm enjoying this one just that little bit too much. Up onto the top here, we do have that Lampede. He does manage to get the Plaguebringer on Meraki stuck for a little bit. Is it enough? I think the answer is yes, as the fire siphons come through. Little bits of damage to come in. The thing is, the 20 range Arcus should be good here to hit this as well, because this is an 18 range tower. As you do see another Gaia Forest coming down somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where Tunisia put that. Oh, right here. He says, don't, no, you're not allowed through here. Let me just lock that off. Omaraki is still harassing up onto this top position as the Terma heroes need to get brought up there and deal with this. There's all the heroes inside of the town center. Tunisia ungarrison and use them. There he goes. Now you're like, oh, I had a whole bunch of hero units there. Fantastic. Does he have himself ballistics? Shit, he still doesn't have ballistics. What the hell? Okay, now the Omaraki have been left. They get dealt with. There's so many Oyumi here. You really do need cavalry against Oyumi, but a Titan would be just as good. Meanwhile, the Oyumi here, not the Oyumi, the Omaraki trying to break out. Okay, we've just seen how the interaction of Symphalian Bird versus Plaguebringer on Meraki works, and I could be wrong, but I think it works like the special attack kills them. I don't think you could use the special attack on a ranged unit, but apparently you can. There you go. There's still no Titan coming. Of course, the Titan is going to be up for Moscow soon. Tartarian Gate is being dealt with. Sooner or later, this forest here is going to be broken open. But, I mean, I feel like Tunisia isn't doing anything. I hate to say it. Like, the strategy is brilliant. But what's he doing with it? Of course, these Omaraki are brilliant as well from Moscow. He is absolutely shutting Tunisia down here. Does he have enough favor to drop another forest? No, it's almost open here. He's also opening up this bottom side. That 5,000 wood in the bank. The Titan is out. He's 10 population here. That might not help out all too much. Some destroyers getting made. Where did the Omaraki go? He's got himself 7 of these bad boys. That's a 10 population. Titan 10. Another palace coming up for Tunisia. I don't... Like, he's got so many units. So many destroyers. 14 destroyers. He doesn't have all of his upgrades just yet. He's about to be. He has to somehow deal with these Oyumi. Actually, you know what? Destroyers versus Oyumi does make some sense here. It does make some sense. That also kind of makes some sense versus the Plaguebringer Omaraki if you just terrorize him. Of course, the Wraiths will be doing... How much damage do they do versus heroes? 0.25. So if you heroize the Destroyers, You might be okay here. More towers coming up. These Gaia trees are almost dealt with. Guard towers coming through. Ballistics finally on the way. That Secrets of the Titans still not bought. It's giving me... It's making me very worried for Tunison. I mean, I just... Who wins? After all is said and done. In this ridiculous game. Once this opens up, is there going to be an opening over here? Is there going to be an opening over here? More towers coming in as Mosca's Titan rolls in onto this position. Another Gaia Forest! He says, no, let's just chill out. We can wait a little bit longer here. We can wait a little bit. He's got 685. What the hell? I mean, you gotta wonder. Is it worth it to drop another Sacred Gate? Is it worth it to drop another Goshin Boku tree? I think so. Like, he can't spend any of the favor because he's at full pop. He's just sitting here with infinite reason. Build a wonder. Surely build a wonder here. Mosca. Aging Agent Mosca. Right in the center. Right here. One wonder, please. You have the resources very shortly. Sell. I mean, you can't release them. He's out of gold. No, he's still got gold mine. He's about to have the gold for the wonder. Wait. Did he just delete all his Oyumi? Wait, who? There it is. Well, Sacred Gate, Goshin Boku Tree. He's got 2 Solar Shields. He's got 2 Thunderbursts. The villagers over here getting poked down. Okay, so we've got a wonder coming up. But there's no good god powers. There's no destructive god powers here for Mosca. So the wonder just makes his Omaraki stronger, which I guess not a terrible thing. My guy. Well, they're all knocked over now. All of them are knocked over. It's fine. Man, you can't get through here. It's just... Okay, so even with a wonder though, surely Tunison can go wonder here as well, no? Like right up in this top corner. A nice fat wonder. Did you go for the Titan first? Or do you go for the wonder first? I can, like, I almost guarantee these guys are very good friends. They're probably just, like, Tunison is probably just spamming 11. The Great Escape! Dun, 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 dun. You know that one? They're going for it! Does Tunison see this? He doesn't. How does he not have... I guess he's been knocked back a bunch. How does he not have anything over there? The Omaraki back onto the trade route. Brutal. Not much you can do about it except for just put towers up everywhere on the map to at least have a little bit of damage back. Over onto this side as well. Almost open as we got the palaces coming through. Towers coming down. Hero Citizen are in to just try and ignore these wraiths. Towers coming down for Mosca as he's trying to break through here as well. The palace getting finished for a fire siphon or something could be nice. There's no favor for the Gaia Forest again. Where's the wonder? Wonder up here. 524 seconds. 260 seconds. Mosca will be wonderfied first. The towers for now are up. These villagers pulling back off of this wood line? He was through. He'd made it. Now all the villagers just falling. The tower's going to come back up. We do see a Titan Gate now coming for Tunison. Now remember the... Holy Onmaraki. Once you get these Onmaraki to wonder, then what? Is there any point in going for another Sacred Gate? To make... No, I don't think there is. Mosca didn't think this one through. Is there any other way through this? I'm chopping this down. This is still the best chance to get out of here, I reckon. And Titan coming up for Tunison as well. Fire Siphon will come over here and try and deal with these towers and push this all back. You do see that the Onmaraki wave is searching. Hero Arcus will get converted in, but I mean, there's 12 versus how many? How many wretches to take out a town center, do you think? I mean, the other thing is, if you're close to a town center, just garrisoning through is an angle as the wretches bail out over here. These Arcus trying to chase down. I think there's no excuses to not have an economic guild literally everywhere around this outside at the moment. Does he have channels yet? Please tell me he's got channels. This is a Atlantean main, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, anything happens in... Okay, lots of stuff, random stuff happens in these tournament games. All right? You forget some upgrades from here or now. But, okay, now he's getting it. All right, fine. I complained a little bit too hard there, and now he's getting it. Onmaraki. Turn off the special and kill the Oracle. He doesn't want to use it. He doesn't know. It's fine. Yeah, there's no mythic rejuvenation. There's no upgrades here for the Titan or anything. Let's see. The Titan Gate will get spotted. There's no protection for this one. Look at the queue of Onmaraki here. Can he kill? Okay, Onmaraki going down. I mean, even if he kills them, they're all going to just come straight back. The wretches doing tons of damage. They do all fall. As the Arcus here is 4.9 speed and a dream. They are faster than the Onmaraki on top of Lush. The Titan Gate will continue along as the wretches get popped down over here again just to give them a bit of a getaway. More Onmaraki. He's literally fully popped of Onmaraki. A Thunderburst could be an idea too. But the Arcus heroes are an option here. The Wonder is up now for Mosca. His Onmaraki are ginormous. The wretches will also be ginormous. Look at them. They do 8 damage. Holy damn. There's 85 of them. Thunderburst will come down. The birds of prey coming in to take out the Titan Gate. 66 seconds remaining on this, but look at the damage coming down. I do not think this is going to be working out here. And soon another charge will come. No, he has to click. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's just like, I'm just going to kill it. But he's losing a lot of bird here. Now the wretches coming in. The citizens falling. The wretches will now be able to plague all over this Titan Gate. But the issue here is, even if you stop the Titan Gate, you still have to get out of your base here somehow. You still have to get out of your base. The Titan Gate, 1,000 HP remaining. And a dream. The Thunderburst just continuing here. The Titan Gate 94%, 84% on the other side. 300 HP remaining. And it does get denied. But the wonder for Tunison will come through. The problem here is you can get another Titan Gate out, no? Can we not just get another Titan Gate out? Also, I really want to know what the interaction in this... I want to know if the interaction with the Stymphalian Bird was just like what I saw in that one moment and that's what happens, or if that was something else. Are we going to see Stymphalian Birds? Or do you just drop a million Tartarian Gates inside of your opponent's base? Can you Tartarian Gate a wonder, by the way? Anyone know? Anyone know the answer to that? Apparently not. No, well, I can't. I don't know because there's no line of sight here. You got to imagine no, right? Another Guy Forest here to say, please step away. Mosca has given up all attempts to escape his base, and he's just flying around with Onmaraki. The temples are coming in. Stymphalian Birds are getting built. You have to micro them, though, to some degree. 350 favor in the bank right now for our main man, Tunison. The Onmaraki are just hitting everything. Hero citizens to come in to just say, at least they can't kill me. This game is absolutely stupid. Check Mosca's village. Mosca deleted all... Well, I mean, if he really wants to build villages again, he can. He does have a trade route going, but he's literally deleted all of his villages. So we can have even more Plaguebringer on Meraki. Now the question here is, will the Stymphalian Birds be enough for Tunison? Celerity, Mythic Rejuvenation, and Mass Stymphalian Bird. Like, this is just absurd. This is just absurd. I'm glad this is going to be the only time we watch this game ever, right? No one is allowed to do this again. One time only. That's it. The Stymphalian Birds. The bird versus the bird. 18 Stymphalian Birds versus 35 Plaguebringer on Meraki. I'm sorry, the Stymphalian Birds do not win this. They do not win this fight. Yeah, no. Tunison, I saw it correctly the first time. I thought maybe I didn't, but I saw it correctly the first time. The Stymphalian Birds do, in fact, they do not win this fight. Tunison, you have indeed found yourself against literally 33 Plaguebringer. How many? There are 11 Goshin Boku trees. 11! He doesn't need resources. He just has the Onmaraki spawning on repeat. I think you just gotta resign here, Tunison. I don't think you can kill these. They're immortal. They literally don't die. I mean, they will die, but they'll come back to life. He doesn't need resources. Tunison is going to try and build heroes versus Onmaraki. I could be wrong, but I don't think this is going to work. He's got 40 Plaguebringer on Meraki. They are dying. I mean, I don't feel like Mosca is even paying attention here. He just starts to use his special. There you go. Holy shit! I can't select the wretches. There's too many wretches. There's too many wretches. Yeah, I feel like Tunison needs to just stop trying to kill the wretched, the Plaguebringer on Meraki, because he never can. He needs to go full destroyer and get into this base. Like, open up one little path, get in there with all the destroyer, kill the Wonder, take the Goshin Boku trees for himself. Look, I'm not happy for them. I'm not happy for them. I'm happy we get to see another game. I'm also not angry at them. I'm not happy. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I think I'm just disappointed. Of all the games I thought I was going to watch today, these guys came at me and said, Boit, we're going to have a Chronos Rush. And then we're going to have a Tower Rush. And then I am going to place 6 Gaia Forests around the edge. I'm going to trap my opponent in there. And then we're going to have a bird off, of which neither player knew which bird was actually going to be winning because they just didn't know. You just don't. And it turns out that, well, yeah, no, the bird that's in the DLC does in fact win. That there may or may not have been more of that bird than the other player. I don't know. But Tunison gives up. Mosca gets a dub, and we aren't finished with this series yet. We aren't finished with it. We just had a 45-minute game. We're going to have another game. I'm really hoping that it's as stupid and as crazy as this. Let's jump back over to the draft. I imagine they're going to actually, you know what? Let me just check and see if they are already going with another game. It looks like they're ready. So there's not even a tiny break here to go into the next one. Let's jump out. Yep, that's what happened. Oscar is now on the board. Mosca is now on the board. The Amaterasu gets the dub. And we move on to King of the Hill, where we will get treated to everybody's favorite thing in the entirety of the world, a Norse mirror. It's going to be Freyr. It's going to be Thor. It's going to be absolutely insane. They are well and truly already in. Look, to be honest, I don't know how intense that other game was for them. I don't feel like they were playing super intensely. It was much more of a thinking game than anything else. But yep, that happened. Let's see now. I need some water. That was. So, here's the question, chat. We've seen 3 games with 3 cheeses. 3 games, 3 cheeses. Is the 4th game going to be a cheese too? Or do we finally get ourselves a standard game? Like, I thought, like, I want to just roll back. I thought the whole, like, get to a wonder wasn't going to be that big of a deal for Mosca because he didn't have any destructive god powers. Turns out Mass Goshin Boku Tree is way better than the destructive god powers because you just get infinite bird. No metagame, please. Like, I don't think these guys are capable of playing the meta. Maybe this is the meta. You don't know. It could be. It absolutely could be. This stream is cinema. Okay, good. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying yourself. I'm having we're struggling to keep it together here. But that's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. It's great. Yay. We got 15 seconds to get into this next game. I was going to give you a whole bunch of rundown into the ins and outs of this matchup, but it turns out that it doesn't matter. Talking about the matchup doesn't matter because whatever we're going to see is going to be absolutely absurd, and that's just how it goes. So I'm glad you guys are here with me for this one. Pandora's Box 2 is delivering on all cylinders. So let's all just jump into the ride for our next one. We're going into King of the Hill. Make sure you keep your arms and legs and all limbs inside the vehicle at all times. Otherwise, there will be casualties, and we don't want that to happen. Let's jump into King of the Hill. Let's go. Alrighty, off to the races we go for game. Where are we up to? I don't even know where we're up to anymore. I've completely lost my mind. We're into the next game here. In the top side of the map, we've got Mosca playing as Freyr. In the bottom side of the map, we've got ourselves Tunison playing as Thor. And in classic, wait, why would we see a Dwarven Armory start? Why would we see, like, there's no point. There's just no point. Like, we're going to just go for a cheese. Like, this is just all that's going to happen. Tunison, no Dwarven Armory, all the dwarves on gold. It's going to be a fast advance. On the flip side here, Mosca says, you know what? I did my tower cheese. Let's just play a nice, friendly game of Age of Mythology here where we both behave, all right? We're just both going to behave. That's what's going to happen. We both behave. Happy days. Mosca on the front. I feel like, no, we're out. No. What? The temple is coming. This isn't even a fast advance from Mosca. He didn't even do the soup build. Tunison. Temple coming up. Alrighty. Advance coming in. Stock standard. There's also a really, really nice pine tree here. You guys don't understand how nice this pine tree is. And Tunison just goes, nah, we're going to let's go to the oak tree. The pine tree is where it's at. The oak tree, nah. Right next to the ox cart, shareable, but apparently not that important. All are going to be the god of choice here for Mosca. Well, I can't see this working for Mosca. I think Mosca is going to get absolutely blown off the map here. He is late. His temple is in the middle of the map. He hasn't started a Hersa yet. He's behind on Hersa production. The Hersa coming through for Tunison. Spots the temple. Mosca goes, oh crap. And Tunison is well and truly aware of what's happening here. As we might be getting ready for the... We might be getting ready for game 4 here. Series 4 coming your way. It's been a pleasure hanging out. I'm just kidding. As the Ursa now charging in, going to start wailing away at this temple. It will take a while to actually take it down. The temple does have inside of it the Ursa heroes getting spammed in. If I'm Tunison, we send the Valkyrie directly at the main base. We do not care about this temple in the slightest. You've got to run those Ursa back home, or you're going to take a huge amount of damage from that Valkyrie. More Ursa coming in for Tunison. Non-stop. Never finish. Never stop the Ursa. A house on the back going to get targeted down here as well. I like that move. Limit that as much as you possibly can. A second Ursa to come out is not going to be enough to deal with this. One Ursa going to be pulling back here to try and deal with the Valkyrie at the very least. A Gulen Bursty could be somewhat of an idea here. If you can use it, that you can send the Valkyrie nice and close. I don't know if you can kill off a Valkyrie with a Gulen Bursty, but it might be the best move here for Mosca to deal with everything. But still, more Ursa coming through. Can he get out enough here? Another Ursa pops in to deal with this one as these Ursa over here have to swing around. And now we've got ourselves a little bit of a micro fight. 5 Ursa and a dream here for Tunison. One goes down. You've got to focus fire. Nice attempt there from Mosca with the micro. I don't know what's going on in the main base, but the Ursa getting dragged back. We do have healing from one side and no healing from the other. If the Valkyrie can get back in, you can heal up this guy and you're good to go. A Longhouse is going to come down. And the next move here for Tunison has to be to get some throwing action out. And same too for Mosca. Now, I think if I'm Mosca, yes, but no. Yes, but no. Don't put it there. That's next to the trees. The forest fire can kill this off. But also, Tunison doesn't see it. No, he's going to see it, though. Oh, okay. The meme's becoming dreams right now as Tunison charges forward. Does he see the forest fire? Has he imagined hard enough? He charges in. He doesn't want to be giving this... Okay, that's a different forest fire. That is a different one. You can throw that... That also works. Maybe even... No, maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe it works even better. But now more Ursa throwing Axeman coming through for Tunison is going to be absolutely gigantic. No Longhouses down for Mosca. He has to turn. He has to take the fight. The Valkyrie healing up in this one as well. Lots of low HP units. One throwing Axeman is enough to turn. Well, there's not even enough units here in at all anyways. But one throwing Axeman is enough to start turning this fight. The Asgardian Hill Fort will be denied. And Mosca's dreams of out-cheesing Tunison will go down in flames. And that, ladies and gentlemen, we go from the longest game in the tournament to the fastest game in the tournament. And a big bow to Tunison as he does manage to out-cheese Mosca after all is said and done. And Tunison will be going on to the semifinals. Mosca will be going on to the losers bracket to play tomorrow. So we will see him again. Will we see more cheeses tomorrow? Or was it all a ruse? And neither of these players play like this normally. I've got my eye on you two, Tunison and Mosca. You guys are very, very naughty. I love it. I absolutely love it. But nonetheless, we've got one more series for you guys today. We've got Recon, we've got Grass, both players waiting in the backyard. They're going to be joining in and they're going to be getting going very, very shortly. It's been a ridiculous day of games thus far. One more series. Don't you guys go nowhere. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back with games, Recon, Grass, and more shenanigans. See you guys soon. There's the Cyclops wandering forward. All of the Goaty coming in. Great garrison there from Matrius, but this is not going to be... Soup is not going to be slowing down here. He's got so many Toxotes that can do so much damage. With the Goaty going to be able to take out these Cyclops very, very quickly. One goes down. That's the raiding cavalry trying to get onto that backside here. Can Matrius hold here? Another Cyclops going to be coming. Another one in queue, as well as the raiding cavalry here going down quickly. This next Cyclops to come through. All the raiding cavalry are down. Can Soup now deal with the final couple of Goaty and actually finish off this town center? The Cyclops picks up the Dwarf, but quick reaction there from Matrius. Garrison's back in. The attack has not managed to clean up the town center. Damage has been done. as the Center Madness come in. They send the units flying, allowing those Arcus even more damage. Atalanta does go down. Another Center Madness going to be coming in onto this position here to send the units flying yet again, allowing the Arcus more value here. Those Center Madness are going to be cleaning everything on this position. The Theseus coming in, the Hippolyta coming in, the Atalanta getting queued up. But militarily speaking, the Arcus do seem to be doing enough here as Kavoth manages to hold on. As the Cyclops going to go after this position, but there's so many units in. We do have the Pestilence getting dropped down. Curse onto the backside. You have to ignore the hill fort to some degree, as Tunison will have to pull all the way back into the main base. The Goaty turning around can take out that Nemean line very, very quickly. Toxotes coming through. Hill fort down. We've got Hell coming through. This is the one thing that Tunison has, which is very, very tough for Mini Yeti to deal with. Another flaming weapons to come through, but God Powers aren't the way to play Age of Mythology. You want to go myth units. All the buildings dying. Toxotes getting taken down onto the backside here. We see a battle ball spawn for Tunison. That's got to be nice to help out. Goaty swinging around onto the side to try and get onto those Cyclops here, but the Toxotes are in position to deal with that. Good pullback there as Tunison also running. He accidentally clicks onto the ball there, but nonetheless, more units falling. Slingers pushing forward. One Udor charging in here to get that damage done. There goes the Thunderburst. Hits once. Will hit a second time here. Is he going to get that third time or not? Let's look at the health on the Slingers. Does get hit again. Just a little bit further to get out, and he does manage to keep them all alive. He's going to have to heal them all back up. Where are the priests? Walking Woods coming in onto the back line here. The Temple slowly producing units. He's now going to get some Jarls in as well. That's exactly what he needs to have to deal with these Hapaspist. Illuminati does need to start going into hoplites here as well. An amazing choke point, however, for Illuminati. Is it going to be enough? As the Mountain Giants over onto the side, they're going to start being able to tear down Archery Rangers, everything else. Where are the heroes for Illuminati? I don't see them. He doesn't have them. The Achilles is queued up. The Mountain Giant tanking up damage. Another Mountain Giant spawn there for Matador is gigantic because he's got the Jotun's tech. Breaking through into the middle here. Those Toxotes trying to target down that backline. The Thrown Axes don't even need to stay there any longer. Iron Hurry Special gets dropped down over here. With the Jotuns to come in. Going to be smacking that town center beautifully. Going to be able to take this one down. And I think if Nyan loses the population here, or he's going to get fortified town centers, but if he loses this town center, this could be really, really bad for him. He's just not able to win any fights. Armory upgrades is equal. The Jotuns can come over and continue to make this push happen. More Mountain Giants coming into the mix here. Fortified Town Centers does manage to come through for Nyan, though. That's clutch. But look at the population. 170 pop for Nyan. Very little gold in the bank. He can't deal with the Loki army at this point. Pegasus is flying in. Underworld passage into the main base because why not? Villagers have to pull into the town center. Catapults are through. There's already watchtowers in. I think Matador can't do a whole lot here. Apart from just sit and watch. Charges in. Can he take out the Underworld passage is the big question. He's charging forward with the Fire Archers. 200 HP on the Underworld. Restoration gets dropped down. All the units back up to full HP here. Underworld sits at 300. Can the Tau Wu get through and deal with it? No. Taken out. Matador under a huge amount of pressure now from Zucolo here. Forest protection gets dropped down onto the ballet. At least it's hitting a little something onto the right. He doesn't have any population. And there goes the Fey Beast. What can you do against that but turn around and simply just try and take it out? Huang Di is on the way there as now the lightning weapons is coming through. It's kind of looking like Kama has found a nice timing here to actually take this fight. Militarily speaking, it's kind of close, but these are mostly fire archers versus some really strong destroyers. The Arc is in the back doing some good damage. That lightning weapons and that Fey Beast really didn't have the impact that Rappel wanted like there. The priests are going to start getting poked down as the animals wandering in onto this position here. And Karma just looking for any little bit of damage with these spearmen as Rappel not really pulling away from this. He's just taking the damage. He's not running. He's just trying to turn around and fight. He gets himself watchtowers in, but the Pharaoh is going to go down. A couple of villagers go down. Is this worth it? In the slightest for Kama, though. How many villagers did you kill? But how many spearmen did you lose? Is the bigger question. He suicides a lot. Scary as Kama charges in here. He says it's time to take the fight. Lightning weapon.
Another you, another me, another game. Another you, another me. It's the same day, actually. No, it's actually a different day. No, it's the same day. For some of you, it might be a different day. I don't know. Recon versus Grass. Our final series for the day. They've been waiting patiently. It's their time to show us what they've been cooking up. We got Chef Recon in the kitchen, and we've got the kid sensation himself, Master Chef to be Grass and Groom. Our first matchup. Recon takes Ra. Grass takes Isis. We're on Gorge. What happened with the Banneroonies? Recon says, I don't want Demeter. I don't want Frere. Grass says, I don't want Tsukiyomi. I don't want Susanoo. Recon says, give me Kronos. Thank you very much. Don't want to deal with that. And Grass says, give me Gaia. And give me Isis. That'd be nice. Recon then says, have them. I don't care. Give me Odin as my second pick. And give me Uranus. The best god in the game. Grass picks Set and Zeus. Recon then grabs himself Ra and Thor. Grass then takes the Poseidon Loki, and Recon takes Amaterasu. I can explain exactly why Recon bans Freyr and Demeter. He believes that each pantheon should have strictly 3 gods in it only. Any more is sacrilege. So he bans them out. He bans them out. That's why. But yeah, we got some very interesting picks from Recon. This is a very, very strange draft, if you ask me. I don't know if he's taking these away from Grass. Like, Grass is somewhat of a vanilla god only, a non-DLC god player. Like, he doesn't really play China. He doesn't really play Japan. He plays all the other gods. So maybe Recon here is just like, well, let me just take some of those away. But in doing that, he doesn't pick any Chinese. He also grabs the Amaterasu dead last. Obviously one of those gods that's very, very powerful. But with Haywire, Socotra banned out, you don't really have a lot of options for the Amaterasu on that, like, on that strategy that those guys have been going for. We talk about it when Amaterasu gets picked, if Amaterasu gets picked. But yeah, we got ourselves a fairly stock standard matchup for our Ra versus Isis. Last time we saw Grass playing Egyptian, he went for a ridiculously greedy town center. And then he got Shifting Sands on. He then ran away and then he converted it into a Scarab Rush, which somehow got him a win over, I believe it was Matador. I can't remember. I think it was Matador. Absolutely insane. This time he's got Isis, so no Scarab Rushes. No Scarab Rushes. It's our last series for the day, guys. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. It's been a really, really fun day. Lots of amazing games here.
let's jump in to game number 1 here. Recon versus Grass. Ra versus Isis on the map Gorge. Let's go. And here we go in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Ra. His name is Recon. Here to show us all of his new-found style moves, shenanigans. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Isis, it is Grass. It is the Grass man. Alrighty. So on Gorge, very, very close to your opponent. So there is some very simple ways for you to set up a 1 town center, fast heroic, slap amygdala in your opponent's face if they go for a 2 town center idea. And then you can be all over them like that. That's one way to go. Of course, then again, you've also got the way to stretch the map out by going for a side town center. You got back gold. You can just abandon your main position and then play turtling with double the villages or 10 plus villages over your opponent and have a good game there as well. Anyways, we'll see how it's going to go. Part of the Nile coming in for Grass. No surprises there. This is a very stock standard build order. Basically, you're going to drop your monument. You're going to get a little bit of wood out of this tree. You're going to drop a mining camp. And then you're going to have the wood just enough for pickaxe. And you're going to have the gold in favor for the Flood of the Nile. Gets you effectively 1 villager advantage over your opponent in the early game. Not enough for any sort of massive advantages, but it is a really, really nice way to open. And then you're going to drop that temple down, get yourself to the classical age, and you can decide what to do from there. Temple coming up for Recon as well. And you can't really do anything super... I don't know of any super fancy schmancy build orders with Ra. Effectively, you're just going to be getting yourself the pickaxe, monument down, temple coming in, and you get up to the next age when you can. You can get to the classical age faster than Isis here, and you can actually net your advantage back over the Isis from getting a nice second town center if you get like a 4-minute advance time like Recon is going for here versus a 4:30-ish like Grass is going for. This Grass of his temple at 4:30. It will be somewhat a 4:30-ish here for Grass. Then town center for Recon should be up 2 villages earlier, which means he gets a 2 villager advantage over his opponent, which means only a 1 villager advantage for them. Anyways, there's lots of math that goes into this. There's lots of math. Anyways, Anubis is coming in for Grass. And we're going to see a second monument for Grass as well. As the prosperity gets dropped down, and it looks to me like this is going to be a fairly stock standard Recon opening. Actually, is it? He's not. He's getting priests out. He isn't. It doesn't look to me like he's going for a naked second town center in the slightest. I think he might be going for a barracks or something. Does he have the obelisk in? Yes, he does. Obelisk over here. Obelisk over here. There will be no town center shenanigans here in the slightest. Recon drops himself a barracks, and this is some old school Ra shenanigans. We haven't seen this since I don't even know when. This is like... What is this like? Are we back in 2024? I think we're back in 2024 here. Spearmen coming out. They come out quite quick with Ra. The villagers are making their way over onto this town center.
And
The priest obviously sees what's going on here, and it looks like, well, Grass will not spot that obelisk, and he has not spotted the barracks either. So the spearmen moving forward, will they get spotted here? The town center goes up. Spearmen pulling back. Pharaoh to come forward. Wadget to come in. He's got to get going quickly. The town center gets up very, very fast. Plague of Serpents is in, as well as the villagers are also coming through now for Recon. Plague of Serpents to come down. No skin of the rhino here. The villager fight will be coming through. The Pharaoh can get involved and start healing as well, but he does so much damage there. Villagers running for the moment as Recon going to pull some villagers back. The Spearmen going to continue going at this. This is villager and Spearmen though from Recon. Huge damage onto Grass for the start of this game. A mining camp also coming down. The town center sort of survived. I mean, you could just send the villagers in to shank down this town center if you want. Claim the damage there. We just see the Anubite coming in as well. That's going to be a little bit of a pain to deal with. Wadget's coming through too, but the priests are in, and this Wadget is very much out of position. Good control there from Recon as the priest coming in to get some heals in here too. Can get himself involved in the actual fight, trying to take the Anubite back out. We've got the Pharaoh coming in as well. Villagers returning back in to get the town center back up, but this obelisk has the vision on it. Town center on the back coming up for Recon too. The villagers now say, no, 20 seconds? No, I'm gonna kill you. You're not allowed to. Pharaoh comes in. Serpenting. 12 seconds remaining. 1 villager down. 2 villagers down. 3 villagers down. 4 villagers. Town center, 5 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Even if he gets it up, doesn't even matter here. He does finish it. But he loses so many villagers. But so too does Recon lose idle time. Loses 1 villager to the town center. The Anubite's now chasing for some revenge fire. Once one Anubite down, the villagers will pull back over here. They can jump back onto the gold mine. He does have his own town center coming back on the back. It's 12 villagers to 23. 12 to 23. Some might say that's an advantage. I'm just saying we're just getting started. Another temple on the front from Recon. For what? For priests? No, to put the relics in. He's got, what is this? Head of Orpheus, and he's got skulls of the Cersemes. You're like, give me skulls of the Cersemes on the front. I don't want them to walk all the way back. All right, guys, we're just getting started here. We're just getting started. You guys thought we were going to see a nice, sensible 2-town center game. Both players they go fast, heroic, and then they start building their Migdol units, and then we get a nice, quick mythic age. No! We don't see that. Not in tournaments. These guys say no. Anubite's coming forward, getting sent packing by the priests as this Wadget control from Recon. Going very, very nicely here, continuing to keep himself going alive, happily dealing with everything. The priest can continue to get those heals in as well. Apparently there's a obelisk here that Grass has got that has spotted everything that Recon's doing here, so he knows he's behind. But by how much is always going to be the question. All the houses on the back here for Grass now starting to come up.
Into you.
Spearman coming in here, just going to start locking up some vision. Always nice to see. You want to be denying as much vision and taking as much vision as you possibly can here. Look at the light that is being spread by Recon. And for Grass, he is very, very much in the dark here. So Anubite's diving forward, but there's so many priests here. One Anubite goes down, and there's also the monkeys in as well. That's a huge advantage on top of everything else in this game. Those monkeys just to add insult to injury. More spearmen coming through. You might ask, why aren't we seeing axemen here? Well, I don't have a good answer for you. Axemen are obviously very, very good versus spearmen. But the spearmen are very good versus priests. So, I don't know. I don't know. I got no idea. There's the villagers making their way over onto the berry bushes. And Recon going to sneak around the back looking for any amounts of damage he can. A spearman pick, a villager pick. The spearmen do both run at the same speed, but once you get snared, once you take damage, life is very sad there as the priest coming around onto the back here, setting up the stranglehold. Spearman down main base, going to be under some threat here as well. That's all the villagers trying to get, all the houses trying to get built up in that back spot. Nefty's on the way, however, as Grass does manage his heroic age. 70 favor in the bank for Recon. What's he going to do with that? Petsukos come to mind. Petsukos do come to mind. Couple of serpents to end up falling here. As Recon, for some reason, deciding to dive this town center. That seems absolutely crazy. He will be able to get out of there with only 2 spearmen lost. Must have been somewhat of a mismovement. Now we will see Sobek. So just a little bit behind on the tech here for Recon, but he is 12 villages in front. So shouldn't be that big of a deal, but Ancestors on something, some Scorpion men coming through, Chariot Archers coming in quickly to deal with all the Spearmen, and taking back some of the map might be a big way to go. Walls coming up over here from Recon. And we've got the Migdol Stronghold to come through here as well. No surprises there. We've also got Spirit of Mark coming in. Does make the priests cheaper, but also makes them heal faster, which is a big deal. As now the army coming around onto the backside, trying to put a stop to this. Ancestors does get dropped, but there's priests. There's so many priests here for Recon. Does he even care? He's going to be able to take out all those minions very, very quickly here. But with the Migdol up now, Recon should be fine here. He could drop like a locust over the villagers, but they're going to be mostly surviving here. Lots of low HP villagers, though, as Camel Riders coming out into Spearmen. Doesn't make a huge amount of sense, but I think that's all he can afford. And now Recon does need to pull back ever so slightly. As we see a Siege Works coming in from Recon. He says, I don't need a Migdol. Let me just keep making Spearmen. And we'll get a Siege Works in, and we can start sieging. But Sukos plus Spearmen sounds incredibly scary here for Recon. Did he actually make them? I don't really know what he spent his favor on. He had 70 at some point. Was that just on... Oh, it was on another Shifting Sands. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I've been stupid and I'll be stupid. Look, it's 4 a.m. You're going to have to deal with that. All right, guys? You're just going to have to deal with that. Walls coming up onto the top already as Recon can start claiming a lot of the map. But realistically here, I think what Recon could do is he could just say, I'm so far in front, let me put another monument down. We get our Petsukos in. And then Grass is stuck here trying to make Camel Rider work. You wall off the middle, you wall off this side. The Camel Riders can't really get through. It's exactly right from Recon. And then he can get himself a death ball. Not even a death ball, just like a ball of units that Grass is not going to be able to break through anytime soon. And then he's good to go. We do see the Migdol is up for Recon, so he can make his own Camel Riders as well. Now we've got ourselves the heavy Camel Riders as well for Recon. As these walls will not be up in time. A little bit too slow on this one. As Grass comes through. Let's get met with the spearman as the villager luckily gets to survive there. But now Recon's camel riders can come back over here and say, hello there, good sir. Both camel riders got the same movement speed, so there's not really any advantage here except for the fact that one's got heavy camel riders and also dark waters. So you don't want to take a fight, but they're not going to be able to catch up to each other. So it's just a little bit of runaway until I can no longer run any longer. But Recon, he's got himself pre-queued Osiris. Siege Tower push looking like it's going to be coming through as well, as the camel riders over here do need to think about turning and taking a fight. We've got the Scorpion men coming in for a little bit of an assistance here as well. But it looks like Recon has got his grips on this game, and I do not believe he's going to be letting go anytime soon. So the Scorpion man does manage to tank up for quite some time, but one Scorpion man versus that many camel riders will never be enough. There's now the Siege Towers coming in from Recon. He's got 10 camel riders in queue. What are you doing? And that is going to be game one. As Recon manages to hit grass with the old standard. It's been a while. It's been a while since the old standard. There are a couple of very, very clean ISIS build orders which can play literally around this. You just don't want to grab the Flood of the Nile right away. Grab Flood of the Nile while going to the classical age. You can get yourself a 4-minute advance time. You can get your town center up before the Ra player has enough villagers. And you can also afford to get yourself some extra priests in while you do that. So if there does end up being a fight, you can turn around and at least heal your villagers while they're fighting. But a hilarious game to start this one off, as Recon does show why Recon is Recon. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, we're going in on Atacama. It's going to be Aranos versus Gaia. I got the dub. My brain has just left my body at the moment. I'm not going to lie. Atacama. Alrighty, let's go. We got Aranos versus Gaia here. All right. We are just about to kick off anyways. Let's go. One more game. All right. So our next game, we did see Aranos versus Gaia on this map already. It went the Aranos side of things. But it was a strange one. It was a strange game. I think it was a strange game. So we'll see if it's going to be a similar thing here from Recon or what Grass is going to do here. This is going to be very interesting. Let's jump into it. We're going in onto Atacama. Let's go. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the top of the map. Grass playing as Gaia. And the bottom left of the map, it's Recon playing as Aranos. So we did watch this matchup already once today. I believe the Aranos player did win. Now, Aranos is always going to have a bit of an edge over Gaia due to Shockwave, Carnivora, and Sky Passage. What Gaia has is she's got the speed. So she's got things like 5.8 speed Terma, if you can spread the Lush out enough. You've got the speed of the Catapulti hero on top of Lush with Weightless Mace, which can destroy Terma as well. There are a whole bunch of ideas here, but the person that holds the keys in this matchup is the player sitting at the bottom of the map, Recon. Recon gets to choose. Does he play Prometheus? Does he play Oceanus? It's two very, very different situations. If you play Oceanus as Aranos, then the Gaia player needs to play very, very defensively. If the Aranos player plays Prometheus, then the Gaia player needs to play very, very aggressively. In fact, the Gaia player, if it's a Prometheus, the Gaia player basically needs to stay in the classical age. That's how aggressive you need to be playing. You got to lock off the map. You got to fill it up with Lush. You cannot be allowing the Aranos access to moving around the map, and you just want to keep knocking him down and knocking him down and knocking him down again. Nonetheless, Recon will be picking Oceanus. He's going fast. There's so many different ways for Aranos to play this, but I think if I had to take a stab at the meta, I hate the word meta. The more I say it, the more I'm just like, it's just what you guys think, man. It's not actually the most effective tactics. It's just what you guys reckon. I reckon the meta is this. Okay, so what the guys reckon the meta is at the moment, I think, is going to be an early Terma War into some sort of a Catapulti transition here. Maybe some Caraballister in, especially if you can get the Sky Passage into a good spot. Then the Caraballister become really, really good. But Recon hits the classical age first. And there is a military barracks actually for Recon. So it's not going to be the Terma shenanigans here that I was sort of expecting. It's going to be double military barracks. It's going to be all Murmillos, which I do like. Much prefer a Murmillo opening than a Terma shenanigans. But this does give Grass the opportunity to go for his own sort of Terma opening himself. He can play for Murmillos too and try and defend. And it's going to be 1 military barracks, 2 military barracks. I also like the idea of opening with 1 Caraballister here, or 1 counter barracks here, and making a Caraballister and heroizing it. That way you've always got an answer to Carnivora, and it's never going to die, and it can help defend against the early attacks that might come from early Murmillo spammage. Alrighty, so more Murmillos, and we're just starting to get going. Do I see a Sky Passage over on this left side? Not the biggest of deals here, as you can take a look at the base of Grass. He moved a hop, skip, and a jump over to this position. He's already on his second hunt. There's also Hunt on the backside. It's all quite close. Like, Sky Passages are all well and good to jump onto your hunt, but I think in this situation for Recon, he's kind of spending and wasting a little bit of resources to start this game off. He advanced faster than Grass. He invested into the Sky Passage, which he had to build and also use the resources onto 2 of them actually. And he doesn't really gain himself a huge amount of value right away. I really like Sky Passages a little bit later. And especially aggressive Sky Passages. If we can get a Sky Passage in here to start taking away my opponent's food, as well as getting a Caraballister inside there, especially a hero one, so it doesn't get eaten by a Carnivora, then you can just use that as a base. Your opponent can't charge in and kill you there. But for the moment, Grass looking for a raid. Recon could not have better scouting to deal with this raid. as he is charging forward. And the units here for Recon, well, he has the speed advantage. He has Empyrean speed. These are some slow-ass Murmillo on the side of Grass. But Grass does have himself Bite of the Shark, whereas Recon does not. So Grass can very easily take this fight. We will see the Carnivoras coming down on both sides. A little bit of a cheeky shockwave just on 2 Murmillos there. Is this going to be enough as one Carnivora does end up going down? The units here, while running, they're just going to take so much damage here. It's also partly why I said that the Gaia will need to play defense. However, he decides it's time to turn. He does have that Bite of the Shark, but it does not seem to be translating into an advantage here. One Murmillo goes down. Another one is going to get picked off here, I'm sure. And now Grass is back onto his Gaialash, which is where he has the advantage, because he's going to have himself some HP regen while this is all going on. Heals to come in from the Caladria as well, as Recon has managed to keep everyone very much nice and safe and alive here. Great control from Grass to keep his Murmillos alive. But now, on the flip side, Recon overstays his welcome, and he should be able to pull out of here without losing a single unit. After all is said and done, I think Grass is defended. I think Grass is fine. He's in a good spot. I think Grass is in a perfectly fine and reasonable spot. You see both players have got themselves medium infantry and Bite of the Shark at the moment. And the question is, how many Caladria do you actually want to build here? The fact of the matter is there's no units that shoot up for these guys at the moment. They're just all Murmillo all the way until someone decides to break the mold and say, let's get a Carbalister out or a Terma out. But again, if you do build one Carbalister, it needs to be Heroized. You don't really have another option just because they're so expensive and Carnivora is so strong. However, like I said, I don't think it's a unit that dies. If you use it correctly, it's not a unit that it's not going to die because you got the Caladria to just heal it up. Copper Mail in there for Recon. Armory upgrades on the side of Grass. He's getting his own armory up. Let's have a little economic upgrade check. There are economic upgrades for Grass. None for Recon here. There's now copper weapons as well to come through. Some hero Murmillos actually getting converted in. Does he have the upgrade? He doesn't. So they're full price. Of course, you do need them to deal with the extra Carnivora. Here's also going to be another potential shockwave here for Recon, which is going to be another little bit of an advantage. How he decides to use it, though, in the actual fight is going to be super interesting. I mean, he does have a counter barracks. Well, Grass has one. There's no counter barracks for Recon. It's just full Murmillo all the way. I really don't like this on the side of Recon. I think if you get a car, you've got the Sky Passage, it makes you so strong as we do have the Carnivores both coming down. A big engagement here as there seems like there's a military resource advantage for Grass. The villagers can join in here as well. They can start shanking. It's extra damage. Shockwave onto the side there to allow a little bit more advantage in for Recon, but I don't know who's going to win this fight. I don't think either of these players know who's going to win these fights. These citizens joining in as well should be a big advantage for Recon. But these citizens, they're kind of just sitting around not doing anything. Just put them back to work. after all is said and done, is it going to be enough? Some more villagers going to be popping through here to join in and maybe shank up a little bit. 2k versus 2.1k. It's 3 Caladria apiece here. There's no favor for each player. And now Grass does seemingly end up losing this fight. When look at how many low HP Murmillo are here for Recon. Finally, a Caraballister is in. Finally. But is it too little too late? I mean, on the one hand, Recon lost a bunch of gather time trying to actually do some stuff over there. On the other hand, Grass lost the fight, so he lost a little bit more military. That's about it. A couple of low HP Murmillos will get healed back up as the Caladria is scouting over and realizing not a whole lot of stuff over here. And this could be a gigantic bait here, though, from Recon. You can obviously get over here in a heartbeat. But the army from Grass says, let's go. Is there any counter barracks? There's one counter barracks. There isn't a single... There isn't a single Terma out. It's just Murmur. Now we got 3. 3 Terma on the way now for Recon. He goes, okay, I'll get a couple to deal with the Caraballister. But Rhea on the way now for Grass as well. There's another Sky Passage for Recon as he's going to be wandering forward to grab that spot. And I must say, I'm not really liking Recon's position here. He's got more military. He's staying in the classical age. He's not putting pressure on. He hasn't got that full map control on lock. That's what you want with Aranos. Once you win a fight, once you get in the advantage, you want to put an aggressive Sky Passage on the right side. You want an aggressive Sky Passage on the left side. And you want to be locking your opponent off, strangling them with all of that pain. Some more hero Murmillos coming in from Grass. He still doesn't have himself frontline heroics, but he's grabbing it now as the army looking forward here. So definitely a fight here that Recon wants to take. He's got himself the shockwave as well. But it looks like he's going to be attempting to get to the next age. Question is Hyperion or Thea? And it is going to be Hyperion. But Rhea in, basically it gives Grass so much. He's going straight into Orichalco Mail. He should not be taking a fight here until he has this tech. It's 40 seconds for that tech to come in. Terma on that backline, taking those units down. We do have a cheeky little trader coming through. I'm not sure exactly what it was, if it was on a Caladria or not, but this fight here does not look like it's going all too well for Recon anymore. Heavy Murmillos to come through. It's like, what even is this fight? Why are we taking this fight here? This is so silly. Like, half the units aren't fighting. A Carnivora does come through from Recon. Immediately taken out. Especially by that Behemoth. It's got double damage plus all of that crush. How much does it have? It's got 3,000 crush. So this guy... a fair bit of damage. I mean, more Murmillo. Chaos? No chaos? Doesn't need chaos. Heavy infantry at some point. We have got the Caraballister coming through for Grass. We've got heavy infantry on the way. We've got a Hero Terma to come through as an effort to try and take out the Caladria. Good control there from Grass to pull back, though. The one Satyr will start getting very much involved in here. And finally the fight. The fight finishes with Grass retreating. Chaos comes down as Recon says, no, you're not going anywhere, good sir. I say we fight. And we fight. We're in a Rule 1, if you guys know what that means. I'm sorry. But we're in a Rule 1. We're not allowed to leave. And Grass broke the Rule 1.
All right. Recon now searching. He's got a huge advantage now after winning that fight. I want to see him get into this spot with the Sky Passage. I want to see him have 10 oracles out. That's like the best way to get further in front as Uranus. He does take himself a second town center behind this. That's a really nice way to go as well. Citizens pulling over into the side here, but look who's got an oracle in the corner. The question is Recon looking at the minimap right now? Answer? Well, I mean, he is running over there, and his Contarius are getting carried. And I think this is going to be... Oh! Uh-oh. Grass. Hello there, good sir. Citizens making a run, but those Momillos are on the chase. All these citizens over here falling. The citizens over onto this side also going to be going down. There will be no running here as Recon looks to be managing his position very, very well. He's up to 190 pop with the town center up. No sky passes on this left side. It's hurting my soul, but that's okay. And now Grass down on villagers. He does still have super Murmillos, which is quite a big advantage, right? Like, look at the difference on Murmillo. 54% hack. 46% hack. So yeah, these Murmillo have got a big advantage. And I think he doesn't even have the extra upgrade, whereas Recon does. So Recon's on tier 2 armor versus tier 1 armor for Grass. And now Grass has got that one queued up. Onto this side, we got the Palace coming through for Recon. Citizen all going to be bailing into the town center, and Recon now coming through. Says, hello there, good sir. Let me try and take this one out on the back there. Trader onto that satyr, but there's so many Murmillos for Recon. I don't know if he's actually got more stuff or not, but fighting underneath the town center as well. Recon also says, let me just leave those citizens in here for some bonus damage to boot. Carnivora does get dropped down. Population dropping for both players here. Is there enough stuff for Grass to break through this? There's so many Caladrias just flying overhead. The Chaos comes down onto that back line, which is huge for Recon as well. 140 to 133 pop is still somewhat of a resource advantage here on the side of Grass. The Caraballas are coming in clutch onto the back there as this one Terma hero trying to take out the Caraballas. So the citizens pop out. Some shanky shanks as one Caraballas to down, and the citizens bailing back into the town center again. As Recon goes, I only know Murmillo. Murmillo or bust. And Grass says, all right, well, I see your Murmillo or bust, and I cannot break through that. Now the Sky Passage is on both sides. Finally! Both sides Sky Passage, and Grass has moved over onto this gold mine. And kind of Recon just needs to wait a little bit, get full pop. If he can get himself out, he's going into some Arcus. If he can get himself his Arcus upgrade up to heavy and get enough Murmillo in. Up to full pop. He's on 3 town centers as well behind all of this. He is getting himself into a very, very good position. But Grass does need to get himself his own second town center at some point. More military buildings coming in. Hero Arcus on the way. I think the hero... I think he's just getting some Arcus in to get
an answer to kill off those Caladria. I think he just says, well, we'll just make Murmillos, and then more Murmillos, and then we're just going to keep making more Murmillos. And then eventually, we'll get a couple of Arcus heroes in to deal with those Caladria, and then my Murmillos will have so many of them. That's going to be great. One idea here for Recon, which will give him the advantage in these fights, is grabbing this technology here, your hero upgrade. An extra 10% HP for your heroes plus HP regen could be a really big deal. As the fight ensuing, yet again, we see Helios coming through as Recon wants to start going into a couple of those super Arcus for the late game. Also helps him play around and implode as well. As the backline Murmillo, or the backline Caraballo, so let's get dove in on as Grass continues his attempt to break through this army of Recon. I still don't know who's got the advantage here, but it looks to be, as the Carnivora comes down, it looks to be somewhat of an advantage for Grass this time. He's sitting at 4.3k military resource value. And Recon finding himself in the tiniest bit of a problem. But we'll see if he's going to be able to get himself out an actual army here. Couple citizens going to get taken down on the back. And Recon can just bail on this. He's got the villager advantage. He's going to be having a mythic age. He's going to be having himself that upgrade that comes from Helios, which is a huge boost. And most importantly, he's going to be able to get himself out some Hecagigantes. Everyone's favorite. I said they weren't very good once upon a time. I'm very wrong on that. I couldn't be any more wrong. But now up onto the top side, happily on these gold mines here. He can also grab this town center if he wants to. Meanwhile, Grass grabbing himself his own second town center. Really, Recon desperately needs to get himself heavy archers. Now he's grabbing it. And champion archers. On the flip side, Grass can't really go for Atlas here. You don't get any value out of Implode because it's just going to be a Vortex. We'll just Vortex away, no problems. On Citizen going down onto the top here.
Bullreg.
Recon moving up onto this top position as well. Getting caught out. Not sure where he's going with these units here. He's got to be very, very careful. He is very much caught out of position as the Murmillo ball is going to be coming through. Well, that's what happens when you build a myth unit. It just gets stolen. Recon here. Now going to have to bail out on this position. He does decide to use that Vortex up onto the top side. Going to pick up a couple of citizens here. And town center over onto this side does get denied as well, as Recon will charge over to his palace. Can he get up a sky passage here and be onto this spot to keep the palace alive is the question. Recon try and take out a couple more units over here as the main base coming in. Villagers onto this side also getting chased off of the wood line. Champion archers going to be on the way too, as Arcus going to come in here. You need that front line here to deal with this. Without the front line, once the Arcus get charged in on, it's all over. But he wants to kill the town center while this is all going on. A couple of citizens going down. Fanatics starting to get into the mix here to deal with that Murmillo ball. Meanwhile, there's 1,500 gold in the bank and not a single Centimanus was built. I feel like this is a gigantic mistake from Recon. And Grass is clawing his way back into this game. He's now got the resources to go Mythic. He does choose Atlas. Should not get any value unless Grass can click it after a Vortex. But in a way, him having Implode stops Recon from using Vortex. The no Mythic Age God powers really for either player has to be the thought process. Town Center coming up over onto this side as the Contarius are searching. I don't see any citizens up onto this left side. That's a lot of citizens walking over there. They are going to be enjoying this gold mine over here as well as the army says hello there. Chaos does get dropped down. Arcus going after the citizens as the army charges in to take this fight. The Fanatics here should go fairly well for Recon. Lots and lots of citizen kills. Town Center attempting to come up over onto this side, but the Contarius are in. Disaster for Recon on the left side of the map. There is a sky passage here. He can grab a couple of units and dive through that to deal with it, but he does deny the Town Center on this side. Vortex to come through. There is now a cooldown of 55 seconds. There's going to be the tiniest amount of opportunity for Grass to click Implode. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. He's charging back. He's got to get the fight happening. Click Implode immediately here. He cannot wait. Recon here needs to be hiding. He obviously doesn't know there's a Mythic Age coming, but he's got to be wondering what's going on. And Grass will hit the Mythic Age. Implode will come down immediately. And Recon is on the run. Kicking himself for dropping that Vortex, but he didn't really have another choice. Big amounts of damage to come through. The Town Center is up for Grass. Both players have got 4 Town Centers. And now we get into this weird position where who can do better in the late game? We got the Super Murmilla versus the Super Arcus. If Recon can get himself a full hero army, his army will undoubtedly be stronger because of heroic renewal. As we do see another Vortex to come in, the Destroyers kill the Town Center, but the Town Center, but is that even worth it if you lose all of those Destroyers? There's one Destroyer remaining. That one will end up going down to the Fnatic as the Palace over here will get torn down. But this gives a little bit of an opportunity for Grass to reorganize himself. Charging in to take down this Town Center as well. Might be nice. Over onto this spot. A couple of units to charge in. We've got the random Sky Passage in the corner. He could drop another Sky Passage here. Just put it down, no problems. He's going to make a break for it into the Sky Passage in the corner, no problems. But the Town Center for Grass is going to be getting cleaned up. I'd love to see another Sky Passage over here so that he can easily dive back in and deal with this. But nonetheless, Town Center up. Recon going to be making his way forward to try and grab this position. And Recon can go up to 4 Town Centers. He doesn't quite have the resources for it, though. You could buy some wood if he really wants to. I think he might have done that. He's got so many resources in the bank. Still no fortified Town Centers. That one could be very, very useful. Lots of citizens falling in the main base of Grass here. As Grass is basically going full infantry. And Recon is like, yo, I got the Arcus. I got the counter unit. I'm going to kill your full infantry with the counter unit. The Town Center here for Recon is going to be finishing up. And then he can drop another palace on this position too. Carnivora getting dropped down from grass. There is the option for Recon to do the same, but I don't think it's a good option. Destroyers sneaking through here, but they're all going to go down very, very quickly. Is there enough stuff here for Recon or not, is the question. I don't know where all of his army is. He's got a lot of idle units in the middle of his base. 5 idle units. He does click the vortex, says, okay, I'll go elsewhere. This is fine. I don't need to fight you. Let me kill your town center. Let me kill your stuff. While this goes on, another sky passage here. A sky passage over here. And then he can be back over to the left side in no time. How many destroyers has he got? He's got only 2. As the citizens do have to bail off of the town center. Palace up here will end up going down. Villagers over onto this side getting caught out. There's no gold mines remaining for grass here. If he can't get this one and he can't get this one. On the flip side though, for Recon, he's going to be running out of gold too, no? Is this not going to go down to a trade route type ordeal? Do we not need to start a trade route here? We're not going to see. Grass decides he's got 0 gold. He's got 0 hope. He's got to tap out here. And Recon races to a quick 2-0 lead in this best of 5 as he is putting the clamps down onto grass in this one. Really, really weird game. I'm not gonna lie. Just watching the full Murmillo openings from both players, when I saw the other sort of Uranu Sky Mirror where both players went full Terma, basically on the same map, I'm just like, what's going on here? How is it that different between two different series? That different of a matchup. I'd love to see how the full Terma versus full Murmillo looks in this one as well at some point. But nonetheless, well played here from Recon. We'll see if he can keep it going and send me to bed early. Or if Grass can knock back, keep me up for just that little bit longer. Let's jump over the draft and see what they're going to pick. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. But we are going into an Odin versus Set affair. Odin, Set, and a Dream on the map Hideout. Now, there are plenty of ways that this could go. Absolutely plenty. You could forest fire to open up the base. Do not recommend it. Do not recommend it. In fact, the better idea would be to trap your opponent in their base. No? You don't like it? Oh, we got to get a point over to Recon. Got 1 minute to wait here. Here's my thoughts. Not a lot of food in the main base. Advance fast. Forward temple. Lock your opponent in their main base here as Odin. That's my thought. Oh, fake stream title. My bad. I totally forgot to update it. Let me fix it. Alrighty. So it could be the last game. It might not be. I really like the idea of a Heimdall rush here from Recon. Let me not see Mini Yeti in this chat telling people that he stole my strats but didn't credit me. Just kidding. But seriously, Recon versus sorry, Mini Yeti. Recon versus Grass on Hideout. We've got Shifting Sands plays for Grass. We've got Heimdall rushes for Recon. We've got Freya craziness as well to break through.
Let's see what they're going to pick. In onto the map hideout. Let's go. And off to the races we go for game number 3. We've got Odin in the left-hand corner of the map. I was about to say playing as Recon, but that would really show how late it is for me at the moment. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves Grass playing as Set. I almost did it again. I'll say, how cool does this look? It's the small things in life that get me going. It is the small things in life that get me going indeed. Alrighty. Let's have a little look-see at the relics and see if there's going to be anything there. We've got the Thundercloud Shawl, a little bit of Pierce Resistance there. Svartalfari's Sledge, making fortress-like buildings cost 0 favor, always nice. Demeter's Throne. Foodwood Gold cost minus 50%. And at the top of the map, we've got Grass Cutting Sword. Infantry movement speed plus 5. Well, 5%, I should say. 5 would be a lot, no? As house comes down. And a temple for Recon in his main base. Absolutely insane. A temple for Grass as well. I'll tell you, this might be crazy. But what if I Shifting Sands over... What if I just rush a Classical Age here as Set? And I mean very quick. And I Shifting Sands over, like, my food villages onto this spot. And then I just build my barracks here. And I say, yo, Odin player, what you gonna do? Meanwhile, we've got Heimdall coming in for Recon. He could be playing for a massive boom here. It's not the fastest of advances. It's not the slowest of advances. But nonetheless, Star coming through for Grass as well. And what is the Recon plan is the big question. What if Set builds 5 monuments in the Dark Age and then spams Deer to eat? Yeah, you could do that. I wouldn't go with 5. You can just go 3 monuments. And that's probably enough. Each Deer costs 4 favor, is it? Yeah, 4 favor, and I think you get like 100 food each. So maybe it's 150 food each. Yeah, 150 food each. So that's going to be 3 villages of gathered time. I don't know. I think you just need 3 monuments for a whole bunch of deer. It's better to make drafts though. Anyways, Recon. Looking for some early attacks here. He charges in. The village is going to turn around, do a little bit of shanking. As the micro wars coming in. Recon very good at this. He is going to take all the advantages he possibly can. A barracks coming up onto this side. You don't even need to care about these. Just eat the animals underneath the town center. No problems. There will be an undermine here most likely to deny the barracks. Is it going to be enough? Answer is yes. But now there's no undermine. What if I just say, let's go hide underneath the town center and we rush to the... I guess you're going to get hit on this. Anyways, a barracks now up for Grass. He's going to be able to start getting himself some axemans. It's the Hersa. Going to be able to take out that Wadjet over here. Priest also going to be getting slapped down too in this one. And the Einhery to come through.
This is such a non-committal rush from Recon, though. He didn't put a forward temple. He ran all the way around the outside. And now he's going to grab Safeguard, and he's going to be looking for some Talent Center shenanigans behind this, which I love. I think this is a really, really cool way to play. But Grass ain't no slouch. He knows this. He knows he's not getting rushed here. In fact, he goes, if you're going to go for a Town Center, do you think that you can still hold my Shifting Sands rush? We've seen this a lot. Shifting Sands with Ancestors, a couple of extra units, Migdol Stronghold, take this gold mine, say thank you very much.
In which?
So the Hearse are going to continue to just wander in here and cause pain for Grass. And he is now up through Nephthys, and he can make his move over onto this gold mine. Do think it's really important for him to get out quite a few Axemen here. He can't just go Heroic Age without anything, because if he doesn't have enough Axemen, there's going to be more than enough units here for Recon. Now, Recon looks like he wants the Town Center, but I think, in hindsight, I think he just needs to spam units here. If he can hide them in this tower, for example, that would be naughty. But he has to have some sort of inkling this is coming in. Did Recon spot the market? Answer is yes. He obviously spotted the market. He's got random Berserk over here. He's got his Herso waiting on this spot. Walls coming up onto this side. There's vision available. There's everything. A Great Hall coming down for Recon. Also Rick Stula going to be coming through. No favor for another Undermine to stop a Migdol Stronghold. That's the Raven from Recon. Going to get some vital scouting information as he moves in. And he sees the villagers. He sees the gold mine. He sees the Heroic Age. He sees the villagers moving over. The Shifting Sands is on the way. Is there enough stuff here for Recon to hold on? Is the question. We've seen this many, many times here. There's too many Axemen. And Recon to charge forward. I don't see him getting past the Axeman unless he micros really well. Ancestors does get forced out. Recon going to pull back. I mean, can he wait the Ancestors out? Can he garrison everything? Now he's going to have to deal with a whole bunch of Chariot Archers coming his way. He does turn around yet again, but into the Town Center he goes. 30 seconds remaining on the minions. It lasts so long. At least the minions do end up going down on the backside here. But I think, unfortunately, for... Actually, maybe Recon's okay. He's still got plenty of Ursa. Market coming down on the back. Ideas of a Heroic Age for Jotun or Mountain Giants and a Walking Woods to break through this do come to mind. Longhouse will get taken down. Great Hall will get taken down. Does he have time to do this or not? Watchtowers to come through as well. Another Longhouse. I mean, he's still got himself 800 gold. He can sneak out this way, I guess, to get to a gold mine. But Recon is very much stuck here. It looks like he's just trying to spam units. He will have Undermine, actually. So Undermine's going to do 66.7 times 1.5. So 99 or something. 99 damage, 100 crush damage a second over this Migdol. So you can get 1500 crush onto the Migdol Stronghold, which has got like 3400 crush there. So you can basically half HP it with that Undermine. But he does have to get through the actual army, which is the tough part. Temple under siege. This grass cutting sword is definitely something here that Recon's going to be wanting to have his hands on. But the temple goes down, and Recon is getting ready for one last-ditch effort. The problem here is you just keep pulling back. You don't even have to take the fight. Pull back to the Migdol and live the dream. But Recon charges forward. Does he have enough stuff? Taking out the siege towers doesn't seem to be that important for the actual fight, but he does manage to kill them off. Continuing to charge through here, but the Axemen are gonna be the killer. They are so strong. There's 13 of them. Look at the damage creeping up here, and Recon is stuck. Grass now going to add insult to injury as the Chariot Archers poking forward. And Recon can try and sneak out here, but there is full vision, I think. There is basically full vision here from those Chariot Archers as he sneaks around onto this side. And this does get spotted immediately. At the very least, there's one last-ditch effort on the side of Recon. He can charge forward. He does have the undermine. But there's just not enough military here. And Grass looks like he's going to be on the board. And Recon taps out. Grass on the board. Here we got ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. I got to say, this is the second time that I felt like this was obviously coming. Recon knew it was coming. He went safeguard. And then what? I feel like he just didn't build any units. Like he had units, but I don't know. Something weird was going on. Like, I feel like all he needed was a handful of throwing axemen to deal with the actual axemen. And, of course, the hearse are there to deal with the ancestors. And he would have been able to deny the Migdol. Especially because he could just straight up fight and he probably gets the favor in for another undermine. But nonetheless, Set seems to be the powerhouse god on this hideout. The one to beat. We might see that another day, but for today, we're going to go on to the next map. Let's jump back to the drafting screen and see what's going on. Alrighty. Grass on the board. And it's going to be a Budapest. And it's going to be a Kronos versus Zeus Affair. So not the best matchup for Kronos, in all honesty. Not on this map. Nope, no siree. You can go for a naked classical age here as Zeus and live the dream with the amount of damage you can get done. Like, there's really no need to take any risks here as Zeus. Kronos might go for a dock. You scout it out. No worries. If the Kronos goes for a dock, you can go for a dock too. If the Kronos doesn't go for a dock, you just advance normally and the Kronos Rush is dead and then you can just play a game. But also, you're right next to your opponent's base and you can just send the Heracles, the Jason, the Minotaur in and cause huge damage to Recon here. I'm a little surprised to see the Kronos. Recon does have a Thor. He's got a Amaterasu. I guess he has to play Kronos here. Amaterasu. There's a Frozen Wastes map for the final map of the thing. If Grass manages to find the wind here. Prostagma! So much Prostagma. Grass is weak against fire types, but this is a water map. So this is going to be Grass's home turf. Let's jump into the next one on the map, Budapest, and see how it's going to go. And here we go, as in the right-hand corner of the map, grass does actually open up with a dock. Who'd have thunk it? On the other side, we also see a dock for Recon. Everybody docks. Now the question here is, do you go Leto on this map? Everyone and their mum has been excited about the Leto. They've been popping off saying, spider eggs are broken. How dare they buff it? It was already strong. Yeah, but Boit, if it was strong, why was it only getting picked like 33% of the time? Yeah, but it was winning 53% of the time. So it was doing well. Now I don't know what it's doing. Maybe it doesn't move at all. But I don't think we're going to see Leto here. Leto is normally good on land maps. It's not so good on water maps. One of the big weaknesses to Leto is fast teching. I just gave it away. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone the secret. And on water maps, fast teching is really, really easy. Why is fast teching really good? Well, for Greek, you get Lightning Storm, you get like a Bellerophon. It's pretty good. Bellerophon's pretty good versus the Automaton, I'm not going to lie. But what is good here is that Recon... Oh, Recon didn't do... Ooh. What is good here is Recon can just build docks over here, and he can be on the side water. He can hit the back water here. Grass for the moment. He is scouting. He's putting another dock over here. He's seeing the dock up for Recon. Recon can do quite a bit with this. He's not. But there is quite a few options. You can go like a 2-fish fast advance here with Kronos that's quite strong where you're in your opponent's base. And if your opponent's not aware of this, they're not going to know how to read it, and they're not going to know how to react to it. And you can always get the fishing ships going after that as well. But nonetheless, it is just going to be a stock standard boom for both players. Now, I like the stock standard boom from Kronos a lot more than any sort of aggressive Kronos play. One of the reasons is because if this does end up to be somewhat of an uninteractive early game in that both players just decide, well, we're just going to tech, not going to really put too much pressure on. Oftentimes, Kronos can come into the mid game with gigantic resource advantage. So we'll see. We'll see what the plan is going to be. I do think one critical thing here for the Zeus is to get to the heroic age very quickly. Sticking it out in the classical age going to be a little risky. Things like Hypaspis going to be super important. Prodromus, if it ends up being Contarius, super important. And Peltas going to be super important if there ends up being any Arcus being built. But nonetheless, Recon moving a dock over onto this side. As the double dock up from grass here, just in case it gets deconstructed. Does Recon spot this? Answer, no. He wants to get himself out some ships, and he wants to lock this off, but is he going to move in here and scout? Yes, he is. He's going to get all of that information he needs. As long as he doesn't react too quickly, he should see it, and he does see that extra dock. That means no real trouble here as one trireme, going to come through. And the Prometheans will make their way directly for the main base, actually. Instead of going after the dock, he sees the double docks. Instead of going there, he says, no worries. Let me just go for your main base. I'm gonna hit you where it hurts, where your Jason isn't. And Grass in some trouble here. But Minotaur, one Minotaur in for the defense. Should be okay. One Minotaur will be able to beat up two Prometheans most of the time. There's Grass doing a great job of not really... I don't know if he's not reacting. But he's definitely not overreacting. Though it looks like he's going to be losing one villager here. Over onto this side. Villager's chasing down the Oracle here. Why are you here? She's like, I got a wood offering of peace. This is going to be built a great wooden horse. What are you doing here, villager? Go home, Jason says. We don't want you. Well, Looks like the villager is going to be dead. We don't want the wood either, says Recon, and she is out of there. Meanwhile, 1 military academy, 2 military academy. And the Mamillos will make their way over onto this side as a cheeky little juggernaut going to be on the way here. And that's going to be able to put a stop to this Bareem, and a fire ship will be needed on the side of Recon if he wants to keep putting pressure here. And clearly, Grass predicting the fire ship, but no fire ship in as a trireme is forced out. So just a little bit of extra spend, so to speak, on this side. Recon can grab this dock and move it up to the top if he wants. He does not need to stay here. Turning over onto this side, the Valor comes in, keeping that Mermillo nice and healthy. Going to be able to take out the Minotaur as well, as that does get a big headbutt. That crazy micro from Grass. He pulls back 2 Mermillos to keep the damage limited. Mermillo on the back here getting pulled back. Going to be waiting for a potentially another Valor or something here. Fireship is actually in, and Recon says, I want to keep fighting here. Is the Heracles going to be getting taken out. Jason going to be going down as well. Keeping him alive for the tech makes some sense here. This one here can get some HP back. HP regen as the fire ships coming through. They do die to archer ships. Fire ship dies to archer ship. Dies to siege ship. There's a couple more Mamilla going to be falling, and still going to attempt to take down this stock. The Pentaconda is an amazing unit to take out land infantry, but I don't know if Recon cares. He just wants to kill the dock. He loses a huge amount of units on that fight there, as Grass going to try and poke his way through into the middle. And Recon back in yet again. He's got a lot of damage he needs to do. He needs to finish this dock off. He needs to deconstruct this top one. There's a lot of boats out here at the moment, though, for Grass. No villager over here to get that dock in just yet. He's got to deal with this Pentaconda too. But he will be able to pick off the trireme, I think, before his Juggernaut goes down. It's going to be somewhat close. If the siege arrows would actually hit, I think it would be very close. 5 HP in a dream, as one trireme should be able to pick off both of those things, and then that water will be dealt with. Up to the top side of the map, 2 villagers coming to drop a dock here. This will get spotted by Recon. But you have to be very, very much paying attention to that minimap to notice any shenanigans afoot. Now 1 Bareem in. Just have to remember to target that 5 HP trireme, and he should be okay here. That's exactly what Recon does. And I think he will have min victoried. Is that a thing? Like min defended, min attacked? Minimally spent the minimum amount of resources needed to actually break that bottom water. Another dock coming up for Grass over onto this left side. That's an armory for Recon. He wants to get to that next stage. I'm going to go ahead and guess we might see Rhea here. Just because generally speaking, going for food-based myth units in the heroic age is your better option, because you got all that boosted food income. But Hyperion is so good that I think we might see Hyperion anyways. But a good amount of damage here from Recon as he gets some good damage done, and we will see Rhea. But the question is, I don't think we see the Behemoth, but I feel like it's never a bad idea on a map like this to get extra Behemoth out. You guys might be like, yeah, but the heroes kill them so fast. They only kill them fast if the Behemoth is facing away from the hero. Meanwhile, the fight going to be ensuing here. Restoration to come through. Grass sees his opportunity to strike. Watchtower's not coming through. Just going to be moving straight in here. Next to his pigs, into his defensive position. No problems. One Caraballister coming in. Temple getting time shifted over onto the side. Is this going to be the sneaky behemoth? The sneakiest of behemoth. We'll see how things go. That's one Mermillet, one hoplite, two hoplite. With the temple finishes over here, he does get his two behemoth to pop in. And the question is, he is going to go straight for the town center, but he does need to distract Grass here. Generally, I don't think this is the best way to use these behemoths. It's a risk. It makes you're just trying to catch your opponent off guard, so to speak, as heavy infantry going to be coming through. But the question here is, like, in a fight like this, there's not really a lot to do. And we do see that this gets noticed as the Heracles does come in. For some reason, the Jason doesn't get called back, as the town center going to start getting torn to pieces. But this Heracles is going to get some good damage in. Villagers going to get pulled to start shanking this down. Over onto this side here, Heavy Murmillo is in. The villagers on the gold mine getting sent back. But enough of a defense here. And the Behemoth, not going to be enough to kill the town center as two Behemoths go down. This is resources for Recon in the back that he didn't have. Free resources. You get like 20% back from losing the Behemoths. As the Murmillo here, Heavy Murmillos will seemingly start to knock through these Hoplites. Hoplites do not beat Murmillo. Murmillo do have the slight edge, and then you get a technology edge with Heavy, and then you get a unique technology edge about to come in with the Mithril, the Male of Orichalcum. I should say Orichalcum Male, but it used to be called Mithril. No, not Mithril. No, never mind. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Caraballister pulling back, doing what it can. A couple more Murmillos filing in onto this side. As Grass can't really do a whole lot other than just continue to fight. He probably could pull back. He's got back gold mine and things like that, but he really shouldn't be fighting here. Getting heroic age for Hypaspist is a must for him here. An absolute must for him. Meanwhile, Murmillo coming up to the top side to hit these villagers, doing what they can here. So it's going to be brutal as the main base now under attack too. Town center is getting close to full HP again, but villagers are going to be falling left, right, and center. And Grass is just in so much trouble. He's trying to get to the heroic age. It's going to be a big help, but I feel like this could get denied as well. As the Murmillo just dodging around the map playing Catch Me If You Can. Deconstruction onto this back dock as well, just to put a stop to that fishing ship production. But it looks like the town center will survive. Watchtowers is up. That's enough to send Grass out of the main base. And now Recon says, no worries, let me charge up to your top position here and I'll kill off your villagers. And he does not need to chase this. He can come straight up here. And Grass is just in such a big hole here. 175 pop for Recon. 86 for grass. Murmillo's coming up to the top to potentially stop any type of retreat. He finds some villagers on top of the food here as the army comes in. Villagers popping forward and back. Little bits of damage left, right, and center. There has to be some sort of a bronze if there's any chance for grass to win this fight. But even so, I don't think there is. Though the Corobalister aren't attacking the right units here. Trader onto the Hydra is not going to be helping grass in the slightest. He could have deleted the Hydra there, but he gives that straight over to Recon. As the Jason going down, the army getting beaten up, and grass will tap out as Recon overpowers him in game 4, taking the series in 4 games. He's off to the semifinals. We're going to be seeing grass tomorrow. Of course, as to be expected here from Recon, an incredible showing. He's been probably the most solid player thus far that I've been watching. I'm super excited to see him go up against some of the more craziness for next week. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is the final game of the day. Let's jump over to this main menu and talk out what's going to be happening tomorrow. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, it's another day, it's another you, it's another me. It's the losers bracket quarterfinals, I guess. I don't really know what to call it. There's 8 people left in that losers bracket, so technically it's a quarterfinals, but there's a whole bunch of other things. Let's jump over to the bracket and talk it out. I think it should be ready here. So, tomorrow, we've got ourselves... Hang on, let me do this as well before I forget. I'm always forgetting to do this. Tomorrow we've got Mosca versus Divine. We've got Rappel versus El Matador. We've got B versus Mini Yeti. And we've got Grass versus Matrius. Some very, very spicy matchups. And I think the highlight is going to be the Mini Yeti versus B matchup. That one I'm very much looking forward to watching. 2 crazy men going at it. Moscow is crazy today, but he's playing against one of the most solid defenders in Divine. So he might not decide to go too crazy versus Divine. Maybe he goes even more crazy. I don't know. Rappel and Matador, a bit of a battle of the speedsters. 2 very high APM players with all of the good stuff that goes on there. And... yeah, all the other good stuff, and obviously we're going to have Grass versus Matrius, which is another very spicy matchup we don't get to see very often. So a lot of very fun matchups where that's concerned. A lot of excitement. I do think we're going to have to maybe change the schedule a little bit, so we will pop that out for you guys to see on Discord. If you're very interested in what's happening, you can check that out. But we start at our normal time tomorrow at 1400 GMT. So make sure you guys tune in and are ready to go from the get-go. Don't join in later and miss out on some of the craziness. We saw some insane games. Some absolutely insane games today. It couldn't get any more insane. And we saw them. That's right. Looks like Satfat is on the stream of Ruining, so I'm going to send you guys over to him for now. Unless I think that's what's going to happen, and I'll see you guys another day. Love you guys. Bye. Well, we're going to do this thing first. We're going to do the little raid first, and then enjoy. I'll see you guys tomorrow.